Oh,
It
good
is
morning.
9:01.
Good morning.
I just got to my chair. I'm super excited about day 2 of Mega. Who's excited?
Yoo-hoo!
Yay!
Yoo-hoo!
Yay!
All right, who wants to make the $1 million?
We. All of us.
Woo!
All right, let's say it again. If they can do it, so can I.
If they
If
can
they
do
If
can
it,
do
they
so
can
it,
can
do
so
it,
I.
so can I. Woohoo!
All
I.
right, we need to turn up this energy. I got a couple questions because I know that all of this is feeling a little bit overwhelming. That is normal. When you take a master class, we expect it to push us a little bit, don't we?
Yes.
Are we ready to get pushed? Are we
Yes.
ready for this?
Yes.
That's why we're
Yes.
here.
All right. First question. How was your Mega Mini yesterday? Talk to me.
It's a little bit too much about the questions because everybody have a lots of questions and not really. We have some mini mega. We just have mini of mega.
Yep, so Mega Mini is think of it as a lab. It's lab time. It's where
Yes.
you bring your questions, it's where you talk about points, it's where you talk about breaking down your contract paragraphs and your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics and talking about your, hopefully your yoga experience, talking about your value proposition, and then doing your goal boards. It's lab time. It's time to take the questions and peel the layers back because there's so much information in Mega that sometimes we can't stop and focus on a specific topic.
Most of the question
Ellie, I
people
see your
have
hand up.
about
Oh, I'm sorry,
technology.
Anna. What were you saying?
Most of the questions the people have about the technology, how to find this, how to put this, and all that. And we have a little bit mini from the mega.
Well,
Just
thank you, Yana. That's
yes.
true. There's a lot
But
of
we okay,
technology
we okay,
questions.
we fine. We find out everything we need. Thank you so much.
And Realty Texas does have a lot of technology, but we've got an incredible staff of people to help you with that. You've got Katie here, is on our help desk, so you can always message her real time. She knows that she's going to get a lot of extra questions during Mega time, so she's standing by. Remember, when you're in the RealtyTexas.me, you have a staff person standing by in that chat app in the bottom right-hand corner to answer any questions that you have, and it's a live human being. It's Katie there to help you. We also have Miguel, who's also answering questions, but the person who's really going to help us this week is Amy McAllister. She's going to be teaching us a class on Thursday specifically around CXM, calling your leads. So there's an entire segment of that. So a lot of times you guys are bringing questions before we're going to show you the answer, and that's okay. It tells me that you're very interested. So just trust the process. Buckle up, get in the roller coaster, and then we're going to take you for a ride. Kelly, I see your hand up.
I was just gonna say that I think the Mega Mini actually saved me yesterday because it made me realize that we're all together. We're all in the same boat, and I don't feel like I'm the odd person out, that it's a little confusing and daunting.
Yes, well, it is supposed to be about community. It's supposed to be, this is my class. We're all in this together. We're all feeling the same stress. We're all feeling the same confusion. What is this about? Can I handle this? Can I do this? Is this for me? What have I done? Um, all of the questions. Thank you for bringing that because I think that's important. Belladonna, hello.
Bonjour. Good morning.
Bonjour.
Yeah, so I've been having a lot of spinal problems, and yesterday I was able to attend the Mega Mini, and it answered some of the questions. Since I did this before, I wanted to get back in the routine because I was pretty much laid out in the bed, to be honest, and so this has been a good way to get myself back on track and and so Lisa was able to answer a lot of questions about having to actually sit through all of them. And so I'm a guest, and it's not the same for me. But if anybody has any questions as well, I've done this before, and I might could help you with some, simple little answers about the mega and the modules and whatnot. If you have any questions, we're always here to help each other.
Thank you, Belladonna. That's something I actually was going to speak about. So that was a good segue. Alicia, just give me 1 second before I call on you because I do want to make sure we call on you. One of the things that I really appreciated out of the MEGA-16 group, and I'm going to challenge this group to do the same, is the community that was created. Now, every single mega group, they are mega 10, mega 12, and they do a class project together and they do some stuff and meeting on their own. And then after mega, continue meeting, having little, coffee shop meetings and things like this. But what Mega 15 did was Phyllis and Ken Pearson, they kind of started a group, no agent left behind kind of thing. And they all kind of worked together and helped each other memorize their contract paragraphs. And when one was feeling stressed or they would call each other and meet and kind of help each other out. And I think that was a really powerful thing to watch because other people got involved in it and they were reaching out to like Andrew and some other people and created a little group. And those were the people who actually ended up on our graduate list because they challenged each other. I can do this. I'm going to get as many points as I possibly can. And during this 30 days, I'm going to soak it all in and I'm going to take it as seriously as I possibly can because my gosh, who in our lives have invested in us at this level? These types of classes that you go and take a master class are $10,000 kind of classes, and I'm not kidding. I took a master class like this, and it cost $6,000 when I got my license at First Team Real Estate. This is a master class. This is a true to life master class that it takes only your time, and it's an investment in yourself. And what I like about a lot of what people do in Mega is they said, you know what, over the next 30 days, I'm going to take this seriously. I'm going to drill into this and I'm going to, through osmosis, I'm going to get as much about this as I can because if this is going to help me on the journey to making $1 million a year, no one has invested that in me before. Elisa, what do you got?
I just wanted to comment that what I got, one of the best things that I got from the Mega Mini yesterday was that Lisa said, if you ever throughout this month, if you ever feel like giving up, call me. I will make you change your mind. And I took that with me. Not that I'm going to or want to, but that was really nice. That was really, I took that like a really good thing. Positive, positive.
It's a really cool dichotomy, the between Lisa and I. It's why this company was so successful. I looked for a long time to find who was going to be, the business partner of Realty Texas, and Lisa and I came together. We were working at the same firm together. We were best friends. We were exactly neck and neck in terms of production. We were both on the board at the same time, and we're both polar opposites of each other. I mean, you couldn't be more different. In the dichotomy of the two of us and coming together in Mega and doing it together, you've got the mom and the dad, and it could not be any more true to life than that statement. So it's pretty cool. One of the things I love about Mega is the Mega journey with Lisa, and we've gone through this 16 times now, or almost 16 times. So thank you, Lisa. Absolutely right. Lisa's your lifeline. Call Lisa in case of emergency, break glass, and then there's Lisa's phone number. What else you guys got? All right, so I've got more questions. I'm glad Mega Mini was successful. Please go to those because that's going to really, really help you along the way of Mega, helping things to make sense of all of this. How many of you attended your morning huddle? Okay, so how many of you attended your morning huddle for the first time? Raise your hand. I know you raised your virtual hands and now it's confusing, but okay. So Ariel, it was your first experience in morning huddle through Mega. Talk to me about that experience.
I didn't go today. I went yesterday, and that was my first time going to it. I liked it. It was very encouraging. It boosts your attendance and wanting to participate, and it felt like everyone was there for each other. And hearing everybody's good, successful calls were awesome. Mine were total opposite, but I loved hearing everyone else's because it still encouraged me to still make the calls.
Okay. Awesome. We're going to talk a lot about the spheres and the calls and how to approach those calls and try to create as much success from those calls as possible so that we have a really good experience because I want that for you. I want that for everyone. And remember, we're going to be making lots of calls. Sometimes we make the first call and someone already has a lead for us. Sometimes we make 10 and there's none yet. So it is a numbers game. And hopefully the lottery pays off for you earlier in the calls, not later. But it will pay off. It is guaranteed. It's simply a numbers game. So the morning huddle was important to me as a broker owner because I want to give my salespeople a place to start their day that is positive, that is focused on income producing tasks, that strips away all the noise, and that says this is a place where you can go that's going to give you some encouragement, that's going to start your day off right, that's going to focus on income producing tasks. That is the reason we have it every single morning. There is music, there is good quality people, there's good conversations, there's good ideas, and there's community. And that's necessary for a salesperson to have that kind of sense of community because a lot of you work from home, which means you're isolated, which means you may not feel like you've got this sense of community. And once you're connected into community, all that does is continually amplify the success that everyone's going to have. So that is the power of the morning huddle, and it hopefully becomes part of your 30-day habit where you can figure out how you can get the distractions and hard code that time and say, this is me time. Because it's only 15 minutes, 15 to 20. Sometimes it goes a little bit longer, but it's really about that hard 15 in the morning. That's your time, and you should try to protect that at all costs. Brandon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm a newer agent as well, and I actually attended Morning Huddle for the very first time like a month or two ago, and I will say I've not missed a Morning Huddle. I've not missed a morning huddle. I think they're extremely important. And I don't know, I find that not only is it motivating, but it gives me a sense of connection to other agents for 15 minutes. And yes, I get to hear, like Ariel said, stories and hope to motivate me to then keep going and stuff like that. So I haven't missed one, and I hope to not miss one if I can help it. So they're just really fun. They're easy. And like Jack said, they're 15 minutes. So I highly recommend them. I love them. So.
And Andrew does a phenomenal job with the morning huddles. Elise is there with him. We've got Lindsay. It's just I thank you for all of you who are showing up on a regular basis. I can tell you that Andrew comes to me every single day with the head count in morning huddle because that's how important it is. Every single day. Andrew, how many people were in morning huddle? Because I know that that's how many people were affected positively in our team that day. And I care very, very greatly about the success of our team. Every day, Andrew sits in my office. We have a debrief of everything that happened to the day, every conversation, every single person he called, every single person that's struggling, and how many people were in morning huddle. What did we talk about? And it's 30 people, 35 people, 15 people, 20, 30, and I'm really wanting to get 20% of the company in there. I'd really like to see 60 people in every single morning huddle. Now, yesterday was a banner month, a banner day for us. We hit 40. My goal is 50, no less, and we haven't reached 50. And so I challenged this group. I was really hoping that yesterday we would hit the 50 mark because since I started doing the morning huddles, my goal has been I want to see 50 people in there, which is about 15% of the company in there. That's kind of the minimum that I'm hoping. But, you know, it takes a while for a new program like this to kick up, and we've only been doing it for maybe 5 or 6 months now. All right. So hopefully more of you are going to be showing up in the morning huddle at least tomorrow. Let's see if we can break that 50 mark. I'm really hoping to see that. Okay. Now, yesterday we had something special. We had our weekly sales meeting. So far we've talked about your morning huddle, how that went, and then also talked about your Mega Mini yesterday. But let's also talk about the weekly sales meeting. Who maybe attended the weekly sales meeting for the first time yesterday? Alisa, would you talk about that?
Yes, I absolutely loved it, Jack. I absolutely loved it. We went over some, excuse me, some scenarios of the phone calls that are coming in through the website, and Michael discussed what was good of him, and real life scenarios that we listened to yesterday and how to be handled. And I got a lot out of it. I don't believe I will ever miss a weekly meeting because this is my first one I did yesterday, and I thought it was the greatest thing. I mean, the more you grasp, the more opportunities there is that we join these classes, and you get a little bit out of every single one. It was wonderful. It was good for me. We heard live scenarios, and we discussed what was good, what was bad, you know, what we could, you know, different. It was wonderful, Jack. Like I said, I won't miss one again.
Thank you, Alicia. I really appreciate that. Our weekly sales meeting is about a safe place that real estate agents can come together and listen to calls that were actual made, that were real. Every one of the app calls are recorded. So those recorded apps, our team is going through and listening to those calls, the calls that come through our department. Now, all of your calls are recorded too, but we're not listening to those calls. We're only listening to the leads that come in our leads department. And Michael goes through the ones that turned into a room, that went into a pipeline of maybe under contract. We go back and we listen to that first call, and then we digest it, and then we bring that into our sales meeting so that we can hear a live call. We have ISA 1s, ISA 2s, and ISA 3s. ISA stands for Inside Sales Agent. All sales companies have a sales department. And inside that sales department, they have people on the phones making sales calls, and they're called ISAs. ISA is something that's very has been rooted in real estate for many, many decades. There's even an ISA designation from NAR. And so we have an ISA 1, which is anyone who's gone through Mega or gone through Ready, Set, Sell, and who's going into our department and pounding the phones and calling our database. We've got 100,000 people. We take about 14,000 calls or more a month, and we're extracting referrals from our database. And that database is growing from that. And when you go in there and make calls, those are people who already know, love, and trust us, people who have already worked with us in the past, maybe people who've not yet been connected to because they registered on our website. And so we're trying to just check in with them. How are you? How's the house? Or how are you? How's the home search going? We haven't talked to you in about 30 days. You said you were going to put your home search on pause. We're just calling to check on you and try to assess their ready, willing, and able thing. We're not trying to push someone into buying. We're trying to be there as a resource. Yesterday, we talked about the importance of us needing to the consumer wants someone that they know, love, and trust. They don't want to feel like someone is trying to make them buy. They just want someone who's going to be there as a resource. And so we are not trying to put pressure on them. We're just trying to be a resource. Remember, I said yesterday, there's 3 professionals you need in life: a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. And having your CPA call you on occasion, or having your attorney just call in to check on you every so often, and having your real estate firm call you and check in on you just to see if you have any questions, that's a very powerful thing. And it's a relationship builder. And so you guys are the ones that are on the phones with the customer database, which why we have all this massive training, because this is our firm's database. This is serious. We can't have someone get on the phone and then make 20 bad calls and destroy 20 relationships that we have been nurturing for maybe years in some cases. So there's some training that goes into this before we put you on the phones. And this is a huge, valuable resource because these are transactions that you're walking away with. And then all the referrals that you get from that person comes in as a non-lead transaction. So you find out that this person's on the phone and you're working with them, and then later you find out that they've got a brother or a sister that's moving to Austin and they refer you to that person. That becomes part of your sphere, becomes part of your database. It's just something that helps you get to that. I need 200 people a day. I need to find really 100 people a month where I can call, where I can get those 4 closings to get the $500 $1 million mark. So the sales department on Tuesday, for those of you who have not gone yet, it's very powerful to be able to hear those recorded phone calls of the initial conversation. You hear it ringing, and then the consumer say hello, and you hear our agent out the gate introduce themselves, start the conversation, and lead the consumer through a conversation. You will hear people hang up. You will hear people so grateful and thankful. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for calling. All the spectrum. But it's so helpful for you guys to hear those calls because it prepares you. That way, you have, instead of cutting your teeth on making a call live, you're actually experiencing it real time in the room in a safe place where you guys can call, ask questions, break it down before you go in there and make calls. So, and then before you go make calls, we have a pilot shift where we sit down and you sit with someone through that entire first time to make sure that, you're really good to go. And then you become an ISA 1 and then you're on the phones. ISA 2 is someone who is in the department on a regular basis that's working as a quasi staff person for us, helping Amy. And then an ISA 3 is someone who has made over 10,000 calls, been doing this long enough where they've closed enough transactions where we actually trust them to make the ISA 1 calls from home. And we give them that ability to do it from home. And there are 4 people in the company right now that have that ability, that have graduated to that level. So lots of good things to look forward to there. So thank you, Alicia, for talking about your experience in our sales department, because Michael and I have worked really, really hard to build that department. Lisa is in there as a coach, and she's in there every single week. And her role in that department is to help you guys get your clients under contract. So from lead to contract is where Lisa sets in, and she is the productivity coach. She is there to help you guys get your leads under contract. And when you're struggling with that, you go to her. Amy McAllister's job here is to help you understand the CRM and the tools that you have for our CRM, and to make sure that the leads are being distributed and that everyone and the notes are being updated. So she manages our CRM and trains on our CRM. Michael Potter is our sales department trainer. He trains on Ready, Set, Sell, and he trains on all of the pilots, and he's there to help you guys as assistant manager as well through situational transaction things, acting as our assistant sales manager. Lisa helps you guys from maybe rep agreement all the way to getting them under contract. Then at that point, contract to close, it's going to be your mentor. And then if things start going south, it would be Michael Potter or it would be Andrew. So there's a very strong structure here of ready, set, sell in the morning. Morning huddle every morning, your weekly sales meeting, and then this entire department of an entire team standing behind there to really help you with your real estate. I don't know that that exists in real estate, honestly. I don't know any other firm that's doing anything like that. And so this is all designed to help you find success. Okay, now the biggest question of all, my third and final question before we start our day. How many of you made some phone calls?
I did.
Okay, so talk to me about the phone call experience. I want to hear some success stories. I know you guys talked about this a little bit in some of your other sessions, but I want to hear about it in the group. Let's go.
I actually already have like 4 leads, and one of them is seriously looking to buy a house. And what I did different, because I've made phone calls before, but not from just my contacts. What I did different is ask for referrals.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure because of this class, I was just very positive and kind, and it went really well. I also had an open house appointment yesterday for a condo in the $800,000 range, which would be new for me. And yeah, so far I have a lot of emails and phone numbers. I think like 4 or 5 of them from just one day of phone calls, because yesterday I wasn't able to do it.
Amazing. So how many of you watched the recorded the recorded exam answers that I sent you yesterday? And Brandon, I'm going to get to you. Brandon, Rosny, and Lizette, you're up next, but I see a lot of hands for the recorded exam. I'm sure you heard me talking about the importance of your power hour and how you make sure that that is sacred in your business. You know what I'm talking about on that recorded exam? Hopefully you didn't zoom past or hit fast forward through that part. Your power hour, which is the time you have on your calendar every single week, or rather every single day to make your 20 calls. We call that your power hour. That power hour has to be sacred because the power hour is your future money. It's your pipelines. It's the transactions. Having your pipelines filled, meaning that you have paychecks coming and you know that you have consistent income now because your pipelines are filled, is the most powerful thing that I can help you with as an instructor, as a broker, as your coach. If we can use this 30 days to fill your pipelines, and then you continue following the good habits to keep your pipelines filled, you will stay in this business long term. You will make the amount of money that you want to make in this business. And even more importantly than that, the stress that you have in real estate has very little to do with the transactions you're working and very much to do with most agents have only one transaction closing. That transaction's falling apart and they've mentally spent that money because they need it for their car payment or their house payment or something. And now they're emotionally attached. They are not arm's length to that transaction because they need that to close so badly. And then the question becomes, are we even really having a fiduciary relationship at this point? Because the agent is unraveling, and now is the consumer really getting their best? So if you prioritize the power hour and that becomes sacred, it's going to make you a better practitioner because you're going to be arm's length in every transaction. Even more importantly than that, the power hour is the first thing that agents usually throw under the bus. Oh, I've got calls tomorrow, but you want to go see a property? No problem. We can do that instead because that's more money in the agent's mind. That is the biggest mistake an agent can make, is throwing their power hour under the bus for anything else, because everything has more priority in an agent's mind than the power hour. And you've got to flip your mind on that item. You have to change your mind on that. The power hour isn't the lowest priority. The power hour is the highest priority because that is going to save your mental stress, your physical stress. It's going to make real estate more fun because you have income coming. But the moment you start throwing the power hour on the bus and you're not making your 20 calls a day, and a couple of weeks goes by and you have a habit of not making your calls. And what happens with agents is they'll have someone call them out of the blue, "Hey, I'm looking to buy a home. And I was thinking of you." Probably from a conversation that you had with them and prospecting. And then maybe someone else calls them and now they're working with 2 clients and they abandon all prospecting. All prospecting is immediately abandoned because they have 2 clients. They're thinking in their mind, this is it, the floodgates opened. Now I have transactions coming and this is how it's going to be for the rest of my business. I don't need to prospect anymore because my fire is burning. And the thing is those 2 transactions close, they get to the other end of it and there's nothing more. And then the agent gets to that end of closing and they're like, "Oh, really? I worked so hard to get those people and now I've got nothing again?" And that's a very scary place for an agent to find themselves because you feel like you're starting over. And the thought comes to their mind, what happens if I don't ever get a transaction? What happens if I never get a paycheck again? That's fear. Fear creates cortisol. Cortisol is the stress hormone that makes people gain weight, that makes people want to sleep more, that puts people in depression, that puts people into fear mode, that takes away from what you need to have as a salesperson, which is a fresh, positive, happy attitude. And it's really hard when you've got all of those layers of stress. And then on top of that, life. And how can you cure all of that? Prioritize your power hour. So, like Izzy and some of others that have spoken about, is that there are clients that want to work with you. We haven't had a conversation with them yet, and you just get to happen to contact them at the right moment, at the right time, and you start filling your pipelines. The most powerful thing we could talk about today. Okay, Brandon, let's start with you, and then Lizette.
Good morning, everybody. Um, I think the biggest thing that I learned, I was calling people yesterday. The biggest thing that I learned is that you want the conversation to go as long as possible and try and make it as personal as possible. So I had to kind of experiment out of getting or giving the typical response of, "How are you? What are you doing like for work now these days?" Like I had to expand a little bit and like, "Hey, what's going on in your life? Tell me a little bit more." Or what's been going on since I last seen you or spoke to you? And it opened up the conversation and didn't make it as awkward because some people I haven't spoken to in months, sometimes even years. And then when I did reach out, it was like, "Oh my God, he's reaching out to me." And it was a great conversation. So if I could give any advice to anybody, expand the conversation outside of "How are you? How are things? How's work?" Like, yeah. So
So, Brandon, I'm gonna tack onto that a little bit. Obviously, you're calling people that know, love, and trust you, and you're gonna have a lot of things to touch from. It does need to be a personal conversation. I'm gonna push back very hard, though, on that you want to make the conversation as long as possible. Um, it does need to be meaningful, but these calls should not be more than 5 or 10 minutes. If they're longer than that, you're actually going to have the exact opposite effect. So this is the thing. Studies have proven, and trust me, you're talking about, we are a profession here. We have made hundreds of thousands of calls. So we know this intricately, inside and out. The longer that you're on the call with them, the more apt next time when they get a call from you, that they look at the incoming call and like, ooh, I really want to talk to Brandon. I really want to talk to him, but I don't have time right now. And then they hit the button and let it go to voicemail because in that moment they don't have 30 minutes or 40 minutes or that kind of time. So you mentioned that you want to make the call as long as possible. I want everyone to hear a different side of that. Now, you're absolutely right. It does need to be more than just, hi, how are you? How's the wife? How's the kids? But how are you? How the wife? How the kids? Those are the things that we know. How's the job? I know you were running a marathon last year. How did that go? I haven't spoken to you since then. Or I saw on Facebook that you guys just went to Belize. Oh my gosh, it looked amazing. You should cyber talk them a little bit on social media to know what's going on in their life so you can touch on those types of things. But how many of you have ever had a situation in life where you've been on the phone with someone so long that when the call comes in, you're like, I can't right now. And I don't want to ever have that happen to you because we need to be calling these people on a regular basis. I'm glad you're making your calls, Brandon. It sounds like you're doing an amazing job. And I know you probably didn't have anybody on the phone for 45 minutes. So I just didn't want someone else to hear something wrong from that. Good job, Brandon. Good job, everyone. All right. Thank you, Brendan, for letting me tack on to the end of that. Lizette's up next and then Wells.
Yes, so the thought of me picking up the phone and calling my contact list was terrifying. Because I haven't talked to a lot of these people in like honestly years because I haven't seen them since I've worked or gone to school with them. But I did. And honestly, the people that did pick up, they were actually excited to hear from me. I didn't get any leads, but I did get a lot of like, oh, like it's good to hear from you. And, I didn't know you were doing that. And I'll send people your way, things like that. And like you were saying, I did bring up like, oh, are you still doing this and that? But I did try to kind of keep it short. That was my experience. And I think it was very beneficial. It helped me calm some nerves knowing that I've done it. Now I can do it in the future. So that's my take on it.
Just as I said earlier, and I think Andrew has been taking my words here, and that's good. I appreciate it. No one died. No one is, we survived it. It's so scary. I realized that picking up the phone and calling people, it's nerve-wracking when we've not done it before because there's rejection possibly there. There's all kinds of things. We own the fact that we haven't called them and it just doesn't feel natural, but we do call them and then they're happy to hear from us and it's just a good touch. And when it's done right, it's a very beautiful thing. Remember, we have to do this 3 times. First, a lot of them are not associating with us with real estate. They might know at some point we were in real estate, but what did you do in your last job? Let's say you work for AT&T sales. How do they know you're not still doing that? So we got to get them into you being a real estate agent and look at you as a real estate agent for life, not in whatever you did before. And then 3 times we have to remind them of this. And now when they see you on social media and they see posts about real estate, like, oh, okay, this is your profession now. This isn't just maybe you were AT&T sales before that, and before that, who knows what. And they're thinking, well, this person is jumping around professions. This is it. I'm a professional real estate, and this is what I'm going to be doing for life. This is what I am. I'm a real estate agent. That is important for everyone to associate you with this gig because we know that our spheres is where our business is going to come from. The $1 million is going to come from them. They become very, very important to our business. And it's how cool is a profession that you can grab a cup of coffee and spend your morning talking to people that you really like, and then them give you leads that are $10,000 checks. That's a dream job. And if you can get this right and have really good conversations with these people, this is amazing. I'm grabbing my coffee, sitting down with people who absolutely adore me, and I have conversations with them. It's like a love fest. If you think the morning huddle is amazing, call your clients who actually love you and keep in touch with them. Oh my God, Jack, how are you? I'm like, I'm doing good. How are you? And sometimes I literally have tears in my eyes when I'm talking to some of my clients. It's amazing, especially when you get this right. So not only you're not going to be afraid of it, but you're going to walk away with dopamine from this. Okay, Wells, and let's start with Wells. Wells, you're up.
Good morning. I just had a question if there is a good time to schedule, or what would be the best time to schedule the power hour, like without going too early or too late in the evening, to kind of put that in the back of my head, like when would be the best time to schedule a power hour that is successful and will work best to contact.
I have a slide for that, the exact perfect times to call in the morning, and the perfect times to call in the afternoon. 9 to 11 in the morning, and from 3:30 until 5 in the afternoon is is some of the best times to call them for many different reasons. But we're going to go into the science behind what they're doing at that time and why they can take a quick call. Okay, good question. It's going to be in the
Thank
slides.
you.
Dive into that really quick. All right, two more questions before we jump in, because this is just, I wanted to check in with you guys and see how your first mega day was, and now that you've gotten through first mega mini, first morning huddle, and first sales meeting, that's a lot. So I want to unpack that. So two more questions or two more comments, one from Angela and one from Belladonna.
Hi, I made calls and I have now 2 listing appointments, and I was thinking I would doing sales and like I mainly work with buyers, and now I am freaking out. But it's I mean, this is like you kind of got us hitting hard, and I'm like, I feel like, oh gosh, I'm really out of my comfort zone now. Trying to find comps, trying to, I hired someone to look over, and it's just a lot. It's a lot. And I was like ready, like the first day I was like crying after Mega, going, I can't do this because I have ADHD and it's really hard for me to sit still. And I was like, I did my test, I put that in and trying to figure out how to put it in, all this stuff. And then when I talked to Lisa really helped listening to everybody else had the same problem. So, which was good. I just wasn't expecting everybody I talked to go, yes, I want to do real estate. Yes, I want to sell stuff. I want to buy this. And now I'm like really scared because it's like, I'm working on my husband's, our handyman business, because the people are kind of like friends and we work for them because they become friends. And so that every one of them wants to do something in real estate. And they're like, oh, I am so excited. Yes, I wanted to. I'm like, oh my gosh. This is a lot. Like I was like, I don't have signs. I don't have for sale signs. Andrew said we could just put a basic one and I can order one, but I'm like, and I
Nobody's
thought the
feeling
person,
sorry for you right now, by the way.
it's,
Not a single one. No one.
I want to be in your position right now, so
There's
I
not
do
a
not feel
single
bad for
person here
you
feeling
because I
sorry.
know you
I,
can do it, and I
That's
know
just,
that you're
there's
going to
too
be
many people
successful.
that want me to help them. There's just too many buyers. This is
There
just
are, you guys, literally talk to them. Everybody wants to freaking do real estate. Everybody wants to buy something,
That's
sell
right.
something. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is so great. And I'm like, it's kind of scary. I know when I do one, I'll get it, but I'm a little nervous. And I'm working with Mary Beth, so I feel like I got the right person. She's a pro, and I'm like, I'm really scared though, because it's it's
Thank
really
you.
out of my comfort zone.
It's going to be okay. I promise. Just buckle up and keep going forward. It's going to be great.
Okay, thanks.
Belladonna, and then we are going to power forward. Good job, everyone.
Just a couple of quick things to say.
Couple quick.
I myself have ADHD and HD, so meditation and helps a lot. Also, if you're scared to get on the phones, I was during the MEGA-16, practice with your loved ones. That helps. And then when you ask for a referral, I found that if you say, instead of saying, can you think of anyone? If you say, can you think of one person? Their brain really does hone in on one person that they can think of. That's all.
Thank you, Belladonna. Thank you. All right, we're going to hit back. We've got a couple of slides to pick up on from yesterday, because as you know, yesterday we had about 10 slides left, but I cut it off because we had some overwhelming fatigue from the day. There was just a lot going on. So let's pick up from there. Brandon, let me grab you right after break, or is it quick? Because I saw your hand pop up.
Yeah, it can be quick. So the advice that I wanted to give, when you're calling people, call everybody. I think it's kind of self-said. I mean, Jack, I'm assuming that you're like pressing for that, but call everybody. There was one individual that I didn't want to call. I was like, dude, they're nowhere near in a position to buy or anything of that sort. And then I called him. I was like, I'm gonna call him anyway. they answered and was like, "Hey, actually, my husband, my new husband is able to buy, so we're going to buy a house in the next couple months. So we'll definitely reach out." So point being, call everybody, even if you think they're nowhere near a position. I guarantee you, you'll be surprised by some people.
Yeah, thank you, Brandon. It's actually a very important point that I do underscore. People come into my office, a couple of you already, and I mentioned that I want you to call every single person that's in your phone and not skip a single one. I don't care who it is, you're going to call them. If they were important enough to click the save button, they're important enough to call. And then I ask you guys to go through your cell phones and go through your text messages and all those conversations that you've been having with people who are not stored in your phone, because I know that exists, that you start saving those people in your phone so that you can get them in your contact database. Because when you open your Realty Texas app, it pops up that says, "Hey, we see new contacts in your phone. Would you like to import this person? Yes or no?" And then you make the decision, and then it says, is this person a client? Are they a lender? Are they a trade? Are they a title person? Who are they? So you can categorize them in your database. And every time you open your app, it pops up a box that says, "Hey, we see a couple new contacts. Do you want to import these people or not?" And then it will save that person in that state. So thank you, Brandon. You must, as a salesperson, leave no rock unturned, have a conversation with everyone, because remember, we're not looking at these people as transactions. We're looking at them as referral sources. And so every single person, regardless of where they are, we talked about that. I don't care if they're in Florida or somewhere else, we're going to be looking at them as a referral source. And maybe they're going to sell their home and you're going to find an agent for them in Florida that's going to be a rock star that's going to help them sell their home. Or they are living next door to you and you haven't talked to them in a couple of months, but they're a neighbor. And you're like, "Oh, that's a neighbor. I don't know them that well." Call them. Call everyone. Okay, thank you, Brandon. Very important to call everyone. We're going to dive deep into that one as we get into later today. So as you took the exam yesterday, you saw the 20/20/200, 20 sphere calls every day. I heard a lot of you mentioning that you didn't have time to call your sphere calls. Remember how important it is that you prioritize that, because that is what you have to do first. We do the hard things first and then do the easy things later. We do the prospecting first and then we do the administrative tasks. So the biggest part of Mega is making your calls. So do the calls first and then do the homework. Do the calls first and then do the other things. Now I know we're starting early, so you're trying to figure out between breaks and lunch and after class making those calls. Just make some of the calls. Those are the most important takeaway, because the 30 days of habit has to be 30 days of making calls. And people who find their way back into Mega who didn't get their production goals to where they were, I asked them the simple question, "Are you making your calls?" And they look down and like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "I know, it's my own fault. I haven't been making the calls." So if you want to make the 500, if you want to make the $1,000,000, it is going to be on you to hold yourself accountable to make those calls. And that's why we created the morning huddle, to help Andrew amplifying, reminding you guys to make your calls and how important that is. So you have a community of people helping with that. When a lead comes in, we've got a lot of community pages on our website. We've got incredible SEO. We have more than 600,000 properties live, indexed on Google, and those are creating scheduled appointments and getting us in positions one on Google. We have hundreds of thousands of position one, page one in Google, and all of our agents are sitting in position one on page one of Google for their name if they filled out their bio properly, like we talk about in orientation. And so every person that's done that is in position one, page one, and sometimes there's 2 or 3 Realty Texas listings for them when they Google their own name on the first page of Google. Now we have AI blogs that will help you create an entire set of blogs. We've got Michelle LaFortune, who has created a 20 blogs a week campaign for agents. It literally takes a second to create an entire blog. Type in an idea, click a button, it will create a real estate blog for you. You can modify it, change it, click save, it's done. It's literally that easy. We have videos on that I'm going to show you later. And then building your database to 200 people. That 200 people is going to be the database that you eventually sell at some point. You get to the point where you've been in the business for 20 years, you're going to start pulling back, you don't want to be in the field anymore. Then all you do is call your people and then get a buyer agent and a listing agent that's on your team and have them out there taking these leads and closing them with you, and you get a referral fee for each one of them. or you sign an agreement with them, and every time any one of those people close, you get a referral fee in the mail, and not call them anymore. So as long as you have the database, you've got a lot of options moving forward in your career. When we are a salesperson and we're wearing our salesperson hat, the prospecting thing that we have to do first, we want to call new leads as soon as possible. You want to make sure that your power hour is happening every single day, 20 calls a day. We also have a huge opportunity vault here of 30, 40,000 people that have registered on our website that we've never been able to get in contact with. And sometimes it takes us 6 months to get in contact with people. So we're continuing to call them. There have been people that registered in 2018 and we finally got a hold of them. And when we talked to them, and like, yeah, I've been getting your guys' messages. I wasn't ready, but now I am. So I'd like you guys to help me. And finally, they're responsive. But we're making 500 calls a day outbound. We need to amplify that. Open houses are a must. As you may have heard, or this might be the first time you're hearing this, I'm not sure, but we have 3 grand open house weekends happening this weekend, next weekend, and the weekend after. This weekend, for those of you in this marketplace, we are having a large grand open house for all of you. Elisa St. John is going to take you into the field and show you guys how to do an open house. She's doing it on Saturday and Sunday in Star Ranch. Saturday is going to be the soft open. Everyone is going to meet her at a specific property. She's going to show you how she puts up her signs. She's going to show you how she sets up her property. She's going to show you how baking the cookies and her scripts and how she talks to people when they come in. So you're going to be pretty well trained on Saturday. Then Sunday, in Star Ranch, that same community, we're going to hold all of the properties open. And I think Kim Adele has 6 listings. And so we're going to split up between people and you're going to blanket that community. You're going to learn more about this from Lisa Ormsby as we get into Mega Mini tomorrow. She's going to tell you all about this. So I'm not going to take any questions on this topic right now. So if you have any questions about this weekend's open house, that's not going to happen right now. That's going to happen tomorrow in Mega Mini. I'm just letting you know now that this is happening. Next weekend, the same thing. Elisa St. John is going to take you to Sun City. She is going to do the soft open on Saturday. And then Sunday, we're going to host them all open. And then the following week after that, which is week 3, again, she's going to do the same thing in Star Ranch again, and we're going to host it again. And right now, the company is spending dollars advertising those listings right now so that we can get as much traffic as we can. And we have at least 3 grand opens, which means they're hitting the market that weekend and they've never been held open before. So this is a great way for you to learn and pick up buyers and immediately get buyer representation agreements. And it's my belief that there will be no less than 5 buyer rep agreements signed that weekend, and you're already working with clients. Is it mandatory to show up? No. Would you be crazy not to show up? Yes, you would be crazy not to show up because you have got a top producing agent who is a master at doing open houses, who's taken Mega, who's a Mega graduate, who does business the way we've taught in Mega and is the perfect example to learn from. And she's willing to be very giving of her time. Many of you have already gone and done open houses with her because she's always willing to bring out real estate agents that are at Realty Texas to teach them how to do these open houses. So that's happening the next 3 weekends. So if you have the time, I would block out 1 to 5 on Saturday and Sunday. The open house is from 2 to 4. We're going to be showing up an hour early at 1 o'clock. We lock the door at 4, but we've got signs to pick up. So you're probably going to get out of there around 4:30-ish. Sometimes you are ending your open house and you turn off all the lights and you're standing at the door to lock, and then 3 people show up and you're like, oh, I just turned everything off. But yes, we can show it to you real quick if you have that time. So give yourself a little bit of time and a little bit of grace afterwards. So I would schedule a 1 to 5er on Saturday and Sunday for the next 3 weekends. And if you're not in the marketplace, there's no reason why you can't come up here if specifically to get this type of training, because it doesn't really matter where you get the training because it's going to apply to every marketplace that we have here. And if you're in the marketplace, even better. The database, again, 200 contacts, past clients, sphere. These are the people that you're going to be talking with on a regular basis. You're going to be right now cleansing your database. And this over the next 30 days while you're sitting on the couch with nothing to do, because that happens at Mega, right? No, it doesn't. But anyway, you're going to be, as often as you can, getting into your app and cleaning your data. You're going to go through and find, oh, this is a water company saved in my phone, but I don't live in that state anymore. I'm going to delete Tallahassee Water Company from my phone because that's a lead, that's a contact I don't need. And going through your databases and really cleaning up your contacts and going through your text messages and saving those people that you know that should be a contact in your phone. Amy McAllister on Thursday is going to be showing you guys how to import the data. Tomorrow's Thursday. She's going to be in the Mega Mini taking you guys through and showing you how to import your contacts into CXM using the app. And if you have a spreadsheet with all your contacts, she's going to show you how to import that as well as turn on your smart plans and use your CRM. So that's coming tomorrow. Please don't miss your Mega Mini tomorrow. And then accountability, bi-weekly. Please, Mega Mini, we come. It's important. Tuesday, Thursday. That accountability is super important. Now, here is our action plan summary of how I built the action plans that your entire CRM is sitting on. So this is a week view. You've got a new lead that falls out of the sky, that falls into what we call the new pipeline. So it falls in on whatever we're going to call day 0 is. Whether that day 0 is a Thursday that lead came in, or whether it was a Monday that the lead came in, instead of calling it a day of the week, we're just going to call that day 0 for now. It comes in, and the moment that it comes in, our system immediately sends them an SMS. Thank you for registering on Realty Texas website. And then it sends them an introductory email, a very carefully worded email, thanking them for registering and visiting our website. Then a call task is generated on your app. If it comes into our company new smart plan, if it comes into our company account from someone registering on realtytexas.com, it goes into our grabber. And everyone who's in our sales department, who's gone through the training, who's been enrolled in our system, and who has been enrolled, they will get a notification on their app that says new lead available. And if it's a lead that's in your metro, because you get the notification based on what metro you're in. So if you're in the Austin metro and a lead just came in and you're enrolled in the sales department, the app pops up with a notification that says new lead. You click the notification, it takes you to our grabber system, and the grabber system has a call button, and then it immediately calls them. So the first person to check out that lead gets the lead. We call, we have a conversation with them, and Amy McAllister is going to show you, as part of the sales department, how to take proper notes, how to put the proper pipeline in, and how to properly make sure that you fill out all of the fields so that we have the correct information. And if you did have a conversation with them, it's going to create a room for you. The room is going to already be in your room system. The contact is already going to be there. And now you're going to explode the rep agreement packet, and you're going to try to set an appointment with them. You're going to set a MLS client gateway in our MLS Plus system, all the things. That's all coming soon. I'm not showing you how to do any of that. I'm just letting you know what's happening in the background, and we're going to fill in the gaps as we get into the next module of Mega. And then after you made the phone call, if we did not get a hold of them, it was no answer, left voicemail, then it sends them a text message. Hey, I just left you a voicemail. And for those of you who listened to my recording of the exam answers, this is kind of how it goes for a lot of these leads who don't answer. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton at Realty Texas. Thank you so much for registering our website. Looks like you were interested in 123 Main Street. Was calling you about that property. Looks like you're busy. No problem. I'll give you a call after my appointment today at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Hi, Tom. Jack Stapleton called you earlier regarding 123 Main Street. Again, thank you so much for registering on our website. Looks like you're busy. No problem at all. I'll give you a call in the morning. Look forward to talking to you then, Tom. In the morning, hey Tom, Jack Stapleton, Realty Texas. Hey, still trying to get your questions answered regarding that property at 123 Main Street. Gave you a call yesterday, promised I'd call this morning, so I want to make good on that promise. It looks like you're still busy. No problem, totally get it. I'll give you a call this afternoon after my appointments at 4 o'clock. Hope to talk to you then. And you keep having that same conversation. Does that sound complicated? Does that sound scary? No, but if you don't have those scripts and you pick up the phone, you're thinking, what in God's earth do I say to this person? I've already called them 3 times. But I just told you what you're going to tell them. You're going to promise that you're going to call them again, and you're going to reference the call that they had. And so that's how these calls usually go. So here we are on day 0. Day 1 at 10 a.m., it's going to have a call text, and your phone is going to bring up a message at 10 a.m. And it's literally telling you to call them because you get a notification and a reminder to call because we haven't connected with them, and the system knows that because it wasn't answered, create room, it was no answer. So we have a pop-up now that says, call them at 10 a.m. We call them at 10 a.m. They don't answer. The system sends them a text message, and then boom, 4 o'clock. We have an auto reminder. And then the next day, 10 a.m., we call them, sends them a text message. On day 3, we don't have an afternoon call. And so these are our call plans, our smart plans. On day 0, we call once. On day 1, we call twice. On day 2, we call once. Day 3, we call once. Day 4, we call once. Day 5, we call once. Day 6, and day 7 is what we call last chance. We call them twice a day and twice a day. Interestingly, by the 6th call, you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. I'm going to show you some figures by Boomtown, what's recently acquired by Zillow, by the way, which is why you don't want to use a third-party CRM because it will end up getting acquired by Zillow and they will have your data. No one has our data. It's very much protected. So having your data in a brokerage CRM that will never be sold to Zillow is a very important thing because Zillow is already sending these people emails from their CRM inviting them back to Zillow. And then when people register on Zillow and they click the button, it's going out to their sold programs. And so they're taking the CRM data, pushing them back to the website. People are pushing the call button and it's going out to their paid Zillow agents, which is crazy. That's not going to happen here. It's very important that we follow the smart plans and that you guys are getting all of your content into the CRM. Okay, enough about that. More will come, I promise. Remember what I talked about yesterday or on Monday, administrative tasks versus income producing tasks. You have to, as an agent, prioritize the income producing tasks. So for 1 out of 1 hour of your administrative tasks, you need 2 hours of prospecting tasks, income producing tasks. For every hour of administrative tasks, 2 hours of income producing tasks. And income producing tasks is conversations with people. Income producing tasks are prospecting. Mailing out a letter is not income producing. Calling people back that has reached out to you is income producing. Calling our vault is income producing. Running ads on Facebook is administrative. Calling the people who reached out or texting people back who have reached out to you, that's income producing. So you can separate the two by, am I communicating with the consumer about buying, selling a home? Not am I licking an envelope. It might feel like sending out an 8x8 campaign is income producing, but that is the very first thing that you can outsource. But what you're not going to outsource is the responses of those coming back. Very important that we do our income producing tasks first and then our administrative tasks. We're going to be wanting to gravitate the opposite. We're going to want to naturally gravitate to, let's get all my admin stuff done and then call my leads. Don't do it. Flip it. The mindset flip means that you do your income producing tasks first. You're prioritizing income producing tasks. You're prioritizing money into your organization first. And if you're trying to meet that 500 or a million, or you want to make 100 grand and you've never made more than 35 or 40,000 in a year in real estate, then you're prioritizing admin tasks, period. This is going to be a mental shift for you. So more information about the administrative tasks. Administrative tasks keep your business functioning, but do not directly produce revenue. These tasks include business planning, ordering office supplies, memorizing scripts, data entry, running ads, updating a database, continuing education, social media management, blogging, property tours, being mentored, responding to emails and phone calls. Now, what is income producing? Are all the activities that directly generate revenue that result in a sale. This could include signing rep agreements, closing deals with clients, and other tasks that bring in money to the business. By focusing on these core tasks, agents convert prospects into paying clients and drive the flow of income into their real estate business. And how important prospecting is to your overall business. We got to be prospecting. Prospecting is identifying who is going to be your income producing people. We'll talk about more of that in Mega Mini tomorrow as well. Okay, and make note of that, Lisa, because I want to talk to you about something. Success blockers. Are you able to recognize by raising a hand of maybe some success blockers that you have in your life? We all have success blockers. There are things that are blocking our success in life. We have to identify those things and write them down. Then, once we have it written down, then we need to have to figure out how to build a contingency plan for that. How to identify when that's happening. What do I do when I find myself in that scenario? A success blocker might be Instagram on your phone. A success blocker might be an app, Candy Crush on your phone. Could you see how Candy Crush might be a success blocker for some agents? Because Rosany's like, yep, actually you just called me out, Jack. No, I'm just kidding, Rosany. I don't know if that's true.
No, I deleted mine.
We can find ourselves literally vacuum 2 or 3 hours out of our day just by the habit of getting sucked into social media at 20 minutes a time here and there. And it really robs us of our time. We talked about the 3 8-hour quadrants of our day: 8 hours sleep, 8 hours that we get to do whatever we want, and 8 hours of working. In that 8 hours of working, you really do need to prioritize your life with distractions aside. Something that I found very powerful that an agent can do, and I know this is a really tough one, but have 2 phones, a work phone and a personal phone. And that work phone, it not have any of that on it. It's stripped of anything to do with the success blocker, and you don't touch the play phone until later. And that's it. So we can figure this out, but maybe you have an iPhone, maybe you have an iPhone and an iPad, and you have 2 different iCloud accounts, one for your iPad and one for your iPhone. And on your iPad are all your apps and all of your games and all of those things that you know are success blockers, and you don't put those on your phone. Just an idea there. So, success blockers. For each hour of admin tasks you perform in your business, we need to invest 2 hours of prospecting. I am going to send you, we're going to go on break. When we come back from break, I'm going to put you in a breakout session. And we get back from that breakout session, we're going to, in groups of 5, I want you guys to list 10 different areas to prospect for business that will help you generate revenue into your business, income producing tasks, and then 5 success blockers that are getting in your way. So let's do our break first. It's 10:01. Let's come back at 10:10. As soon as we get back, I'm going to tell you this again and put you into a 8-minute breakout session. I'll see you back at 10:10.
Andrew, aren't you supposed to be doing book club right now?
That is correct, but all of you are in this class.
Were you abandoned then, is what you're saying, Andrew?
I have been abandoned.
It's okay. It just shows you how important you guys have made Mega for us. So
Yeah.
Abandoned, but never forgotten, brother.
You know, I got Round Rock donuts and orange juice for anybody that wanted to show up.
oh my goodness. Now you got me regretting.
Andrew, can I ask you a
Andrew
question
brought
really
Round Rock
quick?
donuts.
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
It's
No.
going to have to wait until the next break.
How do you find the square footage if it isn't on WCAD of a lot?
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. I know we had a couple of questions in there. I promise we will get to those at our next break. We gotta power forward. We've got a lot of things to cover. We are still catching up from our being behind on Monday, so I don't want to miss anything from today's class. When I'm going to put you in groups of 5, or groups of 5 to 7, and I want you to immediately select a group captain. Don't get this wrong and forget, and then come back into the main session and say, oh, we had a great conversation, but we didn't select a group captain. You have to, first thing first, someone pick a captain. This is a rule. There is going to be points that come out of this group session. Somebody who gives really impactful information is going to, their group captain will earn points for the entire team. So you're representing your team when you come back out. I'm going to be asking for many, many group captains today. You should never be a group captain more than once in one day. I don't want to have the same group captains every single time, because if you are a group captain the second time in one day and you are the winner, no one in your team, including yourself, are going to get the points. Did everybody hear me? There are group captain hogs in Mega. Can you believe it? We're not going to let that happen because I want everyone to be a group captain. Okay, so again, group captain, whoever you may be in all of these groups, you're going to have to bring back to your main session, because you're going to be a scribe for everyone, 10 different areas that you can prospect for business. That's one list. The second list is going to be 5 success blockers. I recommend you do your success blockers first, and then you do your group of 10. I'm only going to give you 8 minutes, so you got to move quick. When you come back to group, I'm going to go bam, bam, right down the list, and then we're going to move on. Okay, so you should have your group breakout sessions here in a second. I want 7, 6. All right, so we're going to have 6 groups. That is perfect. And I said 8 minutes. There you go. You should have your breakout rooms invitations open. Okay, welcome back from your breakout session. Usually I see lots of people laughing and smiling. I don't see anybody laughing and smiling this time. So I don't know what's going on in those breakout rooms, but we need to amplify that energy. Group 1 is Aki, Andrew, Andy, Corby, Grace, Lewis, Tasha, Wells. Who is our captain out of Group 1?
That was me. This is Corby.
Corby, all right. What did your group come up with?
So for success blockers, we had social media, refrigerator, lack of direction / time management, overbooking of personal activities, TV, and then we added an extra one, poor influence friends.
Okay, we only get 5 because you might steal one from another. So we only get 5. So we're going to rewind and scrape that from the history books. All right,
Okay.
Thank you. Good job on those 5. So remember, give me your top 5 other group captains, your top 5. Now, let's talk about your top 10. What is your top 10 prospecting tools?
Sphere of influence, gym, salon, social media groups, open houses, retirement communities, schools, church / temple, volunteer groups, small business.
Okay. Excellent. SOI, gym, salon, social media, open house, retirement communities, schools, church, temples, volunteer groups, and small businesses. Good job. Excellent job, Group 1. Corby, you did a great job. All right. If you would put those in the chat for me, hopefully you can get that in one post. That would be awesome. Copy and paste. Thank you, Group 1. All right, let's move on to Group 2 and see how you did, but we're not going to do Group 2. We're going to go down to Group 6, and we're going to break it up a little bit. Group 6 is Brandon, Charlie, Christine, Gabriel, Robert, and R. Wang. Wait a minute, who is that? Who is my group captain out of 6?
I am Christine.
Christine, hello.
Hi. Okay, so places to plug into for leads. Sphere.
Let's do the other ones first. I want to do the success blockers if you can.
Social media is 1. 2, admin versus income producing mindset. 3, retreating or being shy due to mood disorders. 4, making assumptions about people in our sphere. 5, focusing on current contacts versus prospecting.
Okay. Interesting. Assumptions is huge. Thank you. All right, let's do your top 10 for your prospecting?
1. Sphere of influence. 2. Church. 3. Military bases. 4. Neighborhood coffee shop. 5. Charity events. 6. Apartment lease teams. 7. New home builders. 8. Farmers market. 9. Alumni network and events. 10. Children's school events.
Okay. Would you put those in the SOI church, coffee shops, apartment leasing builders? Okay, put those in the chat. Good job, Christine. Excellent work. You represented your group very well. Group 5, Isa.
Yes, I was the group captain for group 5, and we have the 5 success blockers. Number 1 was definitely social media. Number 2 is driving or short commutes. A lot of us spend time in the cars. 3, fear of failure. 4, Netflix TV. 5, time management. For areas to prospect, we have expired listings, open houses, opportunity vault, door knocking, for sale by owners, social events, like any social event really, sphere of influence, members of teams and sports, like if your kids are in sports or any kind of team, 9 mailers, and then 10 social media and closed groups.
Okay. You added a lot of them that I had not yet heard yet, especially when it comes to some of the tools that we're offering. So good job, group 5. Good job, Izzy.
Thank
Group
you.
6, we did. Now we're gonna do group 2, which is Angela, Brandon, Donita, Eric, Kyle, Lizette, Wong, and Indu. Who's the captain at group 2?
I am the captain of group 2.
Okay.
Brandon. For success blockers, we have social media, we have television, we have overthinking, we have fear, and we have time management.
Ain't that the truth? All right.
Prospecting. So we have church, we have gym, your surrounding neighborhood, school meetings, city meetings, nonprofit organizations, HOA meetings, sports and physical activities, conventions, and social gatherings.
Okay. Good job. All right, group 3, Ariel, Darlene, Iris, Katie, and Luckinson. Who is my captain out of 3?
Good morning, I'm the captain.
Thank you, Iris.
For the blockers, we have mindset, we have social media, including Netflix, we have poor time management, procrastination, and we also add lack of business planning.
Ooh,
and
boy.
then,
Okay, that's a big one.
thank you. And then for our prospects, we have neighbors, social media platforms, co-workers, sport teams, church events, open houses, expired listings, local businesses, for sale by owners, everything that we can find in the MLS related to that topic, and our sphere of influence.
Thank you. All right, last but least, let's see, we had group 1, we had group 6, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm looking for group 4. Group 4 is Alicia, Anne, Cheryl, Isabel, Jeff, Jonathan, and Yana. Who is the captain out of group 4? And that is it.
That was actually me, Jack. I was our captain here.
All right, Jeff, let's do it.
All right, so 5 success blockers. We had juggling jobs. For me, it was a mental struggle thing at times. Time management, our kids and pets and so forth like that needing time, and social media. Everybody's kind of said, but I also like to use, for me personally, fantasy sports because I tend to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then 10 different ways to connect with people. Taking around and using social media to connect with people, joining clubs, book clubs, anything along the lines of that, where you're being around other people, happy hours where you're socially around other people as well. The gym, I've heard that a couple of times, but we also came in with that. One I thought of was meeting builders, as that's something I did with Ken yesterday. Going to city council meetings. I've heard sports teams because that's something else I also do as well. And what am I missing?
That was 9.
That was 9. I'm missing one. What was it? And just networking in different ways.
Okay, Jeff, I need you to write that down, put it in the notes. Group captains, please find our chat and add, hopefully in one text, your 5 success blockers that you spoke about and the 10 areas that you're going to prospect. We're going to talk about this more later tomorrow on Friday so that Lisa can go through that list and pick the winner. And as she does, she will announce who the winner is, and that group is going to win 250 participation points. That is a lot of points. So let's see who is going to be our winner. So thank you, Lisa, for doing that. Take out a piece of paper and a pen, if you have one, hopefully nearby somewhere. And I want you to jot down these 3 people. Who is the most influential person in your family? Who is the most influential person in your friend group? Who is the most influential person in your past, either school or job? Typically, it doesn't take a lot to figure out who these people are. Why do you think I'm asking you to write these 3 people's names down?
Hey, Jack, do they have to be alive?
Yes, Charlie.
Oh,
Unless you can channel them from the dead.
I mean, those are the people that you want to keep in touch with and keep close.
Could you repeat the last one, Jack?
It's on the screen, but yes, I can. The most influential person in your family, the most influential person in your friend group, and the most influential person in your past job or school. And I want you to write these 3 people's names down. And yes, because you want to keep in contact with these people, but more importantly, because during Mega, you're going to call these 3 people. And you're going to say, I need your help. You're connected. I respect you. You're someone I look up to. I'm in real estate now, and this is my gig. I'm in the middle of a Master Salesperson training course. This is going to be my profession for life. I'm trying to make the most of it, and you're the most influential person I know. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, I'd really like to be your referral source. And when you yourself are ready to buy, sell, or lease, I'd really, really appreciate you giving me a shot. And then ask them for some tips. They're going to give you advice, and you're going to call them and say, and then after that, before that conversation is over, you're going to say, do you mind if I call you and just check in with you in maybe a month, give you some time to, kind of ponder on some advice that you may have for me that you might think of, but you're really someone that I would like to continue keeping up with because I know that I can learn from you. I know that there is wisdom that you can help me with my business. If someone called you and said that to you, what would you say to them? Would you be offended or would you be honored?
So honored.
Honored.
Okay.
Very honored.
Honored.
Now, as the caller, you're going to maybe be afraid to make that call, but the callee, the person who's receiving your call, they're going to be honored by receiving that call. So don't think for a moment that they're going to hang up on you. Now, I'm going to ask you a very important question. Who is your mentor in life? Right now, who is your mentor? Who is that person in your life? And the most important follow-up question I'm ever going to ask, and maybe this is the most important question anyone has ever asked you, esoterically, is who are you a mentor for? And we don't have enough mentors in this world. We don't have enough role models in this world. And you are a role model for someone. And do you level up to that job? Are you good for it? And if you're not, I want you to identify those people. They might be kids, they might be other people, but there are people who look up to you. There are people who are mimicking you, and there are people that want to be like you. That means you're a role model for them. That means that we need to be a leader. We need to dress the part, act the part, be respectful, and be the role model that we know that we need to be for those people, and recognize those people that are role models for us and hold them accountable for that job, whether they like it or not, and keep in contact with them. This world needs more role models. Influencers are not role models. Someone share the difference between an influencer and a role model.
An influencer will do things for like either views or for money, whereas a mentor or a role model will do it out of their care and their want and their desire and their passion.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, Brandon Medina, thank you. Brandon Taylor, and then Iris.
So I think the difference between influencers are showing lifestyle, not really bringing too much value, versus a mentor is somebody who's done what you've done before and is passing that advice down and bringing value to something that you're wanting to do or get into.
Okay. Thank you, Iris.
Hi, yes, I'm loving this topic. An influencer can be anyone. Anyone that can get followers can be an influencer. And unfortunately, a lot of the influencers that we see on social media are individuals that have no knowledge about anything. It's just about numbers. And a mentor should be a person that is a leader by example, somebody that is a very successful individual in the community, somebody that is humble, somebody that is willing and able to teach others everything that they know. And that is a very honorable thing to do.
An extremely honorable thing to do, and something that when we find ourselves in that position, that we know now we have to hold ourselves accountable to be that good role model that we need, that society needs to move forward. A role model should be someone who has respect, ethics, have a creed, and care. Whereas a social media person who is an influencer, they may not have any of these things. It's not about leading. It's often about themselves, whereas being a role model is about others. Leading a respectable life that is about helping lead people to a good place. Okay. We know that there are people in our life that maybe it's a grandparent, maybe it's a parent, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a very wise business person that you have associated yourself with. That person, you need to double down and call them and let them know who that person is, and make those phone calls. Most influential person in your family, the most influential person in your friend group, and the most influential person in your past job or school. Write those three people down. Have that as the priority. Those are in your A database. We're going to talk about the A group. You have in your CRM the ability to tag people in groups. That's going to be your part of your A class, and you're going to be looking at them in a different way. So now, who are three influencers that you know? Because we're going to write them because we're not going to discount the influencers, are we? Because influencers are incredibly well connected. So I'm not going to ask you to call this out, but I want you guys to write down who are the three biggest influencers that you know. That's different than influential. The influencer is going to be maybe someone that you don't know at all, that you keep seeing, that you want to mimic and follow. It could be another real estate agent in the marketplace that you've been looking at that is impressing you, or someone, and you try to reach out to them. And you try to get in front of them because you want them to mention you in their feeds and in their follows, and figure out how can you make that happen. In fact, you can even pay influencers, sometimes 250, sometimes $500 to do a post about you, and it will hit their 100,000 followers. And so I want you guys to also be spending a little bit of time about that. But remember, your name is your most valuable asset. There is in our reputation management class that we're going to be taking on the 13th, we're going to talk more about reputation and how important that is. But make sure that you're associating yourself with people that's going to elevate your name, not de-elevate your name. So these are people that are important to have on your radar right now, identifying who these are. All right. One of my mentors from a coaching class that I've been taking for years and years is um, just an amazing person, Rick Ruby, who is the owner of coachings called Core Coaching. Core Coaching gives us this really, really cool coaching challenge pin. At the back of this says, I can generate 100 leads a month. It's a challenge token that they've given us. I go to the Core Coaching, so does Lisa. This is something that's huge for us. One of Rick Ruby's trainers gets up on the stage every time and she says, God isn't making any more time or any more land. Both of those are your most precious non-renewable resource. And I smile every time she says that because, my gosh, is that not true? A successful agent, you have to operate from a business plan. You have to have a plan. And part of this is, all right, I heard Jack say that I need to make 20 calls every day. Well, where's that 20 calls going to be on your calendar? It needs to be on your calendar so that you don't have the ability to forget about it, that you prioritize it over all else, and everything else falls around that in your calendar. So for those of you who have been in the book club with Andrew and read the Shift book, awesome. This is going to be another paragraph that I'm going to pull out of the Shift book that I always read several of these passages. This is on page 75 in the Shift book. I'm going to read this to you. Successful people annually time block 3 things. First, they make a list of all of the vacations and time off they want to take for the year, and they time block them off on their calendar. This way, they have guaranteed to themselves, their family, and their friends that personal time comes first. Now, they're simply working in between their time off instead of working all of the time, and as a result, taking too little time off too late. So first, we're going to prioritize those people who are supporting us in our family because people have taken a chance on us to get our real estate license. They're supporting us. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but we're going to prioritize them. So first, when we're doing our business plan on page 75 of the book, we're going to prioritize the family first, the anniversaries, the birthdays, all of the things on the holidays, and we're going to hard code that on your calendar. It is a busy on your calendar. When you double click on the calendar date and time and Outlook and the thing pops up, you're going to not select tentative, you're going to put busy. That means I'm not working that day. And if you've shared your calendar with anyone, it says you're unavailable that time. This is prioritization to family. Again, successful people annually time block 3 things. The first thing is the commitment to themselves and their family for the downtime. Second, they take out their calendar and they time block a few hours every day devoted to nothing but lead generation. I didn't say 20 minutes, did I? I didn't say 5 minutes. The book actually says successful people, the second thing they do when they're creating their calendar is to dedicate a few hours every single day devoted to nothing but lead generation. Whew. Successful people are focusing every day on lead generating, which means they are focused on income producing tasks which drive money into their business. And as they make more money in their business, as they're making $250 or $500 per hour, they have a $20 an hour budget to hire an assistant so that they can focus on income producing tasks. But if we're being our own assistant and focusing on only administrative tasks and known as being the sales force, no money is coming in, and that will lead to failure, which is why 90% of agents fail in this business, because they don't have any income because they focused on everything except income. The successful people, the 10%, the 5 to 10% who stick in the business, they've prioritized their family vacations. Second, they prioritize lead generation. And then number 3, they time block an hour each week to plan their week. So whether they start their week on Sunday or Monday, they take an hour on Monday and they hard code that out and it says, I'm going to plan my week. That means they live from a calendar. That means that they are planning their week. This is incredibly important. This is the earmark. This is the underscore, exclamation point of a successful leader, a successful real estate agent, a successful business person, a successful salesperson, someone who's going to generate revenue, is that they are planning and they have it on their calendar and they take those things seriously and they don't throw themselves or their calendar under the bus. So that way, when someone asks them for their precious resource, which is their time, they look on their calendar and say, nope, can't do it between 1 and 4 because I'm already booked. I can do it at noon or I can do it at 5. Those are the things. And maybe you have, maybe one of the most important things to you is family dinner. And so from 5 to 6:30, it's time blocked. Nothing's going to be bothering you and the phones are not allowed at the dinner table. You have to figure out in your life what those time schedules on your calendar are going to be for and why, and prioritize those. This is primary. It's step 1. The effect of not doing this, not planning your day, not planning your week, not planning your month, and not planning your year, is the cyclical cycle. Do you see the heartbeat of the real estate agent business? You see as the bell curve goes up, you got a really happy person, and on the way down, it's kind of and on the bottom you have the unhappy person. What do you think that this cyclical cycle represents?
When you have something planned.
Reaping what they sowed in prospecting or not prospecting.
These are their transactions. This is every month. Maybe this is every month for them. They had 3 clients. They're the beginning of the month. They got 3 clients they're working with. They're so excited. They stopped prospecting. They closed the first one, got a check coming, got 2 more, closed the second one. Now they only have 1 more check coming. And then they closed the third one and no more checks coming. And they're like, oh my gosh, is this it? Is this it? Am my business done? Am I ever going to get another client? Am I ever going to have any more revenue? I got to start all over again. I got to go find all these people again. How do I replace these people? And the fear and the anxiety and the stress and the cortisol and all of that comes tunneling forward. For those of you who have ADHD, you can use this to your example. You can use this. You can use this because this is powerful, because you're not going to allow yourself to procrastinate, to ever find yourself in the situation where you're at the bottom of the month and you have no clients, no representation agreements, no checks coming, and you got that fear set in, because your bills are going to come back every month. Your house payment, your car payment, college tuition, your student loans, your health care, it's coming. Your water bill's coming. Your cell phone bill's coming. Your internet bill's coming. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's relentless. It's relentless. This means that you have to be relentless about filling your pipelines and having consistent income. And that comes from consistency. And consistency is respecting, first of all, having the process in place to plan your week, and then having the process of every day of living by your calendar and not throwing your calendar on the bus. And when you're inside that calendar item, that you're not on your phone, on Instagram and on Candy Crush, that you're focusing on that calendar item, which is, I'm a professional. I said I wanted to be my own boss. Am I going to be a good boss, or am I going to suck? Because if a boss that is not a good boss is allowing yourself to not work and not holding yourself accountable, and you can't allow yourself to be a bad boss for yourself. Many of you said on Monday, one of the reasons why I got my real estate license is because I get to be my own boss and I get to have time management. Well, great. This is what that really means for you. Welcome to Sales 101. It means that you get to hold yourself accountable for having the time scheduled on your calendar to work. That's what it means. That no one is holding you accountable except for yourself. And when you look in the mirror and you're not making enough money, there's only one person to blame. It's not your broker. It's not your brokerage. It's not the market. It's not the economy or whatever bad a negative influence that you've got in your brain in that moment, whatever negative conversation is going on in your brain, because I've proven to you there's 27,000, 30,000 sides happening every single month in real estate. There's 300 million in commissions income that happened just in the last quarter in one marketplace in Texas. That means $1 billion worth of commissions across the state in one quarter. And you're telling me that you can't have one transaction happening a month? That's completely on you. Has nothing to do with the market, nothing to do with the interest rates, nothing to do with anything other than you planning your day, week, month, year, and finding that success. And then once it's working and the transactions are coming and you're closing a steady amount of income, you're never going to find the cyclical cycle, because this is the burnout. This is what agents struggle with so much. This is what makes this profession go from incredibly amazing to the worst. When you're sitting there with no rep agreements, no income, no checks, and then you get a transaction and you focus on closing and come out the other side, and you've got no one coming again, and you realize how hard it is to find clients, it is not a fun place to be. So we're going to scrap that idea. We're going to turn the page on that. That's the old me. We're going to shake that off, and we're going to say, all right, moving forward, this is the new me. The new me runs from a calendar. The new me plans. The new me is running from a business plan that ensures that my pipelines are filled, that income is coming in, and that I achieve the 500,000 and $1 million. And what helps you stay accountable to that goal is what's going to happen tomorrow, which is you guys doing your goal board. And if you don't think doing a goal board is important, you are missing a huge part of visualizing your success in the future, because your drivers are what is going to help you get out of bed in the morning and get into making those phone calls. Because for a lot of people, until you've been doing it for a while, you don't want to do that. And people push off the things that are painful and do the less painful things first. And I'm telling you, do the painful things first. Make your calls. After the calls are done, then do your administrative tasks. But you need to know your why. Your why is part of your mission statement, part of your vision statement, and part of your value statement. And your vision board is going to be the vacation, the kids, the car that you want, the house that you want, the epithet on your tombstone that says this person was kind. What reputation do you want to leave behind, and how can you get rid of the layers of life to make yourself independently wealthy, to build the generational wealth that you want? Because you already took the chance on yourself to get yourself a real estate license. You're already here with the license, and there's massive amount of money to be made, and all you got to do is go and get it now. It's not about the license anymore. Now it's about holding yourself accountable to go do the job, and the job is a salesperson. And salespeople need to be selling. It's not about showing homes. It's not about touring homes. It's not about property tours. It's about prospecting. That's the job. That's the profession that you got into. So yes, the actual throes of this business is fun, but most of the time, prospecting is not the most fun thing unless you really like people. And once you get over the fear of having the conversations and you make the job about what it really is, which is connecting with people, having conversations with people, especially on the phone, that's going to change your life forever. Mary Beth Ray, one of the best agents I know, she got into Mega and she said, Jack, I'm not making the calls. I'm not doing it. I had to work on her. I had to work on her. I had to work on her. And guess what? She has tripled her production, and she makes her calls, and she is fearless about it. So every single agent who has come into Mega has come in with the fear. Phyllis, even Andrew, even Ken Pearson had clients from 10 years ago that they have never called. They knew they needed to, but they hadn't, because no one held them accountable to do it. And Ken said, you know, Jack, I called someone that I hadn't spoke to in 10 years, one of my very first clients. And she was like, oh my God, Ken, how are you? And the conversation went so well. He wasn't even expecting it. And she said, I'm going to sell the house. You called me at just the right time. And he came in here and his hair was on fire. He was all fired up. He's all excited, more so than he usually is. And he went and got that listing. And during Mega, he had 5 transactions that he built up from his making the calls. That's exactly what you're going to do starting today. Is the old life is a chapter that's closed. The new life is new fresh air. And you're going to be riding the wave of prospecting and keeping your pipelines filled, checks coming. It's a completely different situation. And do not let the negative, the little voice in your head that starts saying, I can't because you can. The little voice that says, but everything's against me because it's not. In 2007, I experienced a bad market as a real estate agent. That's when I got on the business and everything was short sale. Everything was foreclosure. I was going on listing appointments for people who were losing their house to foreclosure and their family was going to be homeless. And here I am getting a $6,000 paycheck from their family disaster. That was hard, emotionally hard. Homes in the market for 300 days, 500 days. They're bringing $20,000 to the table, which is their life savings to try to stay away from short selling. And then we do another $20,000 price reduction and boom, now their credit's going to be blown for the next 2 years because they can't rent it or sell it. That was hard. None of this is hard in this market. We're in a terrific market right now. This is not a bad market. The opportunity that you have for yourselves right now in this market is incredible. So don't let that negative thing speak because no matter what happens to the market's always going to favor someone. And there's opportunity in every single market, whether it's a seller's market, whether it's a buyer's market, no matter what's going in the market, there's always opportunity for salespeople. You know what's going on in Ukraine right now? The biggest real estate boom Ukraine has ever had. They have bombs landing on schools and churches. And there are real estate professionals out there helping people buy and sell homes right now at a level never seen before. No matter what goes on, no matter what crisis happens in the world, people need a house to live in. And it's us that help them get a roof over the head where they're safe and people appreciate our services. And when it's done right, it's a very beautiful thing to watch. So no more negative thing in your ear. Everything that you have ahead of you is uncapped earning potential, period. The abundance in front of you, there's nothing that's in the way except for your mindset. And yesterday, when I talked about mindset, it could not be more true. Salespeople run their business. They manage it. They don't let people run it for them. They don't let their clients manage their time for them. They run it from a calendar. When a closing is coming and the client says, oh, the title company offers 10 a.m. A lot of rookies will say, okay, yeah, I can be there at 10 o'clock, and then look at their calendar and they're calling everything that was important at 10 o'clock and canceling all of their appointments. That's not how professionals work. Professionals say, I'm booked between 10 and 11:30. What's your first available after that? Because you are running a business, and if you've already promised your time, it is unethical to redo your schedule unless it rises to the occasion of something that's really hypercritical, and that is rare. Don't throw your calendar under the bus. We have to plan. You're in control of your business. You need to set your goals, you need to plan, and then you act and hold yourself accountable. Now, all the money in real estate, all the money, Tom Ferry video that we're going to watch, and I even spoke about it in the video of your exam that I sent out on Monday. Tom Ferry is standing on a fade. Tom Ferry is one of the most infamous real estate coaches, and he has his own YouTube channel. He's turned himself into an influencer. In one of his most famous videos of all time, he's standing on a stage at one of his conferences, and he looks out at a sea of people, and he says, all of the money. He says, I want you to write this down. And I'm literally quoting him word for word right now. He says, pull out a piece of paper, pull out a pen. I want you to write this down. All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. All the money. All the money in real estate today is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. Follow-up means they're making a call, they're making a text, they're sending an email, all of those things. They're not following up just by text. They're not following up just by email, and they're not following up just by phone. They're doing all three of those things. No more memory. He says, look to your neighbor and say, no more memory. And I want you to say it out loud too. No more memory.
No more
more
memory.
No more memory.
And what he is, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Mohammed. And what we're saying with no more memory is that when we get a call from someone that says, hey, I got your number from Sally, and Sally said that you're a real estate agent and I need your help. And you're like, okay, great, I'll call you this afternoon. And you hang up with them and you don't write it down. And then the next day, you're like, oh, wait a minute, someone called me yesterday on the phone. I completely forgot about them. You have to follow up with every single inquiry. You have to chase the business. The business doesn't chase you. And I think that's the first thing we learned when we got our real estate license is our phone didn't explode. Thinking, well, I'm me and I got my real estate license. How come my phone isn't blowing up right now? I don't get it. Because the business will never chase you. You have to chase the business. And those people chasing the business get the business. Because you got to care about the outcome as much as they do. And if you're not chasing it, they don't think you care. So you can't get a call from someone and not write it down. You have to immediately put it on your calendar and as a reminder and put them in your database and manage your database because your database is your business. Your sphere is where your business comes from and the value of your business. Because right now, all of you, the value of your business is zero. The value of your database is considerable. Your data, now, if your database has never been touched, your value of your database is zero. So as you're cleaning up your text chain of unsaved conversations from people that's part of your sphere that you've never bothered to save as a contact, you've added value to your business the moment you click save. The moment you put it in your CRM, you have added value of your database. Now, one of the things that we have for you in your CRM is a download button. This way you can get all of your contacts in RCXM. You can push one button and it'll download and it'll give you a beautifully designed spreadsheet with everything formatted. We give you a very, very cool way to import, edit, and build your database and manage your database. And guess what? If you were to hire an assistant, that might be the first thing you have them do is focus on building your database because that's the asset that you're trying to build. So then you turn on your smart plans, which is going to happen tomorrow, Thursday, in your Mega Mini. Amy McAllister is going to show you how to turn those smart plans on so that it starts reminding you to make those calls because all of you have already made calls. And guess what, guys? How in the world do you know when to call them again? Because right now it's probably in your head. I called 10 people yesterday, but did I take any notes on those conversations? Did I manage the date and time that I called them? Because if you just randomly called them in 7 months from now, how are you going to know when you called them last or what you spoke to them about yet? In 5 years from now, when you've been calling them twice a year and you've got 400 people in your database, it's going to be a blur and those database notes are going to be a good reminder of when you pop up to call them again of what's going on in their lives so that you can learn more about them so you can stay front and center in their mind and you can invest in them and you can know about what's going on in theirs. That is what a real estate professional / salesperson does. You've got a community of people that you're trying to help. They're your clients. You care about them. You love on them. You stay in contact with them and you have data on them. You're sending them you're sending them newsletters, which we have a newsletter system. You're sending them listings on a regular basis. We have a blast system for that. You're posting blogs with cool information and sending it to them. We've created that. You're calling them on a regular basis based on a smart plan, and we've built that for you. Every single aspect that you need to continue communicating with your spheres has been built for you, and all you have to do is push a button and boom, it's done. But what agents typically don't have is their database all in one place. Maybe they're thinking, gosh, I know I sent him an email last year, so maybe that was from my Yahoo account. So now they're going through their Yahoo account and their sent items, trying to find information, going into their Gmail account and looking in their contact list there, going into their Office 365 account, going through their cell phone, maybe going through their old cell phone, maybe even dredging up an old actual pocket whatever those things were called. I don't even remember anymore, Rolodex, and trying to find contacts there. But we're going to go to all of these places and we're going to try to get all of our data in one place. That way now you can effectively communicate with your entire spheres by knowing how to call and when to call again, and then blasting out information, including incredible newsletters that Deandra and Jessica in our social media department has created for you. I've got a bunch of videos coming to show you guys how to leverage our blog system, our social media system, our listing syndication engine, and your monthly newsletters. All of that has been done for you. All you need is your data in one place. In Tim Ferry's coaching class, he breaks this down, and I'm just going to break down a little bit. All the money is broken down is your opportunity to do business. Tech enabled has got to be CRM plus BombBomb plus RPR plus MLS plus and the MLS plus IDX, all of these things. Systematic is a plan. Relentless means you're not going to ever not do it. You're relentless about it. Scheduled according to a plan, and follow up, which is the 4 quadrants of your business. The last one, which is following up with these people on a regular basis. Built into our systems is AI. So when you're making these phone calls, the phone calls are recorded. Our AI is going to digitize the entire conversation, add it as a note in your system automatically. So the next time you make a call, you're going to click a button. AI is going to go through all of those conversations and give you a gist of what's going on. We have that in our sales department. You have it in your systems as well. And currently Realty Texas is flipping the bill for all of the AI calls. We're flipping the bill for all of the charges in your app, and we're flipping the bill for all of the emails that are being sent. So we're giving you the app. We're not charging for it. We're paying for all the usage for the phone numbers on the inbound and outbound calls. We're paying for all the SMS inbound and outbound. We're paying for all of the emails as well. So all you have to do is utilize the tools to show up, because we're investing in you, both teaching you guys the systems and processes and giving you the tools. So there's absolutely no reason to not have the success you're looking for. We have made sure that if there is possibly an excuse, that we've mitigated it. And that can be a little scary, because there are no excuses now. A couple questions before we go on our next break, because I know we owe a break. For those of you maybe have already come into my office because you were about to do a pilot, because you went through the Ready, Set, Sell program and you spent 10 minutes in my office and you got a little taste of some of the things I've spoken about in Mega, usually about a 10-minute conversation. We're going to hear some of that again for those of you who haven't. So if you've already been in my office, let's try to hear from someone who hasn't already heard this, because I'm curious, those people coming off the street without hearing from me first, what their mindset is on what does a real estate agent do? What does a real estate agent sell? Let's answer 1 and 2 together. Louis, your hand's up. What do we do and what do we sell?
We sell our services.
Woo! Louis nailed it. Okay. And what do we do? What are our services when we actually perform those services? What are those services?
Make sure they get their home.
Have the right information.
We help them buy, sell, or lease real estate.
No, it was advice and consultation.
That's right. That's right. It begins and ends that. We advise and counsel. Good job. So what do we do? Well, we provide professional services. And the 2 professional services is advice and consultation. We don't make decisions. We don't sell them homes. We don't help them buy homes. We are arm's length from the transaction. But it is true that we help them source properties. We show them homes and we do all of this stuff. But the true act of what we do is professional services. We get hired not by selling homes, but by getting representation agreements signed. And the heart of the representation agreement talks about what our duties are. And those duties are built into this independent contractor agreement. And the independent contractor agreement says that as a sales agent, this is your sales job. And this is what you do. And it's very clear in the independent contractor agreement. Paragraph 4 says your best efforts. What you're going to do is A, solicit listings and prospect for brokers' real estate business and provide brokerage services to prospects. But you're gonna use your associates' best professional efforts to A, solicit listings and prospects. I mean, your promise as an independent contractor, your job is a salesperson to go out there and sell and then bind a consumer to the broker, get the broker hired, and then it talks about what that really means. So you have authority as an associate. You're given unlimited power of authority to sign on the broker's behalf, on my behalf, no one else's. And that authority is written right here into paragraph 9. Signing brokerage service agreements. You have limited power of attorney to the associate may sign listing agreements, buyer or tenant representation agreements, and commission agreements on broker's behalf, provided that the associate complies with paragraph 6 of this agreement, which is fair housing, and the policy that the broker has as respect to signing agreements and what our commissions are as a firm, because NAR and fair housing and HUD and the DOJ and TREC says that the broker must establish the commissions. Broker is paid commissions. Agents are paid splits. When you go on a listing agreement, it's not your split, it's a broker split. We have to follow a plan and have a policy. And if we don't have a policy, the broker can lose their license. The broker has to have a brokerage splits, and the broker has to define what that is. And we have to be fairly applying that. If you discount a commission because the poor single mother was struggling, and then you don't discount the commission because, oh, the poor widower just lost her husband, that's a fair housing violation because you're offering separate treatment, exposing yourself to risk and to liability and the firm as well, which is why this is serious business. This isn't, I want this deal so bad, I want to do it for 1% because that's all they'll let me do. You're exposing yourself and the firm to losing its license. It doesn't work that way. The firm can't just arbitrarily change its policies for one customer. That is disseparate treatment. Now, what agents can do is they can give part of their commission dollars back, but they're exposing themselves and their own license, not the firm, and I don't recommend it. In 1,000 transactions, I have discounted my commission twice, and I did it pro bono in both cases. In one situation was the husband's wife died in Iraq, actually Afghanistan. And the second was my clients who were pregnant when I sold them the home. 4 years later, their 4-year-old toddler drowned in the pool. Both of those situations, I pro bono the sellers of those homes. And I did that. I wasn't going to discount my commission. The home was a sense of huge, I did that. But never else. And in fact, I'm going to show you examples of getting 8% commissions in listings where people who wanted me to offer the buyer side a bonus to try to sell their home, leaving my commission intact. You have power of attorney to bind the firm to these representation agreements based on policy. Then submission, you have to give the documents under paragraph B to the broker within 1 business day after the listing. Paragraph C says associate may not cancel or terminate or compromise any agreements to which broker is a party. We didn't come up with this agreement. This is a Texas Realtors promulgated independent contractor agreement. So this is what the brokerages use. First, it says you can sign an agreement, but you cannot cancel. You don't have authority to cancel a representation agreement. It has to go to your manager. And the manager will talk to you about it, talk to the customer about it, and if it needs to be canceled, that's something we'll talk about. But agents don't get to sign termination agreements. You don't have technically it's void on signature, that the agent never had the authority to do it in the first place, and so it's a void document. Okay, paragraphs E and F of the independent contractor agreement talk about geographic area and practice area. Geographic area and practice area is all about TREC's competencies, which we kind of talked about a little bit on Monday. You can go to your realtytexas.me, and in the competencies section at the bottom is where you can determine whether or not you've been deemed competent. The first 3 times you do a transaction, there is no question you must, according to TREC, be monitored or be supervised or have a mentor. TREC requires it. I do not legally have the authority to deem you competent by TREC until you've closed at least 3 transactions. It's on the associate to provide us evidence if you've closed 3 transactions before you came here, because how would we know? So there are a lot of brokerages that you may have come from that don't allow agents to do listings. So you need to bring us the proof, then we will put that in our systems. But it's also, TREC is saying, TREC doesn't want us to approve every single person just because they closed 3 transactions. They're saying, brokers, you must make sure that these people are competent so that they're not learning at the expense of the consumer. So we're taking away your right to approve them the first time or the second time or the third time. These people need to have some wisdom. So it's not that TREC is saying, oh yeah, do it 3 times and you're good. That's not what it says. It says, brokers, you have not been managing your people, and we're taking away your right to even deem them competent the first, second, or third time. You had better manage your people, because if you don't, we're going to shut your brokerage down. Because they want the consumer to be protected. And if we don't have the competency, guess what, guys? All of our reputation and our entire profession shuts down because we lose the respect of our consumers. That is the importance of that. All right. There's one other thing here that I want to go over, and when it comes to that assignment of prospects, your power of attorney that you have to go bind the company to a client, which means the client signs an agreement with the firm, with the broker. Now, the broker has duties they have to provide to the consumer. What makes the agent have anything to do with that transaction? Because you'll notice the agent's name is not on the buyer rep agreement, and the agent's name is not on the listing agreement as promulgated by Texas Realtors. TREC doesn't promulgate representation agreements. You can go to TREC's website and look through their promulgated forms. There's not a buyer rep agreement there, and there's not a listing agreement there. The only people that promulgate those are your trade associations, Texas Realtors being the one that we happen to use. Their buyer rep form, we've created our own one-page buyer rep agreement because we're a party to the rep agreement, so we can do that. But we're using Texas Realtors long form for the buyer rep agreement, and we're using the Texas Realtors exclusive right to sell agreement. So it doesn't have the associate's name on either of those. It's the associate binding the consumer to the firm. What makes you the agent for that transaction? The independent contractor agreement does in paragraph 15A. It says, under this paragraph 15, assign means to appoint an associate to deal with a prospect on broker's behalf. Paragraph B says assignments. Broker gives to associate the right, together with the broker, to deal with the prospect that associate procures and with prospects that brokers assigns to the associate. Leads that come in, we assign them to you. You work those. You bring in deals, we assign them to you. But it also says if you bring in an industrial deal and you've never done an industrial deal before, you might not be the right person for that job. So you'll be compensated, but that needs to go to somebody else. Now, if you want to, we don't do industrial deals here. That's it's a special license anyway, but it says broker retains the right and sole discretion to assign leads and prospects that are procured by the broker through broker's real estate business to any of them. And then paragraph C talks about reassignments. Broker may reassign a prospect to whom associate deals with if the broker determines that the reassignment of the prospect is necessary for the orderly and the ethical or lawful operation of the broker's real estate business, aka agent's in jail, agent disappeared, we don't know where they are, or who knows what else happened. Paragraph item 2, associate is not capable of continuing to service the prospect. Maybe the agent's no longer licensed. We assign it to a prospect in-house. Or 3, the agreement terminates and they've moved on to a different firm. If an agent goes to another firm, they don't have a representation agreement with that consumer anymore. They can no longer communicate with that consumer at all. It's interference. All of that is interference. It's not your client, it's the broker's client. A salesperson's job is to go out and build business for the broker and to build a broker's database, bring consumers into the firm, and have trust and faith in the broker that they're going to take care of you and care about you as a salesperson and help your business grow by investing in you. There's not a lot of brokerages out there right now that invest in their agents at all. We do at a very different level. So that's a very important distinction of what we are versus the world that's out there in reality. Okay, so that puts us back to where we're going to start in today's class. We had a little bit longer of a view. We're going to now jump into module 2. That's how far behind we were yesterday. All right, it's 11:20. We'll come back at 11:30 for your first break. Lisa, you got anything?
Well, if you want to know who I chose for the
Of course we want to know.
winners. It was so hard, y'all. You guys all had some really great things, and I had to really break it down, but I chose group 3.
Okay,
And
Ariel, Darlene, Iris, and Luckinson, congratulations. 250 points for that entire group 3.
I'm excited.
Thank you. Yay.
But you all did great. They just had 1 or 2 little things that really stood out.
Thank you, group 3. Congratulations, everyone.
I have a question. You said you were behind yesterday. I did Mega Mini yesterday. Was there also the normal Mega yesterday?
No, he meant Monday.
Oh, okay, okay. I was like, no, I don't want to miss anything. I want to stay at
Good job, Isa. We'll let you know.
Thank you.
Oh, and Christina Roberto just got another Sun City listing today, which means next weekend we're going to have 2 grand opens. That's awesome.
What do we need to do to attend the open houses?
Drive there, open your door, get out of the car, and show up.
I'm going to send you more information, Yana.
Okay.
I just need to know exactly what days. So not in this group or group chat, but in the teams, or you can call me later and we can work that out. I have your name down.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in the office tomorrow. I really want to be
Good.
in the office.
Perfect.
Can I
Okay.
ask you guys a question real quick? I'm trying to find
Sure.
the lot square footage. I looked at WCAD. The house hasn't been on the market since 1995, and the WCAD does not have the square footage on there. It has the plat map, but it doesn't have like the square footage. Is there a way to tell from the map how wide the
Not from a plat, no. Does the owner have a survey?
The owner died. So I go tomorrow to do my listing meeting and presentation, and so I just was trying to get all the information I can. I got comps of things that have sold. They don't want to do any kind of updates
Upgrades,
to
yeah.
it, or anything. And the guy had dogs, and it's one of the Round Rock West, like 1978 houses. So I have an idea. We're getting a range, but I just don't have the lot square footage. I guess I could look at the one next door. It's very similar to the one next door, but it isn't the exact one. Or I could probably go to the city. Do you think the city
So that
would know?
lot, what are you trying to do with the lot square footage?
Just to show, so we would have the square footage just to show it's comparable to the other properties of the comps that we're getting.
So in that neighborhood, I'm pretty familiar. So most of the lots are the same general size because and you can tell that by the plat. So I don't normally, unless it has acreage and all the others don't, that it's not going to make a difference if it's 0.17 or 0.20. It's not going to make a difference in an appraised value.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Lisa,
and then
thank you so much.
ask for sure, and of course reach out to Mary Beth, because she might even know that particular model, and there might be another house exactly the same in that neighborhood.
And that's what she wanted me to get my comps, and she's gonna have her comps, and she wanted me to get as much information. And so
I love it.
So we are gonna go over all this, but I was like, I just wanted to make sure that I had my ducks in a row of like, this is this, this is this, this is this, and she's gonna, she said, so today she wants all my stuff in so she can take a look at it, and she's gonna decide.
That's
Yeah, thank
great.
you. Thank you
It's
so
gonna
much.
be
That's good.
a dynamic team, the two of you, so.
I'm so excited. Okay, thank you.
All right.
And on
Okay,
top
so
of
you
that,
asked me 4
chat
questions, so I can only
GPT.
answer one at a time. So let's do one at a time, okay? First, I want you to take out a piece of paper and I want you to jot down all the things that you're struggling with. I want you to
Yeah,
write them down.
I did.
There's a list.
Yes.
Then I want you to share that list with Lisa. And then Lisa is going to get you in touch with Katie to learn the Zoom and to learn Outlook and start managing your calendar. Then Lisa probably is going to have you showing up to the morning huddle every morning at 8:30. But the thing I'm going to tell you is that you need to learn the word no.
No.
No. You put something on the calendar and someone says, but, no. Because you have responsibilities. And your responsibilities, number one, is to provide, right? So you got to provide for everyone. So that means that you have to respect where the money is coming from, which is the time management, and organize your life and live according to a plan. And that's hard. It's a fundamental shift, but it just means Lisa will help you understand how to use the Realty Texas app and the amazing calendar that we have in the app, combined with putting things on your calendar. And every morning when you wake up, look on your right hand first, find something grateful for every finger, and then look at your calendar and see what your next event is. And most likely it's going to either be yoga because it's early in the morning. After that, you're going to jump into your morning huddle. You're going to get some inspiration. And then after morning huddle, you're going to say, what is my next event? Oh, I don't have an event until 2 o'clock. Now you have free time. Or from 10 until 2, I have to make my calls. So live according to a calendar. We're going to talk more about that, but that's my advice to you. Okay, we are back.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd out here where we need you? Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
It is 11:30. We're going to hear from the Admiral. How many of you have watched or heard or seen this video about the power of making your bed? Okay.
I have.
This is a very powerful video, so let's just watch the first 4 minutes of it.
If you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task, and another, and another. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made. That you made. And a made bed gives you encouragement that tomorrow will be better. To pass SEAL training, there are a series of long swims that must be completed. One is the night swim. Before the swim, the instructors joyfully brief the students on all the species of sharks that inhabit the waters off San Clemente. They assure you, however, that no student has ever been eaten by a shark, at least not that they can remember. But you are also taught that if a shark begins to circle your position, stand your ground. Do not swim away. Do not act afraid. And if the shark, hungry for a midnight snack, darts towards you, then summons up all your strength and punch him in the snout, and he will turn and swim away. There are a lot of sharks in the world. If you hope to complete the swim, you will have to deal with them. So if you want to change the world, don't back down from the sharks. Over a few weeks of difficult training, my SEAL class, which started with 150 men, was down to just 42. There were now 6 boat crews of 7 men each. I was in the boat with the tall guys, but the best boat crew we had was made up of the little guys, the Munchkin crew, we called them. No one was over 5'5". The Munchkin boat crew had one American Indian, one African American, one Polish American, one Greek American, one Italian American, and 2 tough kids from the Midwest. They out-paddled, outran, and outswam all the other boat crews. The big men in the other boat crews would always make good-natured fun of the tiny little flippers the Munchkins put on their tiny little feet prior to every swim. But somehow these little guys from every corner of the nation and the world always had the last laugh, swimming faster than everyone and reaching the shore long before the rest of us. SEAL training was a great equalizer. Nothing mattered but your will to succeed, not your color, not your ethnic background, not your education, not your social status. If you want to change the world, measure a person by the size of their heart, not by the size of their flippers. The 9th week of training is referred to as Hell Week. It is 6 days of no sleep, constant physical and mental harassment, and one special day at the Mud Flats. The Mud Flats are an area between San Diego and Tijuana where the water runs off and creates the Tijuana Sloughs, a swampy patch of terrain where the mud will engulf you. It is on Wednesday of Hell Week that you paddle down in the Mud Flats and spend the next 15 hours trying to survive the freezing cold, the howling wind, and the incessant pressure to quit from the instructors. As the sun began to set that Wednesday evening, my training class, having committed some egregious infraction of the rules, was ordered into the mud. The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. The song was terribly out of tune, but sung with great enthusiasm. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted. And somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person, a Washington, a Lincoln, King, Mandela, and even a young girl from Pakistan, Malala. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start each day with a task completed. Find someone to help you through life. Respect everyone. Know that life is not fair and that you will fail often. But if you take some risks, step up when the times are the toughest, face down the bullies, lift up the downtrodden, and never ever give up. If you do these things, the next generation and the generations that follow will live in a world far better than the one we have today. And what started here will indeed have changed the world for the better.
That's the America that I love. All right, so heart wins. Grit wins. What is your hard? Picking up the phone and calling someone who already knows you? Is that your heart? Is that what scares you? So I hope not that I want to trivialize that fear, because I know that that is scary. But when we look at the big picture item of you creating $1 million legacy, when you're making $1 million a year and 5 years from now, you go back, look at making that first phone call, it's going to remind you of when you were 5 years old, standing on the side of the pool, terrified to jump into the water because you didn't know how to swim. And how long you stood there on the side of the pool waiting to jump in because you were afraid, and someone finally just nudged you in. You fell in, you figured out the dog paddle, and you didn't die. And at that point, you're like, oh, this water feels so good. And you were never afraid to jump in the water again. That is the fear that we have of making the call. Someone's going to nudge you in, you make the calls, the conversation goes much better, better than you ever thought it would. And then boom, now you're into making those calls. But it takes someone to nudge you into making those calls. And someday you will go back and you will go back and think, what put me on this trajectory of success? What was it? And it will be the moment that you took control of your business and started focusing on your sphere of people who know, love, and trust you and started communicating with them. You started your day off with success by focusing on income producing tasks and leveraged your spheres to help you create a business and helping others. And you have incredible pride to provide the best services that you possibly can, taking as many classes, putting as many tools in the toolbox as you possibly can, because this is a really big deal being a real estate agent. Helping people with the largest transaction of their life, helping people get a roof over their head. This is not small stuff we're talking about. We're talking about big stuff. And these are the type of things that matter. And when you do it expertly and you do it well, they're going to want to make sure that everyone that they know has that same type of level of experience, that kind of service, the same experience that they receive, they want their friends to have. So they're going to refer you to everyone that they know. Today's about power starting your business, especially as we get in before lunch. The UVP watch party, I'm going to put this in. We're not going to watch this right now. We're going to save ourselves a couple minutes from doing that. I'm going to put it in the chat, and I'm going to ask you at lunch or after today that you take a few minutes to review what the MEGA-16 did during their UVP presentations. The question that I'm always asking myself is, how can I help my agents be more successful? And how can I help them be more confident? Confident is really what's going to drive your success. It'll make you fearless. Getting you in front of the class, learning your value proposition and why someone should hire you, but what your unique value proposition is, that's the hallmark of a good sales agent. So I have to help you uncover what your own value proposition is. So that's not something that I can define for you, but I can create an environment where you're going to do all of the self-study, all of the reflection, and all of the work that's needed for you to come to this conclusion of what your value proposition is. And once you have it down, I need you to go march yourself directly into Deandra's office and record that video. Remember the video that we asked you to film when you got your headshot here at the company? That video that is going to be your value proposition, and everyone who goes to the website, they see your token on the Realty Texas agent site, and there's a little red button under it that's the play button, and they can watch your value proposition, tell the world of why they should hire you. Now they get a 3D version of you. They can hear your voice and they can see you in all of it. It's not just a still picture, but now your personality comes through and people are terrified. Even if it's just saying, hi, my name is Jack Stapleton and I'm a Texas realtor. That could be enough to get the 3D across so that people can see, who and what you are in front of that camera. It's got to be something. And so sometimes agents are afraid, and then I'm hoping, fine, we'll get them through Mega. We get them out of Mega and they'll go right into Deandra's office and they'll film that video. But this value proposition is super important. Helping and watching, seeing what other students have done before you after they've gone through the entire Mega group and then got up in front of the class and watched their UVP video, that will help you, prepare you. Remember, we are not going to grade you as staff people. Not my staff, not Lisa, not myself. We're going to send up a poll and your classmates are going to give you points based on your UVP. So people are going to grade you and you're going to grade them. It's completely confidential, so we'll never know who. We're just going to get a cumulative amount of points, and that is going to be the number of points you get. And they're in 500-point increments. 500, 1,500, 2,500, and 3,000. So up to 3,000 points. 1,000 points because you need to show up looking like a professional. I want you in a tie or dress professionally. I don't want a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. Please, have more respect for yourself and our profession than that. And yes, I said that. Number 2, recite your UVP without reading it. Don't show up with a piece of paper because that's not a unique value proposition. If you don't know it, then you don't have a value proposition yet, because if someone asks you to open house, hey, so why should I hire you? I mean, that's a pretty forward question, but what services do you offer? However they angled into that, Are you going to open up your briefcase and pull out a piece of paper and read to them? Probably not going to do that. So you need to be able to proudly tell them why they should hire you. It's going to be live. You have the ability to send in a recording if you're in a different marketplace, but we want you to show up and do it live. You're in a safe place because it's not about trying to freak you out and stress you out by coming in to do this. That's not what it's about. It's about you being in a safe place with your classmates who are all here supporting you and rooting you on. People are going to clap for you. They're going to cheer for you if you mess up. We're going to be there to love on you, pat you on the back, tell you it's okay, start over. We got this. This is about a supportive group that's going to help us, because nothing will be more difficult than that later. Standing in front of a person in an open house, that's going to be easy. But you do something that's harder. When you go out there in the real world, it's 10 times easier than what you just did. So that perspective is going to take you far. A salesperson needs to know their product, their value, and their craft. What value do you bring to the consumer that makes a compelling argument for them to hire you is what we are trying to accomplish here. Okay, a couple questions. Number one, why do I ask all of my agents to memorize the contract paragraphs?
So we can act confidently whenever our clients have questions regarding the contract.
Okay, what else?
To be able to counsel and advise them through the contract as we're presenting it to them, so that way we're knowledgeable and that they feel like we're knowledgeable about what we're speaking about.
Okay, those two things were synonyms. I think you both said the same thing. So that's good. Yes, to advise our clients. What are some other reasons? Lewis.
Keep us accountable to understanding what we're putting in front of our clients.
Accountability. That's an interesting one. I like it. Lewis.
I was just gonna say that way we get a much clearer understanding and we actually represent and enforce what it is that we're doing, so like our business.
So all of you said all of the things. There's one word that I was hoping I heard.
It's a tool for us. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Knowledgeable or competent.
Own it.
Ooh, that's it. I just heard it. I heard it. I heard it.
You can own it.
Competency.
Lewis is getting a gift card. 100%. You take ownership of it. And I threw that word.
In the test, I saw.
Yep, exactly right. In the exam that I recorded, I doubled down on that and I said, because it makes you take ownership of the contract. And when you take ownership of it, it makes you more curious. It makes you want to know more, because now you know all the contract paragraph titles. And now you think, mediation, what is that? Why is attorney's fees in my contract? What does that mean? Let me go read that and maybe learn a little bit more about that. Because everything that's an agreement between buyer and seller is in the text in the contract. There's no agreement outside of the contract. Everything's in the contract. So if one party is misbehaving, the contract says what happens in that scenario. If they refuse inspections, the contract says what happens. If they want to terminate under 50 different reasons, the contract says they can and they can't. Everything's in the contract. So if the better we know the contract, the better we win. And the fact that the better we know the contract, we win in negotiations. Whoever knows the contract the best in the transaction, either buyer agent or seller agent, will win in the negotiations. That's a big deal. You want to be a master negotiator? You can't be a master negotiator and not know your contract inside and out. So by me challenging you to at least memorize the paragraph titles: paragraph 1, property, parties; paragraph 2, property; paragraph 3, sales price; paragraph 4, leases; paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. All of the paragraphs, you memorize those. Now you're taking ownership of the contract and you know all the parts. Someone says paragraph 9, you're like, closing. Paragraph 12, tax requirements. You start knowing it. So then when you're trying to find something in contract, then in front of your client, you're not going back and forth trying to find it, because you know it's here somewhere. You know where it is. Oh, paragraph 7, okay, inspections. You know where it's at. Let me ask this question. Let's say you were not a real estate agent. How well would you expect your real estate agent to know the contract? Do you know the contract as well as what you would expect your real estate agent that you hired know the contract? Raise your hand if you believe that you know the contract as well as what you would require an agent you hire know the contract. And what does that say to you?
Need to get better.
We got some work to do.
That we definitely need to learn the contract.
We got some work to do. Because if our expectations on an agent is higher than what we're willing to provide a client, that means we're failed. That means we need to fix that. And I'm going to help you fix that. But my challenge to you to learn the contract paragraphs, that doesn't exist in real estate. That doesn't exist anywhere. Nowhere in the 20 years and all of the contract classes and all of the classes that I've taught all over the country regarding real estate, I've never seen anyone have their agents memorize the contract paragraphs, and I do that for this purpose. Because I know as a consumer, our expectation of the person that we hire is here, but then we get our license, we don't read the contract, we don't know it as well as we're supposed to, and if our consumer is an attorney and they know the contract better than us, that's embarrassing for us. And if the client has read the contract, they may know it better than the sales agent, and that's not acceptable either. So this is me challenging you to be the best professional that you can be. Turn the chapter of what was before and what's in the future. And I want to be a master certified negotiation expert. I know that I need to know the paragraph. I need to know the paragraph titles. I need to know my contract. Now I'm going to read it. I'm going to read every single paragraph. It helps the sales agent take ownership of the contract. It helps the sales agent to have a better respect for the contract. Your clients expect you to know it, and you will have more tools in the toolbox so that you can be a master certified negotiation expert. This is the first time that we're going to go through it together. I'm going to take you through all 23 paragraphs. And then hopefully on Friday or during Mega Mini, someone will have already memorized all 23. You can do it in front of the class. So mic's off, but I want you guys to say this as it comes up on the screen. And I want to see your mouths moving because I want you to say paragraph 1 parties. And I want you to do it with that kind of cadence. We're going to go through all 23 together. And that's going to help us. Now, the easiest way to do that is for me to go ahead and bring them all up like this. And we're going to go through it. Paragraph 1, and I want to see your lips moving. Ready, set, go. Paragraph 1, parties.
One parties.
Hit your mute because it's if we're all it's gonna be a mess. All right, so but I want to see your mouths moving. Paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, brokers and sales agents. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, probations. Paragraph 14, casualty loss. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney's fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representations. Paragraph 20, federal requirements. Previously, federal tax requirements has just been changed. Paragraph 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreements of parties. And paragraph 23, consult an attorney before signing. We have flashcards for you. Those flashcards are super helpful in you memorize them out of order, forwards and backwards. What is paragraph 21? Notices. What is paragraph 5? Earnest money and termination option. I want you to memorize the titles along with the paragraphs, and then you're going to close your eyes. You can do it in front of the class, and everyone's going to see you. The first person to do it will get extra points. Raise your hand if you commit to doing this. Okay. I'm hoping that 100% of the class, I really hope that this MEGA-16, it will be the first time since MEGA-13 that the entire class memorized it. Now, there was, I think, in MEGA-14, one person that hadn't done it, and after MEGA, they did it, and we ended up having 14, but not in 15. The same question regarding the NER Code of Ethics. The code of ethics is a set of promises, business practices that says if I subscribe to these rules, if I follow this set of practices, that so will you, so that we're all on the level playing field. So these are standards of practice. This is not golden rule stuff. It's very specific things that we've promised that we're going to do or not do. And we don't know what these things are unless we've actually read them. And most agents think that the code of ethics is not a set of business rules or business promises or standards of practice or standards in the field. If I'm going to follow these standards, I'm going to do these practices, so will you. Everyone's on the same playing field. If you break them, you're in trouble. If I break them, then I'm in trouble. That's what the code of ethics are. They have standards of practice. If we haven't read them, we have no idea what we're promising to. Many agents, unfortunately, and incorrectly believe that it's something to do with the golden rule. And they think, well, I'm ethical and there's this ethics out there. So I'm ethical because I know I'm ethical. And so I'm good. I'm good with the code of ethics. And it's actually not ethical to not read the code of ethics in the first place. Because if you're going to promise to uphold a set of business practices and you don't know what the business practices are, it is impossible for you to follow them. So we're going to ask you to read the Code of Ethics from the National Association of Realtors website. There's a link that I'm going to put in the chat right here. And right this very moment, it's 11:53, in about 10 minutes, the National Association of Realtors is going to be voting to change one of these articles. So it's not going to change the major title, but we have an article. We have 17 articles, and every article has an SOP, a standard of practice, like 1-1, 1-2. I'm going to ask you to remember these 17, not the whole 4-page, 6-page Code of Ethics, but these 17 articles. I have served on NAR NAR's professional standards for 15 years. I served as 2020 professionals chair for the state of Texas for professional standards. I'm currently an ombudsman, which means when, like I mentioned on Monday, in fact, I've got 2 cases going on right now where Texas Realtors, this week I am on ombudsman duty, which is a bad week for me in the middle of Mega. But if a consumer has a problem with a realtor or 2 realtors are in a dispute, they can contact the board sends them to me first. I try to mediate to make it go away, and if I can't, then it goes back to the board for an actual hearing. So my job is to try to put it to bed, and that usually means trying to get people to have accountability. I hear thousands and thousands of situations, and I serve on hundreds and hundreds of cases, and I've even been a hearing officer and even been an expert witness. Where agents get themselves in trouble is by have never reading the code in the first place. They have no idea what it says. And then they try to do things by being too helpful because their client asked. And they answer questions by saying things like, well, I know you're asking me a fair housing question, like you have kids that are Indian and you want to live in a community that's Indian. I can't answer that question, but if you go to this area, there may or may not be. That's answering the question. That's putting your license in jeopardy. It's, oh, wow, I could lose my license for even attempting to answer that question. I could give you a phone number of some past clients that asked me that same question, and I asked them to reach out to their spheres, and they got that question answered. I can be the source of the source, but I can't even begin to answer that question. That is how you answer that question. And if you think that it's not important to take that approach, we're going to watch a short video about what happened in New Jersey, where a news company called News Corp became secret shoppers with video cameras and recorders, and they went to different brokerages all over New Jersey, and they recorded agents and asked them those questions and saw them get it wrong. And a lot of those agents and brokerages were fined, lost their licenses. And the state of New Jersey ended up having to create a new Fair Housing Alliance to fix the problem, which pushed it all the way up to NAR. And that's where C2EX and Fairhaven came from. In 2020, when this News Corp thing came up, that absolutely embarrassed our profession. And imagine it was you. Imagine it was you that was filmed, because they actually said their name and what brokerage they were with, and they were on live TV violating fair housing. And I'm glad it happened, because something needed to happen, because being on a soapbox apparently was not enough to get this done. News Corp did it, and that was a huge change for us. Okay, one more thing. What are the 4 hats we wear? What are the 4 quadrants in our business? What is the first thing in this wheel?
Prospect.
Yes, and what is the second cog? What is it?
Convert.
Convert.
Oh, convert. Okay. So we're going to go find the business and then we're going to convert it. And when we convert it, what are we doing?
Close.
Closing it.
Okay.
And follow up.
And then you follow
Follow
up.
up.
Follow up.
So those are 4 hats, and in your calendar, in your hard coding of the time that you're going to spend in your business, you have to make sure that you allot time for all 4 of those because they're all important. How much money do you want to make the next 12 months? I hope you wrote that down. I hope you took that number to your Realty Texas .me and added it to your goal tracker so that you have that number in there and we can see it. And every time your .me opens, it's going to remind you of that promise that you made to yourself. Okay, so you are going to, as part of the point system, we're going to review the points, not right now, but on Friday, at the beginning of class, we're actually going to look at the leaderboard to see who right now, at the first week, at the end of the first week, who is in the #1 top leaderboard. Now, we're on Wednesday. Friday, at the end of day, we will be done with week 1 of 4. That's how fast that Mega goes by. It will be 25% of the way over. It happens so quickly. So you're going to have a really fun week. Tomorrow is going to be a great day at Mega Mini. You're going to learn a lot about your CRM. Friday, we're going to have a great session together. Saturday and Sunday, you're going to have phenomenal open houses and pop in next month on the week 2. And you're going to really have enjoyed your first week if you've really doubled down on this. Okay, business coaching. Oh, Luckinson, I need you to hit mute because you got a live mic there. Okay, business coaching. So on the left-hand side, what do we see?
Chaos.
Someone who doesn't know what they're doing or where to start.
How many of you were or are in that place right now?
That's definitely me.
Okay.
Was.
Where do I start? Where do I go? How do I stay focused? What do I focus my attention on? How am I going to make money? What do I do? And we start a project, we don't finish it. We start another project, we don't finish it. We have a great idea. We knee jerk on that idea. We start focusing, the phone rings, we don't finish it. And then the next week we find all these notes and stick-it notes and pads of paper everywhere. And we started 1,000 things and nothing ever got finished. That is the literal definition of chaos. On the right hand, what are the first 2 things you see on the desk?
The calendar.
Calendar, and behind them a calendar, and all of it says success starts here.
There are 4 calendars. There are 2 on the wall, 1 on the desk, and then there's 1 on the other side to help the client understand what the calendar looks like. And wearing a suit, on the phone, and everything is tidy and orderly because this person on the right is running their business. This person on the left, their business is running them. And so we need to flip that script so that we are running that business. So what does that look like? So we had this desired annual income number that you put in the .me. So here's some ideas. Make X amount of sphere calls. Aim to make 10 to 20 sphere calls every single day. According to industry standards, you can expect a conversion rate of about 4% and 3% for sellers. Out of 100 leads, you should have 4 closed buyers and 3 sellers. That needs to be printed down somewhere so that you have that hard-coded somewhere. Contact X amount of leads. Mix new and existing. Aim to contact 20 to 30 leads a day. According to industry standards, you can expect a conversion rate about 2% for buyers and 1% for sellers. That would be like the opportunity vault because fewer people are going to be answering the phone, but it's still highly encouraged. Send X amount of postcards or other marketing materials. Aim to send 5 to 10 postcards a day. According to industry standards, you can do that once a month and send an 8x8 account to a HOA that maybe you want to hit. We have a farming group that Andrew runs. You can expect a conversion rate about 0.5%, but those are listings and those are huge. Once you get the listing, guess what? You're going to get 2 buyers and another listing for that listing. So that's very, very powerful. And an 8x8 campaign is not that expensive. It's going to be about 0.5%, if less. It's going to be $300-400, $500. It's going to be, 10% of your commission. Send X amount of thank you cards to new leads and referrals. Aim to send out 2 to 3 personalized thank you cards a day to new people. Thank you cards are not going out of style. So maybe those are your daily goals. Maybe your weekly goals are host X amount of open houses. Hopefully you're aiming 2 to 3 open houses a week. Like, what do you mean 2 or 3? Yeah, a new agent should be doing a open house every Saturday and every Sunday and one during the week. When I got my license back in 2007, I was doing 8 to 10 to 12 open houses a month. There was never a Saturday and Sunday that I wasn't doing an open house. And I can look and tell you without any question, when I was with Lisa at the former brokerage where we were both sales agent and top producers, number 1 and number 2, we always flipped. We were always the number 1 and number 2 in our office. Never a time where we weren't. 100% truth. Guess what? There wasn't a weekend that I wasn't doing an open house. I knew when I was going to the office on Saturday that I would see Lisa, and she knew that she would see me. We did open houses every single weekend. There was never a weekend we didn't do open houses. We knew we were showing properties during the weekend and doing open houses. There was no question about it. So the fact that I come to the office and try to encourage agents to do it blows my mind that they're not already doing it. Oh, for sale by owners. You're going to see signs in the yard that says for sale by owner or just for sale. It's okay to knock on the door. I don't know that you want to try to convert them the way you think that you would want to convert them. I knock on the door and say, hi, my name is Jack Stapleton. Here's my card. I'm a neighborhood specialist. I work this community a lot. Would you mind showing me the property? I work a lot of buyers in this neighborhood, and I would like to get an idea of what your property consists of so that when I have buyers, I can take them to buy. Would you like to show me the property? Yes? Great. Awesome. Do you have a copy of your survey and seller's disclosure? You don't know what those are? I can assist you with that if you like. There's going to be some required disclosures that you're going to need to provide. Do you have an email address I can send them to? Now, if you're having issues, if you're not getting the traction that you're not, or if you have questions about the neighborhood, please call me. I can be a resource for you. Can I come back and check in about a week? And if I have any buyers, I'll bring them by. And then check on them. Hey, how are things going? Have you got any traction? Don't make it feel or sound like you're trying to get their business. Don't even hint once that you want their business. You want to be there as a resource because everyone's pounding on their door, begging them for their business, and it's making them mad. It's making them angry. They're kicking them off the property, but you're the one that's trying to help them. And then when they get frustrated and they grow weary and it doesn't sell, they're going to call you. So there will be a point and says, I can help you if you want help, but I totally respect what you're trying to do. And I will help you as much as I can. That is how I approach for sale by owners, and it's very, very successful. Contact expired listings. What is the difference between a withdrawn listing and an expired listing in your marketing efforts? Anyone want to share?
It didn't sell, so they more than likely just got it down from the market.
An expired listing is someone where the contract exceeded the amount of time that they had set for their termination date, and with a withdrawn, that means they probably had some form of mutual rescission where the agent and either seller in that case went separate ways.
Maybe, maybe not. That's the thing. That's why we're here, right? Because a lot of people think a withdrawn means that they're no longer under an agreement, and that could not be further than the truth. You have an MLS rule and a rule that says if the seller tells you to take their property out of the MLS, you have 2 business days to get out of the MLS. A seller can breach a listing agreement. That doesn't mean that they're out of the listing agreement. It means they breached it. And when they breach a listing agreement, the entire commission is due, both sides, by the way. Whatever you put in paragraph 4 of the listing agreement in terms of compensation is due immediately upon breach. So a withdrawn, there very well could be a listing agreement in place, which means if you call or knock on the door of a withdrawn, there's probably a listing agreement still in place, which means you are soliciting the business of someone who is currently under an exclusive right to sell, and you could be violating your license. So we don't chase withdrawns ever. Now, the withdrawn listing will say withdrawn on date, and typically there will also be next to it the date that the listing expires. So then on that expire date, you can contact the listing. Now, the Code of Ethics says something very interesting. If you receive a call from a consumer, and that consumer or another agent calls you and says, hey, I see that you have this listing on 123 Main Street. That's actually in my farm. When does your listing agreement expire? Now, a lot of agents are going to fly off the handle. What any business is that of yours? It's none of your business when my listing agreement starts. How dare you ask me that question? I'm personally mortified and offended and slam the phone down. Because that never happens, right? What did that listing agent who has an agreement with their client just do according to the code of ethics? They've opened the door for this agent to go knock on the door and solicit the business of the seller directly. The code of ethics in 3.1 says that if you, as an agent, receive a phone call, well, let's do it the other way around. If you call another agent and ask them the expiration date of their listing, they're required by the code of ethics to tell you what the expiration date is. And if they refuse to answer it or won't answer it, it authorizes them to go talk to the seller directly. You've just opened the door for them to go talk to your client. How many want that to happen? How many doesn't want that to happen? Christine didn't raise her hand. Wells did not raise their hand. Thank you. Kelly, I want to see your hand. I want to make sure that you guys know exactly what to do. Thank you. What to do in that scenario. I want to make sure that you answer the question so that you don't have given some permission. So expired listings is on here for a reason. If it expires, you've got full right to go knock on the door. You might find out that it expired accidentally and it was renewed. That's okay. You shouldn't maybe assume. You can ask the seller, hey, are you currently under a representation agreement? I think I'm to understand that your contract ended. Are you still looking to sell your home? 'Cause, I would really, really like to have a conversation with you about what I can do differently to help you sell your home, and have a conversation with them. Versus they could say, oh, you know what? It expired. What are you talking about? I'm still working with that agent. I can tell you that a lot of times the seller doesn't even know because the seller doesn't get an email. And a lot of agents will sign a listing extension and then forget to go to the MLS and put in the date, and their listing goes expired. And 2 days later, the agent didn't even know that their listing was expired, and neither did the seller. And that's really embarrassing when the seller starts having people knock on the door and the seller finds out that the listing expired because the agent forgot to change the date. So this is not something you should ever let happen. So that's why on your Realty Texas app, when you put the effective date of your listing agreement in our system, the expiration date of your listing will show up on your Realty Texas app, as well as all the critical timelines of all of the paragraphs and all of the contracts. So you can be tracking the deadlines for the option period and the loan contingency period and objections in paragraph 6D and all the things, including your representation agreements and amendments, by the way. And then follow up with how many referral leads. Aim to contact 5 to 10 referral leads a week so that you can keep in contact with all of these people. So goals worksheet, maybe your daily tasks. 8:30 in the morning, morning huddle. Call 20 people in the opportunities vault and check out at least one grabber lead. Try to get them as fast as you can. Post daily social content created by the social department. Post a daily blog, make your sphere calls, contact leads, follow up with clients and prospects, check your email and respond to messages, post on social media and engage with followers, send personalized thank you cards to new leads and referrals, attend property tours. Here's some tasks on a daily basis. Maybe some more weekly tasks. Going to your Tuesday sales meeting, work 2 3-hour shifts in our ISA department. Attend Realty Texas Book Club, which, by the way, no one showed up for the book club today, very much making Andrew very sad. Create a blog on realtytexas.com about typical topics and email it to the clients. Host 2 open houses that week. Door knock in your neighborhood. Visit new home communities and talk with the on-sites. Participate in online real estate forums such as Nextdoor and run ads on them. Conduct CMAs for your past clients or even potential clients. Volunteer at local food banks and food drives, and conduct training sessions with team members or assistants. How many of you know what CRS is? Anybody?
Certified Residential Specialist.
Well, we would think that that would be true, but that is true in some cases. But what else is it?
I know CRM, but that's customer relationship management. But would that be a service or something? Or system?
Maybe. Or maybe it is one of the coolest aggregate data sites in the world called CRS Data. CRS Data is MLS tax suite that will give you a way to drill down in a neighborhood and find out who has got homes that are in pre-foreclosure, that have tax sales that are coming on, people who need to sell their home. And there's incredible data here. A lot of agents use this to farm neighborhoods or even cities, and they find out who's in trouble and for what. It'll tell you your absentee owners. The amount of data that's here in this tax suite is incredible. All of this is one product that you can buy. They've been around since the early 80s, and they even connect with some MLSs like San Antonio's MLS, but you can buy this. It's $79 a month, and the data that you will have at your fingertips to prospect will change your life. So even something like crsdata.com is something really powerful for you to know about. So that's our daily and our weekly tasks. Jonathan?
How does that compare to Remind Pro?
So Remind Pro is not in all marketplaces, and Remind Pro, Austin Board of Realtors purchased it from Zach and Barry, the two owners, when they sold it to Austin. Austin is now selling it off to a third party. Remind Pro is great. I've got some videos where we've connected our RealtyTexas.me platform to Remind so that you can import data and send out postcards, which our social department can show you a little bit more about. This is different because they have data that Remind doesn't have, because this is nationwide data. So if you go to Dallas or you go to Houston or even some metros inside of Austin, Remind doesn't have the data.
Gotcha.
So Remind is only in one market, and it's only in Austin. And now Austin Board of Realtors can no longer support the exorbitant expense that Remind has. So I think we might even be losing Remind soon.
Gotcha.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep. So monthly tasks, we talked about our daily and our monthly tasks. So now we got annual tasks. So hopefully in January, you're sitting down with, you go to our big gala event that we have on the first week of January, which is to do the awards from the prior year. And it's just really fun. Hopefully, maybe even some of you went to our last one in January. Super fun. We do that every year now. Participate in a client appreciation events hosted by Realty Texas. We have a car show coming up. Hopefully you will all attend the car show. There's a client appreciation event. We push media to your social folders. You take that media, it's branded with your information. You share that with all of your clients. You show up on the car show day, your clients come, and you leverage that the company and the staff at the company and all that we're doing to put on that event for a client appreciation event for your clients. So all you have to do is advertise it and show up. Every real estate school, every coaching program pushes you to do 3 client events a year. They're expensive. You're going to rent out a movie theater for your clients. You're going to rent out a section of, some pool somewhere like Kalahari. What are you going to do for your clients? It could be very expensive. We have 3 here, a trunk or treat. We have a car show. So I recommend you always following our huge community events that we do, because it's going to help you leverage that for your 3 community events. So participate in them. All you got to do is participate. Send out the flyer and show up. Take Legal 1, Legal 2, and broker responsibility from me under this roof. I highly recommend it because we tailor it to this company, your policies, and what's going on in real life. Earn at least 1 NAR designation. I teach them all. You can take them with me. You can take them with someone else, but RENE, ABR, GRI, MRP, PSA, NHC, all of the ones. Review your business plan in January with our staff and their January out the gate coaching for the year to plan your year. Establish your annual production goals of how much money you want to make that year and set it on your .me, and review your mission statement, your vision statement, and value statements to make sure that you are staying true to your mission. You should print all of this out and have this as part of your thought process in building your plan and how you're going to run your business, and maybe even some of it on your goal board, because these are all the things necessary to launch a business. All right, we're going to watch some videos back to back to back. But before we do, we are actually going to go to lunch because I am late for that. It is 12:15. We're going to go from 12:15 to 1:15 because we are a little bit behind. So when we get back, we're going to be watching back-to-back videos and back-to-back breakout sessions. Lots of points going to be awarded after lunch. I'm going to stick around for a couple minutes to answer questions, but you are officially class dismissed for lunch. Please come back.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh dear, I'm going to lose it here. All right, welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is 1:10. I'm very excited to have us all back for the second half of the day because we have lots and lots of things to cover as we get into the next 3 or 4 hours. I'm still waiting for a bunch of you to come back. Vanessa Van Edwards, she is a behavioral scientist. She's got multiple doctor's degrees, and that growing up, that she was not naturally an outgoing person, and she had to figure out within herself how to be more impactful, how to have better conversations, how to build trust, how to build more likability. And she actually created, after she went to school, a behavioral sciences company that actually does studies. And one of the studies that she did was it was a 6-month study, and they tested thousands of people based on hello, the word hello. And hearing the word hello, they rated, do you like this person a little? Do you like this person a lot? Or do you not like this person at all? Very interesting. These were phone conversations that they did. So if I could show you something that would bring awareness to how we start a conversation, that would make someone not like you or like you a little, and turn that from that scenario to I like them or I like them a lot, do you think that that would help your conversion rate?
Yes.
That's right. People are going to judge you in the first 3 seconds based on hello. And then we're going to do a bunch of hello tests. All right, so let's start with the first one. And this is the top 3 presentation mistakes that people make. So this is all going to be, and the reason I have this stuff in here is when you meet people at the front door of their home for the first time because you're on a listing agreement, you meet a buyer at a property at the first time, how you can be more impactful and how create more likability within yourself, because not all of us are yellow. Some of us are very, very red, very, very direct, and can rub people the wrong way accidentally because of their personality type. Some people are very, very blue. All they care about is data. Nothing else makes sense, and they're very data driven, and everything has to be about the numbers. And some people are very earthy, and everything is about how does this feel? How does esoterically, I'm going to go home and pray about it and think about it, and I need to feel right about it. And they're very earthy and connected, very green. And then yellow, which is just personality bubbly. They like social and they like conversations, and that's what they go and have conversations with people to relieve themselves for the stuff for the day. So she is a blue, data, and red. So she had to figure out how she was going to soften herself up to be a better salesperson, to make more connections, because she had a likability problem. Let's see what she has to say. And go.
Here are 3 of the biggest mistakes I see when people present their ideas. This could be on stage or in a meeting. First is you throw away your first line. Here are 3 of the biggest mistakes I see when people present their ideas. This could be on stage or in a meeting. First is you throw away your first line. So many people get on stage or get in front of the room or hop on video and they apologize. They say, "Oh, so sorry, I'm so nervous." Or they point out their own lack of confidence. "Oh, I'm not a very good stage speaker." Don't do this. You're actually priming the audience to be more anxious and lack confidence themselves. Make the first line you say powerful. Your big idea, your introduction, don't throw it away with something technical. Is this mic working? Or can you hear me? No, make it powerful. 2, you are making too much eye contact with your slides. So if you have slides behind you or slides below on your computer, the biggest mistake I see presenters make is they talk to their slides or they talk to their slides. The audience wants to make eye contact with you. Use your slides as an anchor. You can gesture to them or glance down at them, but make sure you are making over 60% of eye contact with your audience. And if your slides are behind you, try as hard as you can to glance quick and then keep talking. 3rd, you are using the question inflection. The question inflection is when you go up at the end of your sentence, like you're asking a question instead of saying a statement. The 3rd biggest mistake I see presenters make is they ask their name or their opening line. So they say, good morning, my name is Vanessa, and I'm here to talk about body language. Ooh, using an accidental question inflection immediately cues listeners that you are not feeling confident in what you say. Say your name, state your big idea, don't ask it. I have an entire course on how to have powerful presentations on video, on stage, in person. Anytime you're sharing your idea with more than one person, you're presenting. So in my course, I have my favorite opening lines, my favorite closing lines, my favorite presentation frameworks, how to have stage presence, how to have video presence, how to speak with more articulation, and so many more tips on how to sound more competent and likable when you're sharing your ideas. I would love for you to check it out. I'm so proud of this course. I hope that you'll love it.
Okay, Vanessa Van Edwards. All right, we're going to hear a lot of her videos. We're going to hear a lot from her over the next couple of minutes.
Here are 3 of
So, question. How many people related, how did you relate this when you heard her speaking? What did you relate it to? I'm curious.
Listening to speeches when you hear other people, like definitely, like you said, who just aren't confident, who definitely have that influx of the voice at the end of it, like, oh yeah, I'm doing this, and then keep going with what they're doing. But then they keep going back up, and you don't ever know if they're actually truly believing what they're trying to explain to you or present to you.
Okay, I'm hoping we also are relating this to ourselves in what we are doing as people and not just what we're experiencing in others too. So how would you relate this to yourself, or how could you apply this? And where do you think the biggest place you could apply this is? Brandon Taylor. And then Andrew.
I could apply this to myself. I gave a speech and did practically everything that she did wrong or was saying that you did wrong. You can implement this into your day-to-day in real estate for when you are pitching or wanting to basically close somebody as a client. So probably other uses in real estate as well.
Okay. Well, we may or may not have a really big presentation coming up, so I'm hoping that we're thinking that specifically. Andrew.
Yeah, no, as soon as you said, hold on, can you hear me or am I shy? That's my go-to because I've been trying to work up this, the nerve to put myself out there on facial on social media because I feel like people want to see that. And as soon as I try to get to that moment to record myself, I start thinking, oh, can you hear me? Oh, hi, I'm just here to do this. Like I'm apologizing or I'm saying something. And that's the first thing she was saying. I was like, I thought about myself, like, oh, I need to cut that out. I need to not do that. So that was helpful.
Yep. Sometimes knowing what to not do, knowing what not to do is just as impactful as knowing what to do. Exactly right. Thank you. Charlie and then Wells. Charlie, we cannot hear you.
There we go. Mentioning about the first few seconds in other words, the first few seconds sets the correct tone for the rest of the conversation. It's so important. I see it in real estate and I also see it in comedy. So yeah.
Excellent. We're going to watch the next video. Wells, you're up next, I know, but we're going to watch the next video after Wells, and then we're going to put you in a breakout session, and you're going to talk about how you can apply some of this stuff. And then every single video, you're going to go back to your breakout sessions. You're going to talk about what you just learned with your group, debrief it, bring it back with a group breakout session. We're only going to have 4, so it's harder to have a conversation with a larger group. So you're going to have to work that out. Wells, you're up.
I was just gonna say on pointing out my flaws, like when I speak or say something, I'm quick to say, oh, I'm not good at this.
So I caught that. So I need to stop that.
Yep. So if we want to be a impactful speaker, we need to come out the gate strong. Eye contact, your name, and what you're there to talk about. And pauses are okay. They can be dramatic, but people, the person giving the speech, 1 second pause, 2 second pause. Sometimes they feel like if they have a pause, they get stressed because their mind goes blank and they're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm not talking, I'm pausing, and everyone's watching me crash and burn here. There's nothing wrong with a pause. Look at the room, smile, gather your thoughts, and keep going. Don't freak yourself out. This is something that I learned through spokesperson training from the NAR Realtor Leadership Training Program, where they threw me up in front of a group, like I was talking about on Monday, where they gave us a topic to speak about, and I got up in front of the class. I had never had that experience before. I have always had the experience like in college and even in middle school. I was in a speech class in 6th grade and 8th grade, and then again in college. My first one in 6th grade, we had to get up in front of the entire school and give our speech in front of the entire class. And mine was a topic that was given to me, but I had 2 weeks to learn the topic before I gotten up. And so I had given a lot of speeches, but I'd always prepared and memorized my speeches. And so I was prepared. I had never had an impromptu speech where someone gave me the topic and I didn't know what I was going to be speaking on right before I went up and spoke. That is a whole new world. And they did that to us twice. When you have to make a pause, and I did, and there were several pauses in what I had given, I felt like 30 seconds went by, and inside I was jittering. And then they made us sit down and watch the video, and what I realized was the pause in person didn't even feel like a pause when I was watching it, but inside felt like it was forever. So what the people on the outside are perceiving, they can't perceive it. They don't see what you're feeling on the inside. Only you feel that. So then we need to watch ourselves and watch our tics. What are we doing with our hands? What tic words do we keep saying or what are those filler words? Because it's better to have a gap than it's a filler word. Watching yourself is very powerful. So if you're going to do your value proposition, maybe one of the most powerful things you can do for yourself is to record yourself and then watch yourself. How many of you thought to do that? Good. Kelly, Christina, Jeff, Yana. Good. Mohammed, Wells. Good, good. All right, Brandon, did you have something else or was that up from before? No? Okay, fine. All right, so let's watch the second Vanessa Van Edwards video. And then again, like I said, I'm going to put you into a breakout session right after.
Ring, ring, ring. Hello? Have you ever thought about your vocal first impression? How you sound when you first say hello? In this video, I'm going to change the way you say hello forever. I spend a lot of time on the phone. I always wish I could sound more powerful, increase my vocal presence, make my phone calls more impactful. In our human behavior research lab, The Science of People, we did a fascinating experiment on vocal power. In this video, I have some incredible tips for you on how you can benefit from every single phone conversation. Number 1, you have a vocal first impression. When most of us think about having an important phone interview or virtual meeting, we usually prepare for our answers and think about great things to talk about. But this fact blew my mind. People judge how trustworthy you are within half a second. Research shows that your hello might matter more than prepared clever anecdotes or great answers. Your vocal first impression happens the moment you answer the phone and say, hello, or this is Vanessa, or one time I called a big VIP and he answered, speak. Yikes. Here's the problem. We are usually most nervous in the first few seconds, so our hello comes out breathy, high-pitched, or nervous sounding. Number 2, people can hear your mood. I wanted to run an experiment to test the power of our hellos. In the first part of our experiment, we had the same participants record 6 different versions of their typical hello. We wanted to see if the very same person sounded different. First, we had them record a normal hello. This was the control. So however they normally answered the phone, hello. Second, we had them think of something that made them happy, and then make a happiness microexpression and record their happy hello. Hello. Third, we had them think of something that made them sad, make a sadness microexpression and record their sad hello. Hello. Fourth, we had them think of something that made them angry, make an anger microexpression and record their angry hello. Hello. Fifth, we had them think of something that made them feel powerful and stand in a power pose, something really broad. Then we had them record hello. The last hello we had them do was a normal control hello again. What do you think happened? The results were clear. The very same person sounded incredibly different in each version of their recording. Let's see if you can hear the differences. I will play you 2 recordings from the experiment. Which one is the happy hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
What do you think?
B.
B.
We can't see their face. We can't see their micro expressions.
Definitely B.
All we heard was voice, but everyone is unanimous on that it being B.
Which do you think sounded happier? If you guessed B, you would be right. Let's play again. Which of these 2 hellos is the angry hello? Is it A?
Hello?
Or is it B?
Hello?
Which one sounded more irritable to you?
B.
A.
B.
Go with your gut. If you picked B, you would be right again. You can clearly hear the differences between these 2 recordings. Our mood and our body language really does change the sound of our voice. And this is important because it means people can hear your mood. Number 3, how to sound more confident. The next part of our experiment is where things got even more interesting. We took the recordings and asked readers like you to rate them on likability. We had each participant play a clip and then choose from 3 answers. After listening to a clip, we asked each person to choose, I like this person a lot, I like this person a little, or I do not like this person. Can you guess which hello was rated as most likable? Was it A, happy hello, B, sad hello, C, angry hello, D, power posing hello, or E, the normal hellos?
What do you think?
A, probably.
Happy hello.
A. I don't know. I'm feeling power pose.
A.
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 Say happy hello.
Okay. So let's hear the answer.
There was a clear winner for likability. If you answered A, the happy hello, you would be right. It was by far the most likable. We were actually
And listen up, Andrew.
surprised by this. We guessed the power posing hello would do best. Boy, were we wrong. Even the participants' normal hellos did better than the power posing hellos. Happiness came in first. Anger rated the absolute worst. This means if you're having a bad day, just got a bad email while waiting on hold, or are rushing around in traffic while making calls, this irritability can translate into your voice and make you extremely unlikable. Number 4, my favorite voice exercise. If you want to sound like a leader, you have to speak with your maximum resonance point. This is where your voice is most relaxed and portrays confidence. Be sure to watch our video on finding your maximum resonance point next. Our experiment is where things got even more interesting as most likable. On finding your maximum resonance point came in first. Anger rated the absolute worst. This means if you're having a bad day, just got a bad email while waiting on hold, or are rushing around in traffic while making calls, this irritability can translate into your voice and make you extremely unlikable.
I want to leave it there because she talked about maximum resonant point, but your mood can translate and make you what?
Unlikable.
Unlikable.
She didn't just
Unlikable.
she didn't just say unlikable. She said what?
Extremely unlikable.
Extremely unlikable.
Extremely unlikable.
So it sounds to me like if you're in a bad mood, you're better off not answering the phone at all than answering the phone, because you very well may go from, I don't know this person yet, so I haven't at least even generated an opinion yet. But you answer the phone in a bad mood and have a conversation with them, and you're trying to mask it, but don't because you can't. You could become extremely unlikable. And do you think it's easy to change someone's opinion once they have generated it?
No.
Typically not.
Typically not.
Very hard.
I'm going to put you in group breakout sessions, and then I want you guys to discuss this a little bit specifically on your biggest takeaway from that session. This is going to be 5 minutes. It's not a lot of time. We're going to be jumping back and forth between these. Your biggest takeaway and what you think you're going to do in your business to make sure that you don't fall into this. 6, 5, 4, 5 rooms. I want 9. All right, 6. There we go. All right, 5 minutes. See you back in 5. All right, so I see some people who are not in a group. Indu and I see you. Let me break out sessions here. Do you have your invitation?
I know Lukatson is on his phone at the moment.
It looks like Indu is on twice. Maybe her computer.
I'm always kicked out whenever I go to the break room. I'm sorry, I do not know why.
Well, you have 2 of you in the meeting right now, Indu.
Right.
And that can cause problems. You shouldn't be in the meeting twice.
I'm trying to look for it. I cannot see any other screen open.
Well, do you have it on your phone and your computer at the same time?
My computer isn't working. That is why I am on my phone.
Okay, well, maybe you're still logged in because you are logged in twice. In fact, yeah.
Well, I can just remove the one.
Okay, so go ahead
Yes,
and
please, Lisa. Thank you.
I'm gonna put you in group 4.
Yeah, that's where I was.
I apologize. My laptop kept kicking me out. Like it had me frozen, wouldn't let me join or anything. Let me try it again.
Okay, sorry about that.
And then Fong's phone is also twice.
I think people walk away from their computer, so they log into their phone so they can come back, and then they leave it on or it doesn't hang up. But then it gets confused because they're on twice. And I create a breakout session and it puts them in different rooms. So then maybe the phone that they're on is in a different room than their PC.
I can reach out to him via text, I guess. Pick one.
Is he on graduation track?
No.
Did Miguel give you did you get the
Last roster?
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
shows the guest versus the
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, we have that for every class now. I built that, so that should be very helpful.
I like that it has their cell phone right on it, because then I don't have to go look for it somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to have you do the points, so I want you to award the points. We've got a bunch of points coming.
Okay.
So I'm just going to have them say it. So be listening to it. And then I'm going to say, Lisa, who is our winner? And then boom. You have access to the breakout sessions, right? You don't need me to tell you who's in the groups.
No, I have access to it. I should. Well, when they come back, it'll tell me what group they're in. How much more time do they have?
41 seconds.
Oh, okay.
There are 6 groups.
Yep. Are they the same groups every time?
No, I've been hitting refresh.
Okay.
All right, welcome back from your quick 5-minute group breakout session. Let's see what we remembered from our last time we did a group breakout session. Hopefully remembered. Group 1, who's your captain?
Which is group 1? Remind us.
Yeah,
Group 1
that's
is
Brandon.
Brandon.
Brandon,
Darlene.
yeah, he's our, we did it.
Oh, my apologies. I was like, oh, which group are we? So what we decided important was tone. You got to have the right tone, be happy, bring energy. We also said be a little bit unique. Don't be the typical like salesperson who hops on the phone. Be personable, break the ice. And then we also said kind of what Jack, what you were saying is if it's not a good time, if you have a bad attitude, don't answer the phone. We don't want that bad reputation sitting with our clients or prospects.
Okay, good. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Group 1. Group 2, Ariel, Deandra, Gabriel, Mohammed. Isa, who is our group captain out of 2?
Oh, that was Nicole, Ariel.
Ariel, Nicole, you're up. She's like, I think you just got elected or voluntold, one of the two.
Love it. I love it. Our big takeaway is, of course, how you present yourself over the phone is everything. Be confident, smile at yourself, be cheerful, be
Okay.
happy.
Just be happy. I think that there were some bumper stickers about that at some point in humanity. Just be happy. I like it. Thank you.
There's a good song.
Be happy. Just be happy now. All right, group 3, and Chen, Christine, Corby, Luckinson. Who is my captain from group 3?
It will be me, and I'm ready to present.
All right, let's do it.
So, we agreed that a good first impression applies to your voice, and thinking about something happy while making the phone call helps. We thought about using keywords such as funky taco and sassy cat to be put into a good mood before we make the phone call. And then during the phone call, we also thought about checking into the mirror to see if our own expressions matches the tone we're putting out. And lastly, we come to the conclusion that it's important to dedicate time and focus to making our for making our phone calls, ideally during the power hour that we set out in the calendar, because both distractions in the form of traffic as well as unwanted noises can take away from our presentation, I guess.
Okay.
Hey, Jack, just so you know, that wasn't our group. You called our group 3, and then Charlie started going because our
Yeah,
captain was actually Veronica.
That's what I was thinking too. Thanks,
So
Jeff.
we're probably group 5, maybe? I don't know.
We're
Sorry.
number 5.
Yeah,
Charlie.
Oh,
was our
sorry.
group.
Way to get your
We're
numbers right, Charlie. 3 and
Jack,
5.
Oh,
There you go.
Charlie.
man.
Jack, Charlie represented number 5.
Okay.
Group 5.
Group 3, I have Anne, Christine, Corby, Jeff, Luckinson, Fong, and Wells. That's all I had in group 3. Jeff, who was your
Yes,
captain?
so
Wells is
Wells was
captain.
our captain.
me. Go.
All right. So now let's do 3 for real.
Okay. So we have here work on our shyness, making sure we have that happy spirit going into a phone call. Emotional anger does transfer through the call, so checking ourselves on that before answering any call, giving ourselves 1 or 2 seconds to have that mental switch. If not, do not answer. Going outside, sitting on the porch just to relax and to just get yourself back in a good place, because energy does transfer through voices and media. That is what our team had.
Okay, thank you. Excellent job. All right, group 4, Andrew, Andy, Indu, Jonathan, Luckinson, Wang, Tasha. Who's on group 4?
I believe we were saying that I was going to do it. I'm seeing we jumped right into the conversation and then we didn't really pick somebody's, to be honest. But I think in the chat they were saying for me to do it. In our group, I think a couple of us were confused, trying to understand it. I understand that, knowing that if you have a smile on your face when answering the phone, it sounds a whole different. Like we saw on the experiment, some of us were saying like we're confused about if we have an emotional, if we understand ourselves better, we shouldn't let ourselves get flustered and get emotional when answering that phone call. We should be a professional and at top of business. That should be at the top of mind every time. But the rest of were saying that, yeah, it makes sense. Be smile, shake it off, different positions, things like that.
Okay. Thank you, group 4. Group 5 already went. Group 6, Aki, Angela, Eric, Robert, Tina, Yana. Who's my captain out of group 6? Who is it?
That'll be me, Jack. So, what we talked about was, right out the gate is first impression is the last impression. So, making sure that you have that right phone conversation from the jump. And so, in order to do that, we talked about, making sure that we smile when we have that conversation, like was already mentioned, having the mirror. They brought up having a mirror there, in front of the computer, sort of like how we have in the ISA department. Ensuring that you're relaxed before a difficult phone call or just, before your call sessions. So either doing that through meditation or yoga. So just making sure your mind is free of whatever stress that you have probably going on that day. You can't do that with every phone call, obviously, but just trying to be as relaxed as possible. And then lastly, body position as well before you make that phone call, just making sure you're in a good body posture. That's what we came up with.
Okay. Wow. Group 6 kind of did a really good job with that one. All right. Thank you, everyone. Not that I'm influencing anyone's decision, but in any event, Lisa's going to pick who she liked, despite what I just said. We're going to watch a couple of other videos and put you back in group breakout sessions. A couple of things I want to mention. When we're calling leads that just registered, they don't know us. And so they're getting to know us based on our first hello. If you're having a low energy day, if you're tired, if you're sick, these things, they can hear it on the other end. So in the ISA room, we have a mirror so that you can see your face and see your smile, because Vanessa Van Edwards said that she did the trio. She thought of something negative and did a micro expression and then said the word. So it was both physical and mental. It was those two things that came together, and those two things are paired. So we purchased mirrors. I recommend, and I'm going to ask that each of you purchase a mirror for either your laptop or your home computer or wherever it is that you're making your calls, so that you can see your smile before you make the call. So when you're making your power hour calls to your family, your spheres, and all these people, you can see your smile. So when you say hello in your happy hello, because it matters. We also have music playing. So I've grabbed the 40 most inspirational songs that I could possibly find to lift your mood, elevate your mood, put you in a good mood. So we have the mirror for your smile. We listen to the music. So as you're being connected to them, when you push the call button, you're listening to that music. And when you look up above your monitor, we have pictures of bunnies and pictures of puppies and all kind of happy stuff to put you in the right mindset. You're making sure that you're smiling, you're listening to upbeat music, you're looking at positive things so that you can start that conversation off as best as possible, because we're trying to create a relationship. We're trying to have a high conversion rate. We're trying to fill our pipelines. We're trying to establish a good reputation. And we want them to like us. We don't want them to not like us in the first conversation. So we're going to try to do everything in our power to have the best first impression possible. Because if we're angry or mad or something is going on and we're not paying attention to that, at least not aware of how that can come across on the other side, awareness is a, a big part of having a good call in the first place, is just being aware of all of this stuff. You could damage your relationship, damage the database, damage your conversion rate, damage your pipelines, damage, I don't know, your reputation and maybe even your income. So we need to make sure that if we're going to be on the phone and we're going to be selling and we're going to be salespeople, that we're paying attention to all these things, because it matters more than most people realize. Good job. Lisa, who did you pick? What group? You're on mute, so drum roll.
Sorry. I picked group 5.
Okay, excellent. All right, so group 5, congratulations. You have just won 50 participation points. Excellent job for your group captain. All right, now this elevator speech one is a little bit interesting because I'm going to do things a little bit different here. I am going to stop my share, and I want you to well, I don't need to do that yet. I don't. Yeah, I do. All right, I'm going to stop my share and I'm going to push play. We're going to watch this 2 ways. First, without being able to see it. We're going to do this 2 ways. One without seeing it, and then the next one we're going to actually see it. And I want you to see the difference because we're talking about phone stuff now.
Hey, welcome to the Science of People. I'm Vanessa Van Edwards, and today we're talking about elevator pitches. So I love helping people with their elevator pitch. And the reason is because it is the most important part of a first impression. You need to know exactly what to say and how to say it when someone asks you, so what do you do? Today, one of our readers, John 4, submitted his elevator pitch. And I love it. It's the perfect example of a pitch that just needs a little bit of tweaking to get perfect. So John, thank you so much for submitting. Let's watch his pitch, and then we're going to quickly break it down, review it, and show John exactly what he needs to do to fix it.
Hi, my name is John 4, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Okay, John.
Okay, so as a group, what do you think about what you just heard as an elevator speech? And let's just give him some grace a little bit, because what does he do for a living?
He's a tech guy, so he's not very good with speech.
Okay, so maybe he's more data driven. So maybe his personality type is more basement programmer and not on the stage talking to groups of people. So we're not going to judge him too harshly. But as far as elevator speeches go, let's think just more about his content now. What do you think? You think it was effective, not effective? What do you think of his voice? All of the things. I want to hear it good, the bad, the ugly. If you don't want to have grace, that's perfectly okay. All right, starting with Brandon, then Kyle.
The first thing I noticed was his tone. He seemed very enthusiastic, and he was clear when he was speaking.
Okay, he's articulate. I like it. Yeah.
For me, it was just he was boring. I didn't get interested in what he was saying. That was the main takeaway. Nothing against him or anything, but it was just not compelling.
Yep. So Kyle didn't like him. Brandon's like, oh, guy's articulate, had really good message. And Kyle says, yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him already. Okay, two different personality types between Kyle and Brandon, by the way. Charlie up next, and then Angela.
Okay, I think it could be made a lot shorter because yeah, it's almost like he's taking up the whole elevator ride. And if I run a website, I would be, I guess, while I appreciate the angle he's going at, I would be weirded out. Is like, what are you doing to my website? So, so anyway, okay, that's all I got for now.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Wells, you're up.
It sounded like he was reading the script to me, and there was no end to it. And his high pitch in the beginning just seemed like he was nervous. I felt bad for him.
Okay. All right. Now, everyone who said something, I'm going to have you do your elevator speech in front of the entire class live. And we're going to see how you do. So, Brandon, Wells, be prepared because you're up next. Wait a minute. How come everybody else put your hands down? What happened? Lewis, where'd your hand go? You put it down. I'm only kidding. I'm not going to do that to you. But the point's well taken, right? Lewis.
Well, I put it down because she said what I was trying to say. It sounded like very copy and paste, unoriginals. It's like he's done this a billion times. There's no energy. He's just, oh, let me say my words and let me read like a robot. So there's really nothing to, you know, relate to.
That's pretty powerful, Lewis, because that's actually one of the comments that Vanessa Van Edwards says. She says, you know, you probably wrote your elevator speech, you created it, you've heard it 1,000 times. So it sounds boring to you at this point because you've said it so many times, but everybody that you're saying it to is hearing it for the first time. And so make sure you say it like you're saying it the first time. So that's actually pretty important to note out there. So Angela, I'm going to hear from you, and then we're going to actually watch the whole thing together. So you're up.
He paid a lot of attention to enunciating all of his words, but he didn't have any inflection. So it just, you kind of like, especially like for me being ADHD, it's like it loses you. You try so hard to stay with them, but it's too hard to focus. So that was my thought.
Okay, so it sounds to me like the voice, the matter, the inflection, and the energy in the voice matters to all of you a lot. So are we paying attention to our own energy and our own inflection? We're on the phone calling other people because we're right now judging this person very harshly on their value proposition. The big question is yours going to be better? I hope so. But we're now understanding how important this is because we are judging this guy based on whether we don't like him, he doesn't have any energy, it's boring. So that's not what we want as a real estate agent. We don't want people to be judging us like that. We want to be very engaging, animated, we want to be excited, we want to have energy in our voice, we want to be happy, all of these things, which means we need to be selling. This is why it's so important to start your day with yoga, because yoga is like a master Control-Alt-Delete reset for humans. It is releasing the energy, releasing the toxins, oxygenate your blood, making your muscles and your tendons relaxed and stretched, while strengthening your core, which gives you a better, deeper, stronger voice and a vocal point too. So good idea for a salesperson to start their day with yoga, especially when you're in a high stress type of environment like a salesperson. And then second, getting yourself in the right mindset for the day, which is why we created a morning huddle, which is very, very powerful for you to connect to, which hopefully sets your day in the right mood right before your calls anyway. Okay, so when you're doing your value proposition, I want you guys to be thinking about this application that we just did. What did we learn from this? And how are you going to apply your in-person speech so that you can be really impactful. All right, so let's watch him in person, and I'll bet you it's a completely different experience watching it and seeing it.
Hi, my name is John Four, and I'm a website analyst. I study the traffic of your website, and I find out where your website is leaving money on the table, where it's losing leads, and what opportunities it's missing to attract and engage your customers. The website data won't tell us why people do what they do on your site, but it does tell us the story of what they do and how they do it. And I think this is an important and interesting story for your business to understand.
Completely different situation, isn't it? Is that what you heard before? Yes, for some? Everyone's like, absolutely what I heard.
I felt bad for him. Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, yes, he is rightfully reaching out to Vanessa Van Hedwards, the expert in this field. So he's obviously reached out to the right person for the job. So at least he's cognizant of this. But it's interesting to watch versus hear and see the dichotomy between the two. And let's watch what advice Vanessa gives him.
Okay, John, here is what I love, what you did so well and you can never lose. And everyone who's watching, if you can incorporate these things into your elevator pitch, it will make you even more impactful. So here's what you did that I thought was fabulous. First, your enunciation is great. I can very clearly understand you. You also have a very good pacing. Your cadence is very understandable. And the reason why that's important is because you've heard your elevator pitch 1,000 times. You've said it, you've heard it, you probably wrote it. But other people, they're processing it for the first time. So one of the classic elevator pitch mistakes I see is that people quickly go through what they do because they think it's boring. Everyone, they already know it, they've already heard it. But they need more time to process, more than the average conversation, especially when they're learning something that's a little bit different. When you're talking about a website or website analysis, it's super important that you go as slow as you did. Now, you don't want to go too slow, so your cadence was perfect. Don't lose that. The second thing that I loved is that you have a very open torso. So first of all, thank you for giving me a full body video. I love to read body language. So you had a really open torso. You didn't cross your hands over your chest. You didn't try to cross your legs. You didn't try to hide behind an object or a cup or a phone. So keeping that open torso as much as possible and keeping it aimed towards the person you're speaking with is hugely impactful. Now, I talk about on my website all the time how important it is to show that you're engaged. Even when you're talking, you can do this by having an open torso and aiming it towards the other person. Okay, so now on to a couple of things that I think you can improve. And these are things that are just going to up your impact level. People are going to remember you more. They're going to understand and remember what you do more quickly, and hopefully they'll be begging for your business card. The first thing that I want you to work on is a hugely common problem for people doing elevator pitches, and it is lack of movement. So as you can see, I'm playing your video in the background on silent. And if you watch it, you'll see there's very little head, arm, and torso movement. And this is a very easy mistake to make. And the reason is because when you're thinking about a pitch that you've memorized, you're focused entirely on the words you're saying. So your body sort of freeze frames while you try to recall those words. Okay, so here's my first challenge to you. I want you to start incorporating more movement into your pitch. So the way that you do this is you memorize your pitch like it is on the tip of your tongue. You can just instantly recall it. And the reason for that is because if you're not focused on remembering the words, it's much easier to have more fluidity in your body. So once you've memorized it down pat, I want you to practice loosening up those shoulders a little bit, bringing up your hands, and we're going to talk about that in challenge number 2, and having a little bit more head movement. So for example, let's say that I'm talking to you like this. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I do scienceofpeople.org. I love what I do. I teach body language and lie detection. Now, I have no movement in my torso at all. Look at the difference between when I say this time with a little bit of head movement. And what you want to do is you can do a slight head tilt, which shows engagement. And you can also nod very slightly along with your most important points. So here's how it looks a little bit differently. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards. I work at the scienceofpeople.org. I teach body language and human lie detection. So as you can see, just those slight up and down movements and the head tilt, that's going to add a lot of fluidity, a lot more natural expression to your body and to your pitch so that people can feel like they're connecting with you on a deeper level. Okay, my challenge number 2, the second thing that I'm hoping you're going to work on, is adding in nonverbal explanations to your elevator pitch. So a lot of people, they just focus on the verbal content of their pitch to explain what they do. But you can actually use your hands to demo or explain concepts. So I want you to think of at least 2 different ways that you can use your hands in your pitch. So an example could be, I analyze websites, right? So that's like the whole thing. This is a nonverbal concept of the whole thing, which shows that you're kind of all-inclusive. So that could be a way that you could add in hand movement into the way that you do your pitch. You can also bring a big concept into something small. So if you say, I make really complicated technology problems easy for my clients, that's a way that you can do it. So I want you to think of 2 different ways you can use your hands to demo. That's going to do 2 things. First, it's going to help the other person visually understand what you do. And second, it's going to add more movement, right? When you have your hands moving, your torso moves, it adds a little bit more freedom of expression, and again, makes you more connected and more engaged. Okay, the third thing that I want you to do is actually about your verbal content. So I thought it was very clear. I really understand what you did, but I think that you're missing one thing, and it's the power of a story. So research has shown that our brain loves stories. When we hear a story, we light up, we remember them, we all of a sudden feel like what you do is personal to us. So what I want you to do at the very end, when you talk about how you work with clients, think of a very quick example. So you can say something like, for example, one of my recent clients, she had a cake decorating business and I did everything on her website for her. Now I'm just making that up, but it can be that short. Examples, when people hear example or story, they instantly tie it to them. So that's what I want you to try to do, because that will help pull them in so that they can say, oh, well, I have a website, I should tell you about it. Because that's what you're trying to get them to do. The ultimate goal of an elevator pitch is to see how can you help them, and therefore they want to hire you. Okay, John, I hope that was really helpful for you. And for our readers, I hope it was helpful for you to watch what John could do to improve his elevator pitch so you can use the same to improve yours. Be sure to submit your elevator pitch while I'm still in the mood to critique a bunch. Just go to scienceofpeople.com and submit it to my email. Thanks.
Okay, knowing that your value proposition is coming up in what's going to seem like a long time from now, what's going to be here tomorrow feels like, right? Just in a few short weeks. It's going to be on the 26th of this month, the last Thursday is when you're going to do your value proposition video in front of the class. So I want you to talk in your groups. I'm bringing up the breakout sessions now. I'm refreshing them so you have different rooms. We're going to take this down to 5 rooms. I'm going to increase your minutes to 8 minutes this time. When we get back from this, we're going to hear the groups and then we're going to take a break. What did you take away from this, and what are you going to use from this in your own presentation? And if you hear in your groups, take the best that you've heard, compile it so that the entire class can hear from 5 different perspectives of things that they're going to do to make sure that their value proposition is nailed. And that's going to help you for your value proposition in-person presentation, and also your listing appointment, and as well as your buyer rep appointments, meeting people out there in the real world. Let's go ahead and get you in your group breakout sessions. I'll see you back in 8 minutes. Make sure you select a captain. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Let's start with the bottom up. Let's go all the way down to group 5. Who is our group captain out of group 5?
Hey, Jack, it was me again. We discussed a couple of things. We talked about during the, we want to have a relaxed body with a little bit of movement. We want to make sure that we're smiling. We want to memorize what we're gonna say, but then kind of use it as a guideline so that we can stay flexible, so that we can make it more genuine, I guess. We said maybe nodding, kind of like to so that we're looking like we're staying engaged with it. We're getting the people on the other side to kind of remain engaged. So it's kind of like something, can't think of what we were saying about that, but it's like confirming when we're nodding, we're confirming what we're saying to be more confident. And then just be comfortable in moving around as we're doing the speech. And stay
Okay.
curious and engaging.
Thank you. Group 5. Interesting. Group 4. Ariel, Corby, Grace, Jeff, Lukinson, Fuang, and Tasha, rather. Who is the captain in group 4?
We had Tasha be our captain.
I am. Okay. So what we discussed was that we would actually have pretty much the same thing that the previous guy said, but basically body language. Make sure that you're actually engaging the person you're speaking with by a slight head tilt, a nod. Also using your hands, hand gestures, at least 2 hand gestures, not too many to go over the top, but at least a couple hand gestures while you're speaking. Also, we discussed adding a story at the end to bring it all in together and bring it all together. And I got notes all over. Let's see. Body language, hand demos, slight head tilts, and nodding to keep the person engaged, a story at the end.
Okay, thank you, Tasha. Excellent. So are you going to feel confident when you do yours?
Probably not. But I'm gonna practice. But hey, I'm gonna practice. I got a tripod here. I'm gonna put my phone on it and I'm gonna practice. So I will be ready when it's time.
So confident and nervous is 2 different things. Confident is the last refuge for the ill-prepared. Those people who have not prepared, not memorized their scripts, they're not going to feel confident. But you can be very confident and still be nervous. So very different question with a different response. So hopefully you're very confident, but nervous. Well, we'll see. That's natural. We're going to all, even the best speakers get nervous when they get up in front of people. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you, group 4. Group 3, we have Angela, Charlie, Eric, Gabriel, Jonathan, Luckinson, Mohammed, and Tina. Who is going to be the captain out of group 3?
That would be me. So we had know your talking points, be prepared, because you can't assume that they know what you're talking about. And that body language and body movement is very important to tilt your head, use your hands, smile, be engaging, because it helps you talk differently and be not so monotone. And then we had to kind of tell a story, you want it to be engaging. There's going to be highs, there's going to be lows. You don't want it to be boring and push through too fast. You want it to be a story. And then we kind of talked about Vanessa Van Edwards and just her background and that she's a mind reader and a lie detector.
A mind reader and a lie detector. A scary person, sounds like. Thank you, Tina. Good job. All right. So group 2.
That's me, Rosalie here. All right. So the first one thing we talk about was make sure you have your smile, make sure you're doing your body movement, and know your audience, know who you're talking to so you can know exactly what you're gonna do and how you're gonna say it. Be practical is the other thing. Also to practice and record yourself and look at the video to see how you're doing before you go and present yourself. Also, we have to be making eye contact with the audience and make sure that they are there, and also be relatable. Give them a story or relate to them and give them something to smile about.
Okay, this is good stuff. Thank you, Rosny. Group 1, who is our captain out of group 1?
That is me.
Okay, Kyle, good job. What do you got?
All right. So I think like knowing that clear and good pace, that's good, even with knowing all the words well, but you got to bring energy, the shoulder, the head, the nod, it builds trust. We all felt that really made a difference. And then having enthusiasm with the face and some motion, really made a difference, and we could see that how that we need to put in our practice. And then finally, even using your hands like from big to small gives it purpose and gives movement. And then finally, being able to put in a little story, a little example, I think really brings it home, really brings it personal. If we can do that, I think it makes a lot of difference too.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So Lisa, I'm going to leave this up to you. Do you want a couple minutes as I go through the next one and then come back? Are you ready? 1 minute. Okay. All right. So we're going to move on to the next Vanessa Van Edwards video. We're going to push forward a little bit. Everyone okay with that? Anybody need a break right now? Okay. All right. The next video, she's talking about building trust with your hands. So we talked about body movement. We talked about eye contact. We talked about knowing what your message is going to be. Talked about the mood that you bring into the conversation. Now we're going to talk about what's going on with your hands, because that's part of it. Big part of it, actually. And we're not going to watch her whole TED Talk, her whole 18 minutes, but we are going to watch the first 4 minutes of this, and then I'm going to give it to you.
Hello, my name is Vanessa, and I am a recovering awkward person. This is me at the peak of what I like to call my plaid vest phase. Luckily, my years of social awkwardness led me to a fascinating career trying to figure out how people work. So what I didn't realize is that many years ago, I would do an experiment that led me right on this stage in front of you here today. My lab researchers and I were curious about TED Talks. We wanted to know, why do some TED Talks go viral and others don't? So we embarked on a huge experiment. We analyzed thousands of hours of TED Talks looking for patterns. Now, I wasn't sure if we would find anything, so we were analyzing body language, hand gestures, vocal variety. We even looked at outfit choices, which made today particularly pressure-filled. And very quickly, there was a pattern in the data that made me curious. And after we coded more and more TED Talks, we realized there was a pattern. Now, before I tell you what that is, I have a personal question for you, which is, when you see someone, what part of the body do you look at first? You can just call it out. Where do you look first when you see someone? Face, eyes. So most people, shoes. They're very high. So most people say eyes, face, or mouth. But actually, when we first see someone, the first place we look is the hands. And this is left over from our caveman days, because if we were approached by a stranger caveman, the first place we looked was the hands to see if they were carrying a rock or a spear. In other words, we wanted to know if we were safe, if they were friend or foe. Now, this actually still remains from caveman days. And when we can't see someone's hands, something interesting happens. So I just did something a little mean to your brain. You should start to feel just a little bit uncomfortable. And the reason for that is because when you can't see my hands, you wonder, what is she doing back there? And then the longer I leave my hands behind my back, you get more and more distracted because you can't see them. And eventually your brain is just screaming, can she just bring her hands out from behind her back? And the moment I bring them back out, it feels so much better. And this is because our brain knows that if we can't see hands, we can't see intention. And what we found is when we compared the most viewed TED Talks side by side with the least viewed TED Talks, we found a pattern with hand gestures. Specifically, on average, the most popular TED Talkers use an average of 465 hand gestures in 18 minutes. Yes, we painstakingly counted every single one. I have 465 prepared for you today. And the least popular TED Talkers use an average of 272 hand gestures, almost half. What's happening here? So when TED speakers take the stage, they're showing you first, friend, 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 friend. You'll notice when I walked out on the stage, I waved. I was saying friend, 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 friend. And the other thing that TED speakers do, see if this looks familiar. So they come into the red dot and they do something like this. Today, I want to talk to you about a big idea. I'm going to break it down into 3 different areas that are going to change your life. Right? So the most viral TED Talkers seem to sit in the same way with these hand gestures, because what they're doing is they're showing you, I know my content so well that I can speak to you on 2 different tracks. I can speak to you with my words, but I can also explain my concepts with my hands. And this way, they underline their concepts with their words. For example, if I were to say, today, I have a really big idea. It's huge. You laugh, and you're like, Vanessa, it's so small. It's not very big. And that is because your brain gives 12.5 times more weight to hand gestures. So today, I have a really, really big idea, and I'm going to explain it to you in 3 different ways. My big idea is that we are contagious. Specifically, as humans, we are constantly sending and decoding body language signals. We also do this emotionally and chemically. To explain this, I have a rather disgusting but very fascinating study. So in this study, researchers collected sweat pads from people who ran on a treadmill. Then they collected sweat pads from skydivers on their first time skydive. 2 very different kinds of sweat. Here's the disgusting part. Then they had poor, unsuspecting participants. I know. They had unsuspecting participants in the lab smell these sweat pads while they were in an fMRI machine. Here's where it gets interesting. Even though the participants had no idea what they were smelling, the ones that smelled the skydiving sweat pads had their fear response in their brain activated. In other words, they caught the fear. This means that our emotions are contagious. Our fear is contagious. Our confidence is contagious. And this begs the big question. If our emotions are contagious, how do we make sure that we're infecting people with the right ones? So I believe that we can be contagious in 3 different ways. The first one is non-verbally. Now, to test this idea, I did a very simple experiment in the streets of Portland, Oregon. What I did is I stood in the street and I looked up at nothing. And I wanted to see if people would catch or mirror my nonverbal. So you can see this video. I stand in the streets looking at nothing. And slowly, one by one, I infect people walking by. And slowly, we begin to gather a crowd. So, this poor woman, she was standing there with me, and we're standing there, and remember, we're looking at nothing. I just want to improve it. And we're standing, and I'm going, how long are we gonna stand here? Who's gonna break first? And after about 40 seconds, we're looking, and she leans over and she says, is he gonna jump? And this experience taught me that we catch emotions and then we create rationales for why we've caught that emotion. Now, this is actually a good thing. As humans, this keeps us safe. Dr. Paul Ekman has studied something called the microexpression. It's a universal facial expression, and he's discovered there are 7 of them. Across genders and races, we all make this same expression when we feel an intense emotion. This is the fear microexpression. So fear is a really important emotion because we want to catch it from someone else to warn us if something's about to go wrong. And this facial expression also keeps us safe. So imagine for a second that you're walking and you see a snake. Your eyelids and your eyebrows jump out of the way so you can take in as much of the environment as possible. Is there another snake? What's my escape route? Then your mouth opens so you can take in oxygen in case you have to fight, yell for help, or flee. We make this face before we consciously realize we've seen a snake. Now, what's interesting about it is you should be starting to feel a little bit anxious. And that is because when we see other people have fear, if we saw this face in the subway, we would be like, what's wrong? What's going on? Because it keeps us safe. So I want you to try it with me. So open your eyes as wide as possible. Raise your eyebrows up, very good. Now take in a sharp breath. Perfect. Do you feel anxious? What's interesting about facial expressions is they cause our emotions. So not only do our emotions cause our face, but our face also causes our emotions. It's called the facial feedback hypothesis. So when we see someone with this face, we catch their emotion, and then we are ready to fight, flee, or yell for help. Luckily, this also works with positive emotions. So one of the faces behind me is a real happiness microexpression, and one of them is fake.
Which one is it?
Right one's fake.
Right one's fake,
second
left
one,
one's
right
real.
one is fake, left one is genuine.
So you're telling me when we're trying to mask our mood, we're not doing a very good job?
Correct.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to put this whole video here and I'm going to put it in your homework. It's already in the video that's going to, the email that's going to go out after class. I want you guys to watch the last 10 minutes of this and just be paying attention to your physical expressions, your facial expressions, your mood, because all of it tells a story. And sometimes we think, oh, I'm Superman, Superwoman, I can mask it, I'm strong, I can mask my feelings, and I'm going to be believable. No, you're not. The only way that you can change your attitude is by changing your situation. And that could simply be by having a habit of doing yoga every single morning, which is going to change your physiology, and give, some of us, our cup is running over. And how do we give ourselves more capacity to help others? And that's by changing the volume that we can handle. We're going to not get rid of the water in our cup because you can't get rid of stress that's in your body, that's in your life, that's in your situation, but you can increase the size of your cup. And how do you do that? You do yoga. It gives you more capacity to take on more of the world around us. It resets our brain, resets our chemistry, resets the dopamine and the serotonin, and reduces the cortisol, strengthens our core, puts more blood in our, more oxygen in our blood, makes us be in a better mood. So when I say that yoga can change a salesperson's profession and their success, because people are watching what we do. Your likability in an open house, your ability to connect with people because you are being your authentic self and you are actually walking there in a good mood, all matters. So these things matter. So if we're cognizant of it, at least we can start putting in practices of being able to figure out how can we affect our business in a positive way to be able to convert more. If we can convert more, we're going to make more money. We're going to have more rep agreements. We're going to do more with less, meaning fewer leads, more transactions. But if we're really struggling, we're going to be repelling customers. And if we're repelling customers, that is a very significant thing that we have to cause. And sometimes, based on our attitude and how we are and present ourselves out there, that people can come in here and I can see that they're really off-putting. And if that's the case, you're going to be off-putting to the consumers out there and you're going to struggle. So we have to figure out how can we help this person be more likable. And that's something that we do in coaching. But that person has to be willing to hear all sides of it. So if you're really struggling out there, it could be because of your mood. It could be a situation that could be that we need to recognize within ourselves. And sometimes the best way to do it is to watch a video of yourself, and then you are able to see it real firsthand and realize, I need to work on this. I need to coach. Okay. The next one, we got 2 more videos. It's 2:39. We're gonna, Lisa, are you here? Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. It's 2:39. We're gonna come back at 2:49. And then we're going to come back from this break. We've got 2 more videos to watch. And then we're going to go into a breakout session after this video. So break, watch the video, breakout session, and then we'll come back. Come back at 2:50. I'm gonna stick around for a couple of minutes for those of you who have questions for me. I don't need a break this time, so if you are needing a break, go. If you have a question that's more important than your break, go ahead and ask it.
Hey, Jack, how long are UVP videos supposed to be when we actually go to create them?
Well, I'm hoping that your video doesn't exist. I'm hoping that you do it in person live in front of the class on Thursday.
That's the whole point. But how long should that take, or should our presentation be?
It should be somewhere between 30 seconds to a minute and 30 seconds. 3 minutes is an awful long time.
Oh, you don't want me to do a 3-minute TED Talk? Oh, okay, cool. I'm joking.
Yeah, something like that. But sometimes people have a longer one because they have a story they want to tell, and that story is really impactful. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys, but it's not a monologue. It's supposed to be a value proposition, which could simply be very short. It could be 50 words, it could be 30 words. Okay, where are we with time? Let me look to 50. We got 2 more minutes. So we got a couple more minutes before we are coming back. For those of you who maybe have a question or want to have a conversation for the next 1 minute, we went from 2 to 1. So, but we got a little bit of time.
Just quick question, Jack. I think I might actually have a buyer representation agreement or consultation. Should I take a mentor with me for that, or is that something I should just set up and then get with the mentor after I get them under representation?
Yeah, so most of the mentors are from contract to close,
Okay.
not before that. So mentors don't get involved until we have a contract. So for that question, you go to Michael Potter. Michael Potter is your coach to help you get hired. Lisa Ormsby also does that. So pre-rep agreement, it's going to be Michael or Lisa. Once you get a rep agreement and you're trying to get them under contract, then that's going to be your coach or your mentor. Well, that's going to be Lisa also trying to help you get them under contract. But once you are either negotiating a contract or have a contract, that's when you get a mentor involved.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. All right. It is actually time. Let me hit our music.
Welcome back. Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Got a little welcome back Cotter there for those of you who were alive in the 80s and 90s. All right, question. I think we have some points coming. I don't know if Lisa is back yet. I know she's been crazy busy on the phone the last hour. She was busy then, and I don't see her back yet. Nope. Okay, we're going to give her some more time. Moving on to the next video. Remember, we're going to watch this video, and then I'm going to put you in your breakout sessions. So let's hear the next one.
We welcome back the author of Human Lie Detection and Body Language 101, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think that intro was one of the most charismatic I've.
Interesting, though. I just want to bring up what conversational narcissists can also feel like and pay attention to that in here.
We welcome back the author of Human Lie Detection and Body Language 101, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think that intro was one of the most charismatic I've ever given.
Definitely. Definitely.
What we're trying to say here is there are some people who just seem to have that thing. When they're in a room or they're talking or they're amongst people, they have something. What is that?
So that question always fascinated me. So we run a human behavior research lab, and I was like, I want to study this. What makes people so memorable? So we actually found patterns between people who are really memorable and have that quality that's you instantly want to know them, and people who are more forgettable. So
I tend to think I've met a lot of different business people, and you meet the heads of companies, and they all seem to have most of them seem to have that same it factor that big celebrities have. There's a star quality to people.
Absolutely.
It draws people to them.
Definitely, and that is learnable. That's what I'm hoping we can talk about today.
Really?
You can learn it, absolutely. You can increase it. So the first thing is there's a myth I want to bust, and it's that we think that charismatic people are perfect. They're more attractive, they're smarter, they're better than. That is absolutely not the case. And so the first habit that charismatic people do is they embrace their imperfections. So this was done with a study by psychologist Richard Wiseman. And he wanted to see, could vulnerability really make you more likable? So he had 2 actresses sell a blender in a mall. One actress had the perfect pitch. The other actress had the same pitch, but she spilled the smoothie from the blender all over the table. So the question is, who sold more blenders? Surprisingly, it was actress number 2, the one who spilled the smoothie.
Funny.
And not only that, but everyone in the audience rated her as more likable.
Because we can relate to her, because we're imperfect and okay.
Exactly. So when you're out, I don't want you to worry about being smarter or better than. What I want you to do is, if you're feeling uncomfortable, if you're feeling nervous, that actually bonds you to people. You can use those imperfections to connect with people.
I would imagine there's a balance to that, though. If you're constantly self-deprecating and you're constantly pointing out your own failings, after a while, you're just annoying.
Yes, and that brings me perfectly, exactly, and that brings me perfectly to point number 2, which is don't be a conversational narcissist. Because annoying people...
I hate those kind of people. I just don't like them. I don't like them at all. I think they kill the me factor.
No, they kill it. So what we found is that charismatic people have this skill. They have a mentality shift. When they go into interactions with people, all they focus on is how can they ask the most interesting questions, which is very different. They don't think about what they're going to say or how they're going to talk about themselves. They figure out, how can I get this person to tell me their story? So I challenge you, next time you go to a big event or a party, think about how can you get the person you're speaking with to tell you their story? What questions can you ask that are just going to pry out their most interesting aspects of themselves?
Well, it's not going to be, what do you do?
Right. It's not going to be what you do. It's going to be, what are your personal passion projects?
Right.
It's going to be, what was the most exciting thing that happened to you today?
Here's what somebody asked once in a group I was in: who's the most interesting person you ever met?
Oh,
Love
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's actually what we did in our study. Is we asked people, who is the most charismatic person you know? And then we started to look for patterns in those charismatic people. So I love that. And you can even say, I watched this awesome segment on AM Northwest on charismatic people. Who do you know who's charismatic? What do you think makes someone charismatic? So once you start asking these questions, it's very important, this is habit number 3, is to gush, don't gossip. So the old saying that we have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we should be listening.
Listening more, right.
Yeah, listening more than we're speaking. And what's important about this is something called the spontaneous trait transference. Forgive me for this scientific term, but what this is they found that when you speak ill of someone, people cannot help but associate those negative traits to you as well as the person you're talking about. We cannot help it. So for example, if I were to say, ugh, she's so mean, I don't like her, she's awful. Mean and awful actually stick to me just as much as her.
Really?
Yes.
Is that true? Is that true even if the people who are listening don't know the other person?
Even then.
Even if they know or don't know. It doesn't
or
matter.
don't know. If
Interesting.
you mention those adjectives, people just cannot help but associate that to you. So what you're better off doing is find genuine ways to gush about people. And it has to be genuine. So I did this just the other night. My friend Carrie came up. I was talking to a group of people. I said, oh, this is my friend Carrie. She's a fierce, feisty female entrepreneur. Everything she does is pretty awesome. Because I genuinely love Carrie, so I was able to introduce her. So when someone comes into a group and you're introducing someone, take that opportunity to genuinely gush about them. That's a great way to share.
You know, my uncle is like that, and he's fairly charismatic, but he always sees the positive in some people, and it's amazing. And it's never negative first. It's always something nice,
and that translates onto him. It's like a halo effect.
Yeah, interesting.
So I had to have 2 last body language tips.
Okay.
You know, I love talking about body language. So the first one is showing your hands. Our hands are our trust indicators. Women are often taught to put their hands underneath the table in their lap. That's polite. Actually, you're much better off keeping them above the table, because studies show that when someone can see your hands, they rate you as more trustworthy, which is exactly what charismatic people do.
And use your hands when you're talking?
Use your hands when you're talking. No jazz hands.
Okay.
Right, no jazz hands.
But
keeping them visible. Don't tuck them into your purse. Don't put them behind your back when you're talking. As much as possible, just keeping them
crossing
visible.
your arms,
no, not allowed.
So keep
Not
them
allowed.
keep them
Keep them out and
even if they're
visible.
just together.
And what about looking into someone's eyes?
That's my last tip, and that's the most important. Eye contact is great. That's half the story. I want you to try deep gazing. That's noticing someone's eye color, and the reason for that is because they found that when you do that, it releases.
This doesn't get creepy.
It's a little bit creepy, but just briefly, Dave. Briefly. Remember, no extremes.
Got it. All
yeah,
right.
just a little bit of deep gazing, and that builds that connection.
Keep eye contact. That's important.
Eye contact, and don't overhead gaze to see who's better to talk to.
Yeah, well, that's a hard habit to break. All right, very good. Human Lie Detection Body Language 101 is the book, and thank you so much. Always fun.
Thank
Vanessa,
you.
great to see you again.
Okay, Vanessa Van Edwards, Positively Positive. We just heard her talking about 5 distinct different things in this video, and all of them is a 45-minute conversation that we don't have time to break down. First thing though is I am going to ask you a question here, and I want you guys to save as a meeting poll. And I'm going to launch the poll. I would like to take a class poll. Do you like perfect people? You love them? I like them a little bit. I secretly hate them. I should actually have one for the women take this exam and then the men take this exam, because we get different answers.
True, Christine.
24 of 37.
Well, the question I feel like is, well, the answers to the question I feel like are open because I'm like, there's no such thing as a perfect person. So
Pretending to be perfect. So this is what we're talking about, because there is no such thing as a perfect person. So they're pretending. So do we like that? We've got 10 more people to vote. Okay, we're going to cut it off there. All right. So here's our results. 43% of you said you secretly dislike them. And 39% of you said, I like them a little. So we could say that maybe almost more than 80%, 70, 80% of the class, they don't like perfect people. Or they dislike or don't like perfect people. I'm asking this for a question. I'm asking this for a reason, rather. How many of you do social media videos? No, not everyone. Not everyone's doing social media videos. Okay.
Jack, I literally just got an Instagram and I haven't even done my first post because I was waiting for this weekend about the open house.
So for those of you who are doing videos on a regular basis, let me ask you a question. When you stumble on your words or you make a mistake, do you delete it and start over? Or do you keep going?
Keep going.
How many of you delete it and start over?
Depends how many times I
I
study.
do.
Okay. A lot of you. How many of you are trying to create a perfect video?
Not perfect, but
there's quite
More
a
like
few.
a fun video.
I try to get the best video I can.
So what happens when we try to create a perfect video? Are people going to like us?
On social media, I think so.
Statistically, no. So people like people who they can identify with. So if you've got a blooper reel, you could have a video that actually people would have liked you more because you stumbled over your words and you seem more real, more relatable. So part of the Vanessa Van Edwards video, first of all, was the story about the person with the blender. Do you remember that story that she just shared? Here you have a salesperson in a mall, and she did the whole thing perfectly, and people are like, not rememberable at all. They don't really like her. Then she spilled the smoothie on the table, and everyone rated her more likable. So I want you to put thought into that. Not that we're going to purposely mess up because we think that that's going to work in our advantage, but I want you just to allow yourself to be yourself and not get so caught up in trying to be an idea of what you think you should be if you made no mistakes, because that's not helping you on social media at all, especially with your videos. So just be authentic. I want you to think about that. And then she talked about spontaneous trait transference and the halo effect. We, as our part of our code of ethics, says gush, don't gossip. That is one of our code of ethics articles. Gush, don't gossip. Don't talk bad about your fellow realtor. I also don't want you to talk bad about anyone because that doesn't help. He asked a question. He said, even does this negativity stick to the speaker even if they don't know the person that they're speaking about? And she said, yes. But actually, in her TED talk, what she said was, if you don't know them, even more it sticks to you because there is no reference point and you're the only one in the conversation. So, yes, if they know the other person, it's going to stick to both of you. Equally, if they don't know the other person at all, it's only going to stick to you, not them at all. So it's very dangerous. You are destroying your own reputation as you're talking bad about someone else. And this is 100% of the time. And this is not one of those, I'm going to make my enemies my friends because my enemy and my enemy is my friend. Or we're going to try to gang up on someone and make other people not like them because I'm going to make us, kind of be on the same page. And now we have something in common. We both don't like this other person. In sales, if you don't have something good to say, you should never say it at all. We should be incredibly respectful. And one of the things I love, though, is the halo effect is the opposite, complete opposite of spontaneous trait transference. If you don't say anything about someone, you're not going to have the trait transference or the halo effect. If someone referred you, you should always throw them some love. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing, and say something good about them. Whether this person likes them or not, we're gonna say something good about them. Chances are, if you say something bad about someone and they're not there, the person you're speaking to is going to be afraid of you. They're going to afraid to have anything to do with you because they don't want you saying bad things about them. And they're no longer going to trust you. And you're someone who can't be trusted. So we're going to stay away from that. So gush, don't gossip. And now the thing about the hands, the jazz hands, being able to see your hands and not kind of going crazy, but we trust people when we can see their hands, unless she says there is a kind of a point in which that becomes ridiculous. And the other last thing that she spoke about that I think is really impactful here is a lot of us ask, what do I say to people? And the people who have the best reputations are the ones who seem to talk the least and ask really great questions. Questions like, are you married? You've got kids? And you ask that question and it gets them talking. And then, what do you do for work? What line of business are you in? And ask that question and then see what they say. And then just let them speak. People love to share. People love to tell their stories. And oftentimes we're in a society where people don't have time really, and they're rushing through, get to the point. In this relationship building, giving them an opportunity to speak is really, really, really important for you to build those relationships on the phone. They may ask how things are going on with you. Be positive. Things are going great. Super blessed. So excited to be in this profession. I just didn't realize how much it was going to be tied to my clients and my spheres bringing me business. I didn't realize that was going to be it, but I love the job. You can be humble. You should be humble. So I'm going to put you guys in groups again, and I want you to then talk about what are some things that you've learned here that you can implement on your phone calls, in your buyer rep agreements, maybe on your listing agreements, or maybe even your UVP that you're going to implement, that you're going to pay attention to, that you are going to try to be better at, or just something that really stuck out at you from what they said. Recreating the room so we have a different set of groups. Please choose a different breakout captain, someone who has not spoken yet before. And hopefully when we get back, we can give the points. Lisa, we have points that you need to give for the last one, which we didn't do yet.
Okay. Do you want me to do that now?
Yes.
Okay. So, just want to remind you that if you cannot be the group leader every time and there's Group 5, you would have been disqualified, just letting you know. So remember that. So don't let that happen again. But I did choose group 3 this time.
All right, good job, group 3. You all get 50 participation points, so you are already ahead of the pack just a little bit. So good job. All right, so you should have your breakout rooms available. Pick someone who hasn't spoke yet after you guys have a conversation. I'll see you back in 8 minutes.
The pop-up for leaving the room didn't show up. We had to manually click it.
No, you just came back before everybody else. Okay. I hope that we all had some really good dialogue, some good conversations. I'm curious, group 1, who is our group captain? Alicia, Donna, Eric, Isabel.
That's Luis, Jack.
Luis.
Apologize.
Luis. All right.
So, yeah, no, basically what we got from the video is always keep an eye contact, smile, try to initiate, a conversation. And one of the things she also said was always try to have your hands forward, which some of us, unfortunately, we've been trained because, we never know if we're going to be soldiers or taught not to use our hands. So breaking bad habits is important. Another one of the issues we've noticed that sometimes, yeah, it's better to be the bigger person. Don't ever try to throw dirt on anybody because there's always, more ammo for the person to throw at you. And if we do find that there's bad people, we just gotta understand that misery loves company. We can't be trying to satisfy everybody because everybody's just not good.
So, did you learn something from the videos?
Oh yes, as
Okay, worthwhile?
Personally, as a newer agent, all of that's pretty new. I did some of those errors on accident, but now I know to check myself off.
Wonderful. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, group 1. Group 2, who's my captain? Oh, captain, my captain.
Mohammed.
Mohammed.
Yes, sir. So show hands because it will show trust, and be respectful and have body language and have eye contact. No gossip, no gossip. Because when you gossip about somebody, the people don't respect you because they can think that you can gossip about them too. And if you're a woman, be a spicy woman. And learn how to make a story and tell the story when you're talking to somebody.
Thank you, Mohammed.
And mind your body language. That one of our person told us.
Okay, good job, group 2. Group 3, who is the captain in group 3?
Okay, I just knew. Yeah, I was.
Well, Andy's up.
We had a great group, fantastic group, in fact.
I'm already seeing the halo effect. I'm already feeling the love. Coming out the gate strong, Andy. Good job.
Be contagious. About how we do influence others. And I remember her looking at the sky. That was great. Engage people. Ask open-ended questions. And then listen carefully. Also, to help people open up, you talk about yourself first, but then engage them by asking questions. The biggest, most profound thing I learned today is that criticism sticks on you, that you throw mud and it gets on you too. Hand gestures are important. Of course, that was a whole section on that. And I think Indu said dress to impress. and make people talk about themselves, I guess. How to Win Friends and Influence People, Carnegie.
Dale Carnegie.
That's it. We came up with all that.
Ooh, excellent. Good book for those of you who haven't read it. Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Exactly right. Good job. Excellent work. I am thoroughly impressed. All right. Andy did a great job for his group. Group 4, we have Andrew, Ariel, Charlie, Christine, Jonathan, Robert, Rosny, and Wells. Who is going to be the captain in group 4?
That would be me.
Thank you, Jonathan. All right, what do you got?
Yeah, so we came up with might sound funny, but guilt and shame as a motivator. So, don't do things that might embarrass you. Don't worry about being too perfect. Aim high, but don't let your insecurities get in the way. Listen more and talk less. Ask something about the person to engage them. And then I think someone else said it too, as gush, not gossip. So, and then give like healthy praise to those people that you're talking to, which will get them excited about talking more stuff.
Every single thing that you said, Jonathan, is really good advice to live by. I mean, it's solid advice. It really is. And so it's funny how this may be a new concept for some of us, or just a good, solid reminder of how we need to behave. This is what I love, having role models, and those role models holding us accountable. Good job. I'm hearing great things. Group 5, who is my captain?
Kelly, here
Hi,
I
Kelly.
am. Hi. We had a great group. They were super fun and lots of energy. And I do think it is based on the information. It kind of focuses us in the right direction. Um, I think our biggest takeaway was that it is okay to be authentic, which is such a relief, because you don't need to be perfect. You're much more relatable when you're imperfect. That being said, you should always know your material and come prepared, but you don't have to focus on making minor mistakes. We said, using your hands, smiling, good eye contact is all very important. Smiling, if I've said that already. And I think our big thing was just kind of be the light, kindness and active listening. Those are free. So just be a good listener, make eye contact, and be positive.
Amazing. Good job, everyone. Lisa is going to share with the group who she has who has she selected as the points for this particular session. We've got a few more points to go through. A couple of takeaways that I had on my slide is gush, don't gossip, halo effect, and spontaneous trait transference. The reason I have these on the slides is because they may or may not be test questions. Your reputation depends on you being a professional. How you speak about people matter. Always assume you're being recorded. Give people the benefit of the doubt. Be a voice for good. The world needs more role models. The world needs more kindness. Be kind, be a role model, be a voice for good. Be successful. All of these things is going to go a long way to helping you be more liked. We know that people want to work with people that know, love, and trust them. And so it's going to do nothing but help amplify your business. Good job. All right, one more video.
So
this is from Tom Ferry, how to become a real estate influencer. Now, I spend a good amount of time on our reputation management class on the 13th about social media, about the power of social media. I'm going to show you about 15 different videos on the 13th about real estate agents who've done really good videos for listings, for their value proposition, that are just out there in marketing that I found fantastic. So I'm going to share them with you. Some really good ones, some really bad ones, some social destruction that's happened, some agents who publicly went to jail for fraud and for traffic stop. One guy got arrested for having guns and drugs and cash in his car, and called himself a realtor to the police officer like 5 times and put that out there. And that was right here in Williamson County, an agent that we all know. So we're going to look at some really good stuff and some really bad stuff that happened, and how we can how we can leverage social media proactively in a really good, healthy way to drive traffic to you. So we're going to spend half a day on that. But here's a video that just touches on it lightly, but don't get too far into this video because we're going to spend half a day on this topic.
So our all-around winners are doing 3 things exceptionally well that we strongly recommend you take action on. Number 1 is that they've optimized and they're utilizing their YouTube channel. We know that YouTube is the 2nd most visited website on the web, and as video content has continued to dominate on social media, its watch times have risen by 60%. Despite all of the success, even some of our best ranked influencers weren't using YouTube to its fullest potential. So when using YouTube, be sure to always write search optimized titles. Title your videos with common language that someone planning to buy a home in your neighborhood would ask the internet. You also want to optimize your channel and update it continuously. This will help you rank on Google and create a steady flow of traffic to your channel. The second major point is to create interesting thumbnails. During our judging process, we looked at thousands of social pages and vlogs. And the first thing that really stood out for us when we looked at their pages was their thumbnail imagery. Was it on brand? Was it eye-catching? Having an exciting social media channel or blog or vlog with beautiful imagery will absolutely help people want to click on that play button. The Creator Academy reports that 90% of the best performing videos on YouTube have custom thumbnails. So when creating thumbnail images, make sure to include the video stars smiling or looking as animated and as excited as possible. Moreover, the best thumbnail practices involve including fun text in the image, but no more than 20%. The text, of course, should be large with highlighted or magnified areas so they really stand out. The text should not mirror the title exactly, but should still be relevant to the keyword. And the last one, number 3, is create a recurring series. Just like everything else you do in your business, consistency is the key. Almost all of our top social winners created their own recurring series to help promote their business. We saw shows where agents interviewed local active members of their community weekly. They gave out weekly fun activity recommendations on a regular basis. They provided weekly education content on the home buying or home selling process, and even tried all their local restaurants in their town for their fans to see. These shows are an exciting break from the reality, and when done consistently, they allow you to build a following and continue to generate new clients.
Okay, Tom Ferry, his top 3 things. You know, Canva has a really good AI-powered YouTube thumbnail generator now. So I kind of highly recommend using that if you haven't in the past. They've got a free version and a paid version. It's $19.99 a month. I think they have a discount for Canva. Okay, so our first mega day was the mindset of the successful agent, that there is plenty enough business for every single one of you to go out and stake your claim and make as much money as you want, no excuses. Today, about power starting your business. But before we can really go out there and be impactful, we have to be paying attention to the subtle cues that we give off as a salesperson. If you want to polish your sales presentation, if you want to become a more polished professional, then some of these things might just be slightly tweaked that can really have a huge impact in your conversion rate so that you can be more successful, earn more money, have more closings, more transactions with a fewer number of leads. So that way, as I've read to you several times in the Shift book by Gary Keller, that the 24-to-1 ratio on average for every 34 contacts an agent made with a prospective buyer and seller, they needed 1 closed transaction. Plainly put, that's a 34-to-1 ratio. Then it goes on talking about that what makes this number notable is that past studies have shown an average contact to close ratio of around 24-to-1, and it goes in for about 6 pages in explaining why it's a 34-to-1 ratio right now and why it's 24-to-1. And what they uncovered was who they were polling were new agents versus experienced agents. Obviously, the agents who have been in this business for a while are having a much higher conversion rate, but it's not for the reason that you think. It's not because they have more experience. It's not because they have better scripts. It's because they're wielding less stress. They have more consistent income. And because the more consistent income is there, then they're just happier and they're rubbing people better than the other people who are rubbing people the wrong way. And they don't even realize it because they're carrying around a couple of U-Haul trailers of baggage with them, with the stress that comes along with the business when you don't have your pipelines filled. So it's so important. And as broker, I've personally seen it. Agents in the profession that are out there at open houses and they feel a little bit desperate. They're super motivated because they need it and they just come across a little pushy. But it can be, pendulum swung all the way over where the customers are feeling like they're being pushed into making a decision, or this person is, trying to prey on them like a used car salesman, following them around, won't leave them alone, versus pendulating them all the way back where they're just completely passive, somewhere, in this middle ground. But no matter where we are in the pendulum, we need to be happy. And that's hard to say. I mean, you can't just say go be happy, because it's not something that we can just often turn on and off like a light switch. But we can control the brain chemistry, and that's where we can begin for the 30 days of greatness and the 30 days of creating a new habit is waking up every day, thinking of 5 positive things, changing what you're focusing your attention on, being thankful and grateful for the things that are going on around you that's positive, not taking for granted the good stuff and upset about the bad, but quite the other way around, not taking for granted the good stuff and being grateful and appreciative every time something good happens, and take a moment to appreciate it. That way you're mirroring that and you just become a lot more appreciative about anything that happens. And then start doing your yoga, come to the morning huddle. These small things, waking up, the 5 things to be grateful for every morning, doing a little bit of stretches and doing your yoga, and then showing up to your morning huddle will begin to change your mood. Brain chemistry changes. All of a sudden, everything starts changing for you. It's kind of absurd when you think about kids in sports. How many of you as a child were in sports, and how many of you currently have children who are in sports? Okay. How many of you had a coach? Everyone is saying they had a coach. How many of you have a real estate coach? So raise your real hand if you have a real estate coach. Okay. Very powerful. You need a coach. Lisa is an accountability coach, so she's acting as a coach as well. Sometimes people go out to a third party and they will pay a coaching person, and that's very powerful. We need a coach in our business. Think a moment how absurd it is that we have a kid in school and they have a coach and maybe we don't, and this is our profession to earn a living that's going to pay for them being in coaching in the first place. So we do need a coach, and there's a very different role between obviously the coach's job and the athlete's job. So I want to focus on that for a moment, because during Mega, you have another coach. That would be me, for those people who want to go through the Mega series and get to the end. I am the person who is your coach, coaching you along, showing you the business from my vantage point and what I've seen for the last 20 years. And there's a difference between the coach's job and the athlete's job. The coach's job is to teach you the game, teach you how to conduct yourself in a real estate transaction, teach you to win, bring out your best, see your blind spots, see what you don't see, force you to practice, be honest with you, and giving you layers of accountability. That is the coach's job. I'm not the athlete. I'm the coach. The athlete's job is to bring a commitment to the table. I commit to coaching, and I'm going to stick it through, and I'm going to give it my best. You've got to be, though, open to change, open to constructive criticism. When we see your blind spots, we need to make you aware of that in a productive and respectful way. Follow instructions and complete assignments, doing your homework and watching the videos and being present in class and participating in the breakout sessions. Work hard and bring the fire. You bring the grit, you bring the fire, you bring the passion, and we will take all of that and package it into an incredibly successful, profitable real estate professional. To be honest with yourself and your coach, and to be vulnerable and allow yourself to make mistakes. It's okay. That's where the growth begins. Who is going to agree to this coaching program? Am I seeing 100% unanimous? Awesome. Awesome, awesome. I'm taking a screenshot so that I've got all of the proof that you agreed to the power. All right. One of you is still not raising your hand. All right, cool. All right, great. Thank you. All right. Now, we're going to move on a little bit. 5 promises to Jack. Number 1, 20 calls a day. Promise is to the coach. Dress the part. 70% of how people are initially going to judge you is how you're dressed at the open houses. And when you're doing listing appointments, remember it's a job interview, so dress for the job interview. Master your objection handling by learning your scripts. We're going to give you some paper scripts that you're going to read. And then also your Tuesday morning sales meeting is very helpful to actually hear the pros on the phone who've made literally 10,000 calls or more as ISA 2s, hearing what they're doing on the phone. Return calls quickly when it's a new lead that came registered from the website. So call them quickly. And then learn your value proposition and learn it well. That's going to start with your mission statement, your vision statement, your value statement. We're going to do all of those together. Tomorrow, you're going to be doing your goal board, which is going through magazines and finding things that are super important to you. Maybe you're going to go online and search for some terms and print some stuff out. You're going to cut it all out, put it on a board, and it's a physical manifestation of what is driving you, your drivers, the most important things that get you up in the morning, why you're working so hard, why you're worrying, why you're willing to put yourself through all of this, making the phone calls, contacting your spheres, prospecting, converting, closing, following up, all the things. Why are you putting yourself through all of this? Who are you doing it for? And what are your reasons? The who, the what, the why, and the where. And put that on your goal board. That's a project that you're going to be doing tomorrow, doing your Mega Mini, which is super cool. The rules of engagement for a salesperson is to also learn a close script. One of the most powerful things that you will learn is that once you've closed a client, stop closing. Sometimes, most of the time, when someone meets you, they're not in the market to hire a real estate agent, and you don't even realize it, but they don't even know that they should be interviewing a real estate agent. You happen to be the person standing in front of them, and boom, you're the one that's going to help them, and you just kind of, through a assumptive close, just get the representation agreement, start helping them, and then you get to the closing table and everyone's giving them a hug. And if someone were to come back and ask, well, when did you hire this person? The consumer's gonna be like, wait, how did you come into my life? How did you get here? How is it that you are my agent? Because no one even thought to ask that question. So a lot of sales trainers, a lot of coaches out there tell people, don't ask to be hired, because if you ask to be hired, it's actually going to put the thought into the client's head that maybe they shouldn't hire you, which could backfire on you greatly, because 90% of consumers hire the first real estate agent they come across. That means that you can just kind of mess it up at that point. If it's already pretty much hired, then why unhire yourself? So learn a close script, but make sure that you stop selling once the client has hired you, and just move on from that conversation. If someone says no, and we're going to arguably, treat this as an adult, but when someone says no, I want you to ask and be inquisitive and dig a little bit deeper. The people who are best at that are kids. Mom, Dad, can I have a cookie? No, why not? How come? Because why? I don't understand. Break this down into simple words for me because I want the cookie. You're saying no, and that doesn't make sense to me. They're natural born objection handlers. How many of you have kids that are the best little salespeople you've ever seen in your life when they want something? We all know that that's true. I mean, they are relentless, and you could drive from one city to the other and an hour away, and they are still hounding you because they want this outcome. That is what a good salesperson does. But ask yourself, who pulled that out of us? Who took that away from us? Because naturally, we are good salespeople, and at some point in life, someone changed that for us. Don't ask why. Maybe a parent, a grandparent, maybe a teacher, but someone told us that that's not acceptable. The best objection handlers are those people who dig deep and respectfully ask, really? Wow. Do you mind sharing why? And depending on how you approach that, if it's not arguing, like, why not? Depending on how you ask the question is gonna, depict on whether or not they're gonna want to share with you. But if they can open up and expose to you what their objection is about, and you can uncover that, you can put the objection to bed and it's done. Objection handling is all about trying to figure out what is their objection. Sometimes it's fear-based, sometimes almost all the time. Now, we're not talking about manipulating people into buying and selling homes because that's not what we're doing, especially when it comes to sell. But when people are interested in buying a home, oftentimes the reason is because they're afraid. Someone told them no before. A year ago, someone ran their credit and said no, and they're just, no, I'm not interested in buying a house. Do you mind why? Yeah, a year ago, I had my credit pulled and they said I wouldn't qualify. Oh, well, have you spoken to a lender recently? No. Would you be willing to speak to one of my lenders? They're incredibly proactive about helping people who can't qualify now put a plan together to make sure that they're able to buy. It's not just a yes or no. It's a let's figure out how. And they're like, well, yeah, that is something that I would be interested in. You just took a no and turned it into a yes by simply inquiring and digging a little bit deeper. And if you had just left it as no, you would have been like, okay, well, thank you. Figure out what the objection is so that we can address it. The rates are high. I totally get it. A lot of people are really concerned about the rates, but we talked about rates not being such a horrible thing on Monday, and there's a lot of scripts to make that better. So say, promise to yourself that you're going to dig a little bit deeper and you're going to try to get to the heart of the problem and not just be passive and let it go. That could quadruple your number of transactions doing that one thing. So number one, learn a close script. Stop selling once you've sold. Number two, when someone says no, you're going to dig a little bit deeper, pull back the layers of the onion to try to find out what is their rationale, so that if this is just fear-based and it's nonsensical, that you can fix this for them and help them get a roof over their head, because it's ridiculous to be renting. No one should be renting at this point. Apologize if something didn't go right in the transaction. Own it. Take responsibility. Excuses are a disease, and we're never going to throw someone else under the bus. One of the hallmarks of a successful real estate professional is that I've got a personal guarantee. I tell my clients, I'm a professional. When working with me, my goal is to get you to the closing table on time and trouble-free. In fact, I guarantee it. And other agents, and even in Mega, when people hear my personal guarantee, they're like, how can you promise something you have no control over? And I tell them, guess what? I have complete control over, because I am the conductor of the orchestra. I'm calling everyone once, twice, 3 times a week to make sure that everybody is doing their job. And I know who's going to be the weakest link in my chain. And I'm going to be babysitting and make sure they do their job, because my job is to make sure that everyone's doing their job. A real estate agent would not be needed if all of the people out there in the transaction were doing their job. If the clients behaved, they wouldn't need us. If the title company had no issues, they wouldn't need us. If the lenders had no issues, they wouldn't need us. If the inspector did not cause all kinds of grief and havoc, they wouldn't need us. They need us in the transaction. So if something didn't go right, it's our fault. Take it, own it. And excuses are a disease. It's the number one thing. Own it. Don't be late to your appointments. I know that we're in a lot of marketplaces with a lot of traffic, and it's hard to always guarantee that you're going to be on time. One of the great things about Google is that it's going to tell you the drive time between where you are. If I have an appointment coming, I'll usually have my calendar already up talking to me about my drive time so that I'm going to get there. If I'm going to a listing appointment, I will have already driven that neighborhood. And the morning of, I'll show up about 20 minutes early and I'll drive the neighborhood again, maybe to check out the amenity center, maybe even walk a couple of the vacant properties that are my competition right before my appointment so that I can show up in front of the door exactly on time. We're going to talk more about that on the listing day. In fact, I'm going to break it down of exactly what I do when I drive into the neighborhood on our buyer and seller presentations on the 18th. Stop being your own assistant. Yes, try to stop being your own assistant if at all possible. First, if you are not able to get through your prospecting, you're not able to make your calls, hire a contract to close person that's going to help with at least some of this busy work and farm it off onto someone else so that you can focus on your prospecting. But if you've gotten yourself to the point where you're so busy that you don't have time to prospect, then your sales department's closed and you're not going to be pulling business into your pipelines. And it's so critically important that you're focusing all of your time on the one thing, which is lead generation, and trying to farm everything else out, not being your own assistant to save money from having an assistant, thereby not having enough time to prospect and then try to figure out how you're going to farm out your prospecting to somebody else. Because if someone is a good prospector, they're a better agent than we are. So no, the reason we have a license is to prospect and find clients. That's the one thing. Everything else should be farmed out. So it also may mean you just need to put in more hours. If you can't put in more hours, then you need to hire an assistant. If you want to put in more hours to be your own assistant, that's okay. But do not sacrifice the lead generation, the power hours, the marketing, the prospecting. You can't sacrifice that. It's not going to work for your business. You're going to be the 90% that fails in the business with 100% certainty. So don't do that. And also mirror your client. Again, these are rules of engagement. Mirror your client. Be what they need. That's effective sales. If they're talking in a hushed voice, we're going to kind of mirror that. If they're kind of going faster, we're going to kind of mirror that. We want to mirror what they're going in. One of the first things that we need as an agent is to figure out, is our client, are they purchasing because of pain or pleasure? And that's a big difference. Give me an example, of someone who is purchasing for pain.
Maybe they are going through a divorce.
Good example. Okay, give me another one.
Someone
They're
died.
downsizing. Yeah, because someone died. Yep.
Okay, death, another one. Give me another example.
They have to move.
Sickness in the family.
Oh, what's Iris?
Sickness. Somebody got sick. They cannot afford the mortgage anymore.
Death, divorce, sickness. Okay, what
That-
else?
Loss of work.
because
Loss
job
of work.
demands it.
Okay, a forced relocation. That could be very painful for the family to have to sell the house and move to a different place.
Loss of work.
Okay, financial hardship. Another one.
Unable to renew their lease.
Okay, unable to renew their lease. That could also be a pain point. What do you think about? What do you think about? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, remember those fires in Hawaii and Los Angeles? Those
Yeah.
two.
National disaster, tragic, 1,000,000% casualty loss, we call it. Okay, that's a huge one. What about empty nesters? That one can go either way, right? But if you've spent 18 to 20 years on a project and all of a sudden that project is over, you're going to feel a little bit like, ooh, but then now what? You're like, okay, now what do I focus my time on, right? I mean, it's a big deal raising a kid and then having them move off, and then your life has to be reinvented at that moment. So that can also be somewhere in the middle on pain or pleasure. But are we going to guess? Are we going to, sometimes divorce is pleasure. Sometimes empty nester is pleasure. Sometimes it's quite the opposite and it's the most pain. So we're not going to guess, but we're going to find out from our clients what's going on with them. And are you excited? No, I'm not really excited at all. I'm like, okay, we're going to close this chapter and we're going to open a new chapter because I believe your best days are ahead. That kind of hope is what people need, letting them know, I've got this. We've got this. We're going to get you through this. And they're just gonna be like, oh, thank you. I need somebody who's got my back, someone who's going to help me through this. That's what we do. That's, like a good nurse at a hospital. We got this. We're going to take care of you. People need to have a pat on the shoulder and tell them that we've got you. One of the most powerful things you can do. Now, on the other side of it, sometimes people are purchasing for pleasure. They're getting married. What are some other pleasure things? Married started with one. What else?
Growing family.
Growing family. Gonna have a baby.
New job, new location.
New job.
Good
New
job.
location. Okay, what else? Win the lottery, maybe.
Investment property.
Okay, buying an investment property and their portfolio is growing. All right, lots of things there. So again, are you excited? Yes, I'm excited for you. And when those people are purchasing for pain for pleasure, I always like to check in with them. Are you excited? I'm excited for you. Yeah, I am excited. Good. All right, cool. I'm excited for you. And then I check in with them a couple of times, especially when things start getting stressful. After we, have a stressful conversation, I'm like, "Are you excited?" Like, "Yes, I'm excited. I'm just really nervous. We've got this. There's nothing we can't handle. I've got this." But we want to remind them that this is a home purchase. This is something that should be exciting, and there's going to be layers of stress, but the stress should not be so overwhelming that the person is completely devastated through the transaction. That shouldn't be it at all. Now, maybe you can get in some pretty stressful situations in a multiple offer situation and you don't get your offer accepted. That's not what we're talking about here. Once they're under contract, buyer's remorse begins. Once you sign your listing agreement, they immediately go from being optimistic about selling to all of a sudden, oh my gosh, it's real now. And they're thinking about, divorcing their house basically. And that can be really difficult, very emotional. We get to our ties to our homes. So we're going to mirror our client, be what they need, understand where they are in their situation, be very cognizant and respectful about that, and be checking in with them on the emotional side. We are counselors. We are psychologists. We are therapists all the way through the transaction. And sometimes, people are going to get really freaked out in a transaction because people go home to escape the stresses of the world, and now they can't escape it because that particular house is the entire subject of their life, and it's more stress than most people can handle, and they're going to freak out. They're going to get excited, and then they're going to get stressed, and then they're going to buy remorse, or they're going to get scared, all the things. So we're going to be there for them, and we're going to be stable, we're going to be arm's length, we're going to be calm, and we're going to be respectful. These are important hallmarks in how we should be at least behaving in a transaction. We should not ourselves be getting uproar, and we should be cognizant of, if they're going through a hardship situation, not, yay, I'm getting my commission on Friday. I'm so excited we're closing. Be respectful, read the room, and take them through the transaction more than anything. Having a close script is more important than you might think. My personal guarantee is that I'm going to get you to the closing table on time and trouble-free. I'm a professional. It's my professional guarantee. I'm going to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and that nothing is missed. I've closed 1,000 transactions and you're in good hands. You need a close script. That's mine. What is yours? Doesn't have to, I've got a team of people. There's an entire management team of people with 100 years of experience standing behind me, and nothing's going to be missed. That might be yours. It could be as simple as that. It needs to be confident in the way you say it. It needs to be confident. Look them in the eyes and don't be afraid. Don't look down. Don't look scared. Be confident because it's true. We have your back. Nothing's going to get missed. But if you're not engaging the management team and you're trying to do it on your own and you're circumventing the managers and the mentors and trying to do it on your own, that is a dangerous thing if you're not competent and been improved for the competencies. Okay, we already talked about this guy. Who is this guy? He is the cookie, the guy
He's
that
the
wants
why
the cookie.
not guy.
He's the why not guy. Exactly right, Charlie. Explain to me why I can't have this. I don't understand. There's this cute little video. We're gonna watch this video as a group. All right, here we go. We're gonna hear about objection handling from a 5-year-old. What could possibly go wrong?
Dad, can I have some ice cream?
No, buddy, it's almost time for bed.
Don't let this happen to you. I'm gonna teach you how to get what you want from your parents. Let's do that again. Dad, I really missed you today. Can we share a bowl of ice cream and talk about our day?
Sure, buddy.
Yes. You gotta figure out what's important to your parents. For Dad, it's quality time. And for Mom, it's something else. Mom, can I play my video game?
Honey, you already played your video game today.
Let's do that again. Mama, can I do that for you so you can take a nap? That is so sweet of you. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you. I love you. And when I'm done, I'll quietly play my video game. Just because it works for me doesn't mean it's gonna work for you. You gotta figure it out yourself. Got it? Got it. Go get him. Hey, Dad,
All
we're
right.
playing with fire.
What?
Beginners.
All right. So, as the very brilliant child said, just because it works for me may not mean it works for you. You've got to find your own path, your own scripts, your own method to communicate with your spheres, to communicate with your people. And we'll find our own way. We find what works and get into our own groove. But we have to start with something. It's got to start somewhere. So learn your scripts and then be beta testing stuff and just be natural out there in the real world. But you got to communicate, and we do need to figure out a way that works, and we do need to have scripts. So we're not just going to kind of wing it. We have to have some structure in our lives. Children are excellent objection handlers. They are relentless. They become extremely effective problem solvers when faced with no. How come? Because why? Why not? All of the words that we know and love from our children who seem to want something that we said no. But what they're really trying to do is fix a problem. They're trying to overcome an objection in every way possible. That is what a good salesperson does. And so it could very well be that your kids are better objection handlers than you are right now. That is 100% possible. So I want you guys to kind of return to that inquisitive nature where we don't just take things because it's so. Because I said so, we want to inquire. We want to dig a little bit deeper. Anybody have a story? Or you want to share anything impactful about that?
Well, maybe not a story, but how would you handle an objection without, like, I guess, without crossing the consent of the person who's saying no?
Depends on what they ask me. It depends on what the objection is. It depends on, if it just depends on why. I'm just going to keep talking and keep asking questions, and I'm not gonna let go. I want to keep your tone is really important. Talking when somebody is saying no, sometimes pronouncing your syllables, talking a little bit slower, really helpful. And they have to know that you're trying to help them and you're trying to overcome a problem to help them. And if they believe that, then they're willing to share. But if they think you're out for yourself, you're done. So it has to come from a place where, okay, this person is trying to help me. They're looking out for my best interest here, and they've got some questions and they want to help. So I may ask a clarifying question. And so is home ownership important to you? And they say, well, yes. And so at some point, are you going to want to be a homeowner? Yes. Okay. And then I might share an anecdotal question. Well, would you humor me by letting you share a story that I recently had with one of my other clients who I had a conversation with? I came and spoke to them about purchasing a home, and they told me they didn't want to. And as I was talking with them, I found out that they had been declined by the lender, and they were just really afraid they weren't going to get qualified. And I got my lender in touch with them and got them qualified. We got them to the closing table, and they were so thankful and so grateful for that experience. I've got people are just there's so much going on in the market with rates and values and just instability in the housing market that there's a lot of fears. So I like to help my clients try to get a roof over their head so that they can own a property. And sharing stories is really important. How you approach it really is important. So again, Charlie, I can't answer every objection without having one, but that's the gist of the general question that you asked me. Angela, Christine.
I was gonna say is that the little boy, the second time when he came up to his dad, he had his head tilted forward. He was using his hands and he was saying in a really happy voice. So it's kind of funny because it was we just watched the other video, so that was kind of interesting.
Exactly right. He's got some Vanessa Van Edwards in here. And you know what? When my clients are doing that, I usually do tilt my head, which she talks about that. And I usually talk a little bit slower and a little bit more impactful. Yes, 1000%. Christine, hello.
Hello. So I was going to say sometimes the no, and I think this has been touched on, actually means not now. So I had a client who basically said they weren't interested in, last year, they said they weren't interested in purchasing until around spring of 2026. So I took that information and I said, okay, well, let's just plan ahead. Here are a couple of lenders, and let's just take a look and see what's available out there. And the person is a friend of mine. Her list was impossible. She really had things on her list that I had never seen. But, I'm open to being delighted, open to being surprised. And I was actually able to find 2 places that checked off most of her boxes. And she ended up closing in December of last year. So seeing it helped.
1,000 times yes. People have objections, and we have to figure out what is the nature of the objection and why. And then when we figure that out, it might be that, oh yeah, this really is a non-starter. They don't want to live in Austin. They want to sell their home, but they don't want to sell their home until they retire. They're not going to retire for 2 more years. They don't want to be a renter. So in 2 years, they're going to sell. Versus someone might be looking to sell, but then they come to you and say, yeah, I'm just really afraid about the market right now. I heard the market's crashing. Well, that's a whole different story, because that's certainly not the case at all. So exactly right. We need to find out kind of what their motivations are and know. And the whole salesperson job, the gig, is to try to figure out how to get them to voice their objection, to share with us. There's a lot of psychology. There's a lot that goes in behind that, and trust that allows you to be open enough with them for them to feel safe to be able to share with you. But if they feel like that you're not looking out for their best interest, you're never going to get them to open up. But if they feel like that you're really trying to help them, and a lot of times it's just the way you're speaking to them and letting them finish their sentences and really investing in them in that moment, you'll get a lot more out of them. Isa.
Hi, sorry. It's just I barely learned how to raise my hand. Anyways, I used to work for a timeshare company, and they taught us at the very beginning how to overcome objections. And just like this kid, if you pay attention, children do this too. A lot of the times, what you have to do, or what you want to do, is basically have the person feel that you understand them. So they taught us to overcome objections by agreeing and then deflecting into something else. And we just had to do it 3 times. I was taught to do this so well that I became the 3rd agent in the entire region of the most sales, most like revenue. I was killing it. But that's because I knew exactly what to do and how to do it. I haven't been there yet in real estate, but I feel that it can definitely help some of you guys. For example, if somebody says, yes, but, etc., you'd agree to their yes. Oh, right. I totally understand. I totally get it. Have you ever thought about XYZ? So you're not exactly like arguing with them or changing their mind. You're just you're just like leading their thoughts into another direction. For me, it was doing that 3 times. And after I did that 3 times, if the answer was no, I'd kind of like release and let them go. But if their answer was yes afterwards, then I would end up getting a sale out of it. So that might help somebody. And also for those of us who are parents, same thing with our kids. If you tell the kid no, he's gonna lose his mind. But if you're like, you know what? How about we do this other thing? You like distract them from the no they were just like gonna get from you, and then you send them into the other direction.
Validation is a very important technique. Validating them, saying absolutely, I completely agree. very important, agreeing with them and then sharing why you might not agree with them completely, just by saying I completely agree and then state your case. Also, we're going to talk about in 2 more slides about the 3 times rule. When you're in open house, active listening to someone, I have a script for doing open houses when people come in. Ariel, I see your hand. I'm going to call you in a second. When people walk in the front door, hi guys, thanks for coming in, and take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. This is the first script. Then they go and walk around the house, usually go to the primary bedroom and look things around and find their way back to the kitchen where I'm standing baking cookies with my Mr. Cookie Monster apron over my suit. And then they come up to me and I say, what do you think? Very open-ended question. And these scripts are in the book and we're going to go over them later. But my next question is, what do you think? And then usually they'll tell me everything they like and then everything they don't like. But usually everything they don't like first. Oh my gosh, we really like it, but I needed a 4th bedroom and I need a little bit bigger this. And then I was really hoping that there was no carpet anywhere, whatever. So then I say, oh, got it. So what are you looking for? And then boom, they're going to just word vomit all over me. And I'm so happy about that because they're sharing with me everything that they need. So then I repeat it all back to them. So you're looking for a single story? And they say yes. And this subdivision? Yes. But you need a 4th bedroom? Yes. And it needs to be between 1,500 and 2,500 square feet? Yes. And you need all solid hard floors? Yes. Got it. By the time I've asked them 3 questions and they said yes 3 times, they've mentally hired me. They like me. They want to work with me. The reason that's the case is because people are out there searching for people who are going to listen and understand them. And this person's thinking, wow, this person just listened to me for a few minutes and they learned all this about me. There's something different going on with this person. So if you can remember long enough and really take the conversation seriously enough to absorb what they're telling you, remember it and feed it back to you, that feedback, that validation, which they call also reframing, can be very powerful in them hiring you. And it's my #1 conversion in an open house. And I have an incredible conversion rate. And by the way, I'm trying to get 5 questions answered as they're telling me. If one of the questions I ask is, how'd you find the house? I don't say, how'd you find me? Or I ask, how'd you find the house? Because if they tell me Zillow, then or realtor.com, well, I saw it online. Okay, you know the price, you know the neighborhood, you know all of the stuff about this house, and it was interesting enough for you to come out to look at it. That tells me that they're very highly interested and this price didn't scare them away, versus someone who's walking their dog and a neighbor and they just came in and, oh, I've got a friend that's looking and they know nothing about the price. I'm like, oh, so you don't even know the price. Got it. So you don't know anything about this property, probably a little bit less of a hard target. In any event, I'm looking for 5 pieces of information from them. And if I can get those 5 pieces of information, which I will share with you in the next section, which is the open house section, is to put them in the client gateway. And I will be able to remember them, remember those 5 things when I get to the closing table. Number of stories, the max price of the home, the number of bedrooms, the size of the home in the area. And if I can get those 5 pieces of information, and yes, it's in a slide later when you do the grand open house event, those 5 pieces of information is all I need to put a gateway in, and I'm trying to get those answered. And if, after I told them, they've told me what they needed, and then I ask them, what are you looking for? If they didn't answer some of those, then I will then just blatantly ask the question. So what size of home are you looking for? Because I didn't get that one. Maybe that's the one I didn't know. Oh yeah, this is about the right size. So about 3,000 square feet. Cool. So then I feed all that back to them, and I've got all the information I need to put them in the client gateway, and I'll take them over to my computer, which is tethered to my phone hotspot. And then I will do a quick search and I will say, hey, did you see this one? If I find out that this property isn't a match because it doesn't have the 4th bedroom or it's completely not a contender at all, then I will take them through the MLS. I will do the client gateway search live and say, what about this one? Oh, I haven't seen that one. That one looks really nice. I click the save button and then they type in their information on my laptop and they click save. They're giving me their information and I didn't even ask them for it, based on me learning their home search, and boom, next thing you know, I'm showing them properties. I'm going to show you how to do that in a later, but what you brought up is a very important point about the 3 times rule. Get them to say yes 3 times, and mentally they're already working with you. So that is very powerful. Now, my 5 yeses in a row is the 5 things. So you're looking for a single story? Yes. In Round Rock? Yes. 3 bedrooms and 2 baths? Yes. Under 400? Yes. And with a 3-car garage? Yes. Boom. Set the appointment. So this is very, very powerful. I'm looking for the 5 things to put them in a client gateway search. So when you're standing in the open house, you're going to ask them these things, because if you can get these pieces of information, you've got enough to do a search. And Ariel, I forgot you had your hand up. Let's go ahead and get to your question.
It wasn't more of a question, it was more of with the kids doing the no and they keep on asking. I watched a motivational video with Les Brown, and it was him becoming a radio host, and it was really good because he had no background in it, and it was him just showing up to get a job, and they kept saying no, no, no. So he kept just keep showing up. And so they finally said, fine, like you can like be an errand boy or something. So he got to know like the people in charge to give him these opportunities. And then finally, he started learning like the tech side of it and watching, because he knew what he wanted to be. So he kept showing up. And I think it was the host of the radio show that day that was drinking on the job or something like that. Don't quote me on that.
Drink, rock, drink. He said, drink, rock, keep on drinking. Remember that?
He was like, keep on drinking, go ahead, because he knew they're going to pull him out eventually. He's too intoxicated. And so they called Les to come like get someone in, and can you operate in the meantime? And he's like, yeah, of course, I got it. And of course he's like, I'm not calling anyone, but I'm going to play and pretend like I'm going to call someone. And then I'm going to be the host. He already had it planned out. So it's kind of cool to think about, because that's how I related it to the kids, is he was so motivated and he was prepared. I think he was prepared for an opportunity, and he prepared himself, and then he became the host of the show. It was a really good motivational speech.
Thank you for sharing, Ariel. That's awesome. Throw that in the notes. Throw that in the comments so we can find that video and share it out with the class.
Put a link on there.
And in fact, if you can find the link, you should put it in the Microsoft Teams chat.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really funny too. It's a good video.
Thank you. Cool. Awesome. All right. So a course script. Scripts are important. I know that agents who get into the sales business, a lot of agents don't have a sales degree. They didn't go to college for sales, or didn't get a marketing degree, didn't go to business school, none of the things. Maybe they don't even have a lot of sales experience. Maybe they were a teacher before, or maybe a nurse. We have a lot of people who come from those types of professional services before they get into real estate. So they've never been a salesperson before. So the idea that a lot of yellow personalities come into the real estate profession and they look at scripts as manipulation. And like, I don't want to learn scripts. I don't want to sound scripted. I don't want to sound inhuman. And scripts are not supposed to make you sound inhuman. And if you sound inhuman, then you've done something wrong. It's supposed to make you sound more professional. It's supposed to have a way to take something that might be complicated for you to explain and make it as simple as possible. And if you can do that, if you can take complicated things and explain it so your clients immediately get it, then having scripts can be really, really impactful. It just makes it easier and help your client come to conclusions without confusing them. So a typical definition of a script is a plan of action to provide carefully considered information for a specific situation. That's what Webster says it is. But for me, it's a set of words that are memorized and repeated verbatim in response to a buyer objection, a situation, or a request that helps you seem and feel more professional. It's a way of making something just that much more simple, because we want to make things simple. Today's about power starting your business. We've got a couple more slides to get through, and then we're going to jump into some really powerful things. And we've got 45 minutes. So we're going to need 15 more minutes. Know your scripts, call quickly. When you're working with a new client, these are the things that my recommendation is that you do. When you're prospecting, know your scripts. When you're prospecting, call people back really quick. When you're prospecting, create an RPR report for every single client that every single property that your client favorites. Send them an RPR report and let them know that you can continue giving those to them as they find interest in properties. Set an appointment to meet them in the real world, because you're never going to convert someone over the phone, so don't try. Sometimes agents think that if they've got a conversation going on the phone, the longer they keep that person on the phone, the higher their conversion rate is going to be, or the more going to like them, the more apt that they're going to be working with them because they've invested so much time. In that Boomtown study I was sharing earlier is actually the exact opposite. What we have found is the longer you keep them on the phone, especially for the first call, the less apt that they are going to be hiring you, for a myriad of reasons. So what we have learned, though, is that most of the time they have a checkbox item. They want to see a property. That's all they want. And maybe they have one question. Do you have any other questions? This is a great question to ask them. And what maybe is not a good question is all of your ways of trying to qualify them. Trying to figure out, are they ready, willing, and able over the phone may not be the best approach. And I hear this happening from agents, and I hear this a lot. Well, I want to qualify them over the phone because I'm not a taxi, number one. Number two, I don't want them to waste my time. Well, Zillow and Realtor.com both are adamant about setting the appointment and going meeting them in the real world and finding out the answer in the real world. In fact, if you're on the Zillow Flex program and you don't set an appointment and go out there and meet them in the real world, they will no longer sell leads to you on the Zillow Brokerage Flex. They require it. Their reputation at Zillow is really hammered by real estate agents who are trying to pre-qualify buyers over the phone, won't meet them in the real world. And we realize that a phone conversation, that's not a job interview. So spend the time to go out and meet them in the real world and meet them at a property with a representation agreement. And I've got a video coming up that's going to show you how to set the appointment, how to meet them in the real world, and exactly what you need to do today in order to get your representation agreement signed in the driveway of the property, if that's a cooperating broker's listing. So set an appointment, meet them at the property, go through the IABS and the one-page buyer rep agreement. So knowing your scripts, calling quickly, doing the RPR report, setting an appointment, and meeting them at the property, all of that is wearing your prospecting hat. But the conversion hat is getting hired at the property when they sign your representation agreement. Now you've converted them. And close, that's finding them a property and getting them to the settlement table. And then following up is getting referrals from them. So I just really want to emphasize the parts of that are the prospecting, because meeting at the property is not converting. Getting the representation agreement is converting, and that's the only thing that is the conversion. The rest of it, you are still prospecting. We talked about this already, so I'm not going to go over that, which is why you're calling me so much. If I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I will work to find the perfect home. We use that one quite a bit in our ISA department. Part of being a professional is being proactive and trying to outpace your client in trying to help them with their decision of buying and selling. Wait to hear is the number one thing that Michael Potter, Lisa Ormsby, and Amy McAllister drives them crazy. I'm going to tell you a 2-minute story about our journey here at Realty Texas and what we've learned as a brokerage about agents and calling their people. Agents would come to us in 2017 when we opened our doors and say, "Oh, I really want leads. I really want leads." And said, "Okay, if you want leads so bad, I'm willing to pay for leads." So we spent, and by the way, since 2017 to now, we've spent over $1 million, $1 million in cash outflow just on raw cost of leads, not CRM and all the other expenses we have, but just raw cost of leads. And we thought, okay, we'll buy leads. And we handed the leads to the agents, so a lead would come in and we would give it to them. And then 50% of the time, they would call once and never call again. So I figured, well, that's not working. because we're spending all this money on leads and nobody's calling them. So I'm going to call and hire an ISA. So we hired Dee Dee, a neighbor and friend of Lisa, who eventually got her real estate license, and Doug, her husband. Dee Dee was one of our ISAs and made calls for us. So as soon as a lead came in, she would pick up the phone, she would call them, and she would build this amazing rapport with them. And every single person that spoke to Dee Dee loved Dee Dee. So then Dee Dee would have this person on the phone who's completely converted, and Dee Dee is selling our agent on the call. And then Dee Dee would get off the phone with this person, call our agent, and then the agent say, "Okay, I'll call tomorrow." He's like, "No, you're not going to call tomorrow. You're going to call right now." And then they say, "Okay, just give me the information." And then the agent wouldn't call. And then Dee Dee would call the customer back the next day to see how the conversation would be. And they say, "Oh, the agent didn't call me." What do you mean? We just blew that lead. And that was a $300 lead because the agents didn't have any skin in the game. And this was not just a bad agent. This was all of our agents were doing the exact same thing. They wanted leads, but then when it came to actually calling them, they wouldn't call them. So then I said, okay, we need a CRM. We need a CRM that's going to force them to make their call. So we went out and I bought Chime, and I rolled Chime out to all of our agents. And Chime was designed to help them with smart plans and reminders and auto dials and the whole bit, all fully featured. So we connected our Chime to Zillow and to Realtor.com and to Homes.com, all of the different platforms, and we were delivering leads directly to their Chime, and their app would go off and they'd make a phone call. And we would go in and we find out that they're not making those calls either. And we would find out that they have hundreds and hundreds of overdue tasks and none of the calls were made. So we'd have them come into the office and sit them down and make the calls. So then I realized Chime's not going to work because I can't see, Chime didn't have a management portal where I could see the agents actually making their calls. So the question was, well, do you guys want leads or not? Because you're not calling them. What they really wanted was a client. They wanted to go meet someone. They didn't want leads because leads means that you're going to have to pick up the phone and be a salesperson. And that's what they thought a lead meant was, I want a client. They didn't want leads. They wanted a client. Well, that's a whole different story. The sales force is supposed to take leads and turn them into clients. The job of the agent is supposed to be binding a customer to the firm through a representation agreement, not the job of the broker. So in any event, we went ahead and created our own CRM because Chime would not give us a management report to see who had overdue tasks or not. So then I hired Amy, built a CRM, built a mobile app, built all of this infrastructure so that I could see who's making the calls, and have this huge structure. So obviously, there's a lot more to the lead generation side of things than anyone could possibly think. But waiting to hear is an absolute failure when you want to be having a leads program. We can't wait to hear. We have to be proactive. We have to chase the consumer, not let them chase us, because it's never going to happen. So as a professional, we need to be calling everyone, because we would not have a role in real estate as a real estate agent if everyone is behaving and doing what they're supposed to. We have to call the lenders, regardless what side of the transaction you're on, at least once a week. We have to call the title companies, regardless of what size of the transaction you are, at least once a week when you're dealing with the deal in progress. Regardless of what stage the contract is in, whether you're through the option period, you're through the loan contingency, and you got 3 weeks to closing, and you're just kind of in that holding situation, you're still calling once a week to check in on the lender and checking in on the major checkpoints. Your job is to be asking questions. Has the appraisal been ordered? Did it meet value? Do they have underwriting approval? Do they have a clear to close? Has a CD been ordered? Will the lender be at closing? And if you learn about a delay at closing, oh my gosh, we have completely failed, because of delay is something that happened and it began weeks and weeks earlier. And if we weren't being relentless about trying to figure out where the delay is going to come from, learning about a delay a couple days before closing means that we weren't being proactive, which is how I can give my personal guarantee that you're going to get to the closing table on time and trouble free. Because first, I reach out to the lender before I select and negotiate the close date to make sure that the lender can make that date, and talk to all the parties about the close date. And then guess what I do? I stay on top of everyone to make sure that everyone's doing the necessary things to get to the closing table. Whether it's the seller, I'm on the buy side and I'm checking in. Did you get the shingles replaced? When is the roofer coming out? I'm continually asking questions to make sure that nothing gets missed. That way we can get to the closing table on time and trouble free. That's what it takes to be a successful real estate agent. How many of you have ever heard of the George Foreman grill? I know it's an odd question. Does anybody remember what his saying was? Set it and forget it. right? You have the George Foreman grill. There's a little button you pushed on. You put your food in there, push the button, walk away, and it would cook itself, turn itself off, and it's done. George Foreman grill. Set it and forget it. That's not real estate. This is not a George Foreman grill. We do not put the contract together and then find our way to the closing table and say, okay, here I am. Woo, we're gonna get paid. No, that's when the real work begins, is when we get under contract. That's when we really shine, because that's where most agents fall short and most consumers have complaints against their real estate agent, is they didn't guide them through the entire transaction. So we are going to do better than what most people are doing out there. Okay, we talked about how important the 20 calls is, and I'm going to double down on this. 3 leads a day is $500,000 a year. That's the studies. 6 leads a day is $1 million a year. Calling leads quickly in the 20-200. This is the Cliff Notes version of what we talked about on Monday, and how important it is that you try to figure out where you're going to find these people every day in your prospecting. The time that you're spending prospecting on your power hour every day is where you're going to uncover these people. Now, this is Tom Ferry, and he's going to talk about all the monies and follow-up, and you're going to hear it. So I want you to be paying attention to when he says all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. I want you to pay attention to that.
Lead generation is no longer the issue. Getting appointments, loving on your clients, and the follow-up is where all the money is. Regardless of the sources, there's one thing I know that you've got to do to add the million. So I want you to write this down. You ready? In your notes. This is going to be a long one. Get ready to write. All the money is in tech-enabled, scheduled, relentless, systematic follow-up. All the money is in tech-enabled. Tech-enabled. Turn to your buddy and say, no more memory. Say it again. No more like written down on a piece of paper in a yellow notepad. Gotta remember, where's my notepad? Where did I put it? Where are my leads? What's the first part? Tech-enabled. Second part, what is it? Scheduled. Write down 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. 8 a.m. to 10, 4 p.m. to 6. What time between 8 a.m. and 10 and 4?
By the way, in that right there,
lead generation is going out. How many of you are on Boomtown?
4 hours of prospecting every single day. I'm going to put this entire video, we're going to throw it into the chat. He is recommending 4 hours power hour every single day. So that is when you go to coaches and they're asking you to do your prospecting, you've got to have tons of time in your schedule to be making those calls. So again, all the monies and tech enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. That's a test question. If you want consistent results, if you want to
Jack, can
have,
you go back to that slide really quick?
I'm just going to put that in the chat. But yes, if you want consistent results, you have to be consistent. If you want to fill your pipelines and have checks continually coming, we have to be consistent with our prospecting. We listen to every single call, as you know, that are through our sales department, and we're asking you guys to be using the scripts correctly and verbatim when you're calling our leads. Planning your day, your week, your month, and your year. Operate with intention. That's super important. Remember, you're helping people put a roof over their head, but the thing that it is that you're selling is just service. Never confuse your value with what you sell. Your value is your reputation, your negotiation, limiting their risk, advising your clients to make good, sound choices. Some things that are really risky that I want you to hear right now, and put a mental flag in your brain of things that I need you to go to Michael Potter or Andrew if your client says they want to do these things, because these things require to our policy that they have a addendum or a disclosure signed. A leaseback, buyer temporary residential lease, huge transfer of personal property, using an online lender like Rocket Mortgage, having no option period, having no inspection, purchasing a property sight unseen, and unrepresented parties in a transaction. You're representing the seller and the buyer doesn't want representation. We're not saying that you cannot do these things. I want you to simply have a mental flag on these. When you hear these things and they're presenting themselves in a transaction, we would like you to go to your manager and have a conversation with the manager to help protect you and ultimately our client in the transaction, because these are the things that lead to a very bad place the majority of the time. So again, risky choices, things that we need to advise our clients on, and for every single one of these, we have a 99 Realty Texas form in our library that they're going to sign, letting them know that for whatever reason, in that particular situation, why we're advising this. And usually most of them are NAR forms as well, by the way. Would someone read this for the class? I know it's kind of hard to see. This is a Facebook friend. I don't know this person in life. All right, Gabriel, that was incredibly dramatic.
Would you like me to read it?
No, not now. There is, I think you got some feedback with somebody else in the room there with 2 microphones open. So someone at home, please raise your hand.
I could do it.
Okay, thank you. So look, let me explain just really quick though. This is someone who I don't know. I was reading their Facebook post. This was many years ago now, probably all the way back to maybe even MEGA-16. And I read this, and the first thing I imagined was a real estate agent at home working from home. And I imagined them working from home and the chaos of working from home and what that would be like. So would someone please read this little story from TK Dixon? Thank you. Go ahead, Isa.
I have got to be the most scatterbrained person in the world. Needed my phone charger, went to my room to get it, noticed clothes on the floor, halfway picked them up, then thought about an outfit I wanted to wear and picked out one, then thought about a bracelet, couldn't find it, so I wandered around, finally found it in a drawer by the kitchen, saw dishes, so started doing them, then decided I was going to throw the laundry. So I went back to the room, got the laundry together, went back through the kitchen and noticed another cup, put the laundry down, cleaned the cup, then heard an email come in. So I went back to my desk and started working. Had to make a couple of calls and then realized I still need an effing phone charger. That is my life to a T. If just throwing that out there.
So the chaos at home, right? So if we're not operating from a plan and we're seeing all these distractions at home, I can totally see this 100%. You're at the phone, your phone is about to die, you need to make a call, you go try to get the phone charger, but then, oh, there's laundry to do, oh, there's dishes to do, oh, that's right, I need an outfit for later because I got a showing, and you're just going through and you start all of them, but then the next place there's something else to do, and then something else to do, and then you hear your computer go off, go back to your computer, and you've done a complete cycle. So this is a situation where we have commingled the 2 8-hour periods together, and it's easily done when we're at home. We've got the sleeping for 8 hours, then we have the life for 8 hours, and then we have the real estate agent for us in that 8 hours. And when we try to work from home, sometimes we're going to have the UPS person as a distraction. We've got the dog barking. We've got, kids home from school. We've got all the things going on, and we have to separate ourselves and hard code in our lives the work time and make sure that that is sacred, that the house could be on fire and we're not going to stop until we made our last call and then maybe put out the fire kind of thing. I mean, you get my point. It has to be a priority that we focus on work during work and have our power hours and not let ourselves jump into this. But I think that there's a lot of people, I think there's a lot of sales agents that are falling into this, and then they need to hold themselves accountable to a different level of time management, and have things on their calendar so that they don't have these distractions. It's okay in the morning to throw something in the washer, and then at the end of the day when you're done with work, then throw it in the dryer. But we need to focus on the time that it's going to take us to really focus on getting our prospecting time in. And we have, I think, too much distraction in life, and that's a good example of that. A couple more slides. The number one rule of money is to save 20% of everything that you make, and also put 18% away for taxes. Again, we're still in the power start your business. I've seen agents jump in the business, close 2 or 3 transactions, and they needed every single cent of every single one of those transactions, and they weren't sending anything to the IRS during every transaction, and they weren't doing their quarterly reporting. We have to file a quarterly report and send estimated tax to the IRS, and a lot of times they're not doing that. And so we need to have enough checks coming in to be able to pay us a salary and to put money away for taxes and to be able to have marketing and run our business and pay our business expenses as well. And so 20% needs to go in your savings, 18% needs to be withheld for taxes, and my recommendation is you just send it directly to the IRS when the check comes in. This means 38% of each check should be held aside. That's going to help you with your mind, body, health, and sustainability, but we can only do that if we have consistent checks coming in. Put 38% of a commission aside. What does that look like? Out of a $16,500 commission check, that means $3,600 is going in savings. 18% is going towards taxes. It's another $3,240. So $6,840 gets put aside. $12,420 goes into your checking. Now, if you have a business account and you want to separate that, so you've got some marketing money there so that you can have funds set aside for taking photos and all of that, you can have your business account. But the 12,420 is what is going to be put into your business checking account, and then out of that 12,000 is what you're going to pay yourself. But the 6,840, that really does need to get put aside. No one can afford to discount their commission. That is not a smart way to run a business. Your value is not discounting your commission. And for those people who are discounting their commission, they're telling their clients that they have no value. So many new agents, this is such a hard thing for them because they assume that every single client is going to be asking for their commission to be reduced. And that's just not the case. And then some agents even come into the business and that's their business model. Well, if I just do everything for 1%, then I'll get 10 times the amount of clients. And that's actually not the case at all. What we've seen is the top agents, the 5% that are doing 95% of the transactions are never discounting their commissions at all. Now, the 95% that's sharing in 5%, a lot of them are. And that's a small amount of the transaction. It's 5%. And the reason this usually comes up is because the agent brought it up often. If you can't negotiate your own commission, how in the world should the client expect you to negotiate the sale of their home? If you can't even negotiate for yourself, you're proving them out the gate that you're not a negotiator. And I can tell you, there's a lot of people, especially in the higher price ranges, they know they need a good CPA, a good real estate agent, and a good attorney, but they want someone who's a good negotiator. And the top 3 things that NAR polls every year and what consumers are looking for in a good real estate agent, in the top 3 always is a good negotiator. And sometimes people are going to know. They're going to ask you a question. Hey, would you be willing to reduce your commission? I ask a lot of people that. I'm not asking them because I want them to reduce their commission. I'm trying to determine whether I'm going to hire them or not. Because if they say yes, I'm not hiring them because they're not going to negotiate for me because they can't even negotiate for themselves. I want to hear someone who knows how to negotiate. That's a professional. That's who I'm hiring, not someone who's going to throw themselves under the bus first. Because if they're going to throw themselves under the bus, they're going to throw me under the bus even faster. So I know that this person, they're not going to get within 1,000 miles of my purchase and sales. They're not the representation for me at all. And so as a real estate agent, you need to be able to be confident and know your value proposition and know how to handle that and not be offended. You know, there are other cultures out there that spend an entire life about haggling, and that's a very important part of life for them, which is negotiation. And I let them know our broker compensation, our broker fee is 3% to the buyer agent, 3% to the listing agent. We have a 6% commission. We're not a discount brokerage. And then I tell them a lot of my clients actually sign a 7 and 8% commission so that we're offering a 4% to the buyer side so that we can get more people out there interested in their home. Look, you tie my hands when you take away my commission. I don't have a marketing budget. I have no way to be able to list your home and market it. I want more marketing, not less. So in any event, we don't have, you know, I remember Sean Thompson. She's been in the business for a really long time, 19 years. And I remember the first time she got a 7% listing, her mind was blown. She had never heard of such a thing. Writing 6, 7, 8 in the listing agreement and asking them to circle one, and someone circled 7, and her mind was blown. In her mind, always people wanted to pay less. She had never even asked someone if they were willing to give her a bonus or pay her more. And the fact that someone was just blew her mind. And the reality is there's a lot of people out there that says, you know what, I want my agent to be compensated. There's a lot of money here in this transaction, and I want them doing their best. I don't want any funny business. I want these people to be tied to me. And if I have to pay them a bonus to get that, I want their complete and utter loyalty. I want them to call me. I want them to return my call and answer my call and be at my beck and call for the next 30 days. Yes, I'm willing to pay for that. And if you're struggling with compensation, if you're struggling with commissioner rates and you're having a hard time negotiate your commission, I think the person who is second best at the entire firm about that right now is Michael Potter. Him and I have spent probably 1,000 hours having conversations about this and helping agents through this. And we've become experts at helping agents get through this. So if you're facing that in your business, get with Michael because he's going to be your best at that right now. So here is what I'm talking about in terms of the 6, 7, 8. Under paragraph 5 where it says broker compensation, you simply do one of these and then do one of those. And they write circle 1 right under the compensation field and you fill it out just like that. And they circle 7 all the time. Sometimes people will look and say, well, I'm confused. Why would I pay 7 or 8%? Oh, well, because when you offer the buyer agent a bonus, you got more buyer agents that are trying to get the home sold. Remember that this is a tool to help you sell the home. And the more buyers that you get to attract to the property, the higher the property is going to sell for. My goal is to try to get this thing in a multiple offer situation because at that point, list price is off the table and the buyers are negotiating against each other. Boom. Got it. All right, let's do 7 because that's what I'm looking for. In any event, this is very powerful, and if they pick 6, fine. But what is not an option here?
Less than 6.
That's right, because the broker fee is 6%. In my entire life, I have never ever had someone say, "I'm not hiring you because you didn't take less." Not once. In 20 years and over 1,000 transactions, not a single person has said no and didn't hire me because of a commission. Now, I have seen agents get really offended at someone based on how they're acting and destroy a relationship. So how you approach this is really important and not getting defensive, because if you get defensive over compensation, they're not going to want to work with you because they're going to get afraid about, wow, what happens if I tell this agent something else in the middle of this transaction and they get like this with me? I don't want this level. If this is how they are just by getting the representation agreement, then no, I don't want to work with them. You have to be very open with this conversation without getting defensive or offended. And it's okay for them to ask questions, talk about it. And it's just okay to you say no, explain why you don't. And it's done. Most people hate confrontation. Agents hate confrontation too. Who here loves confrontation? No. Who here hates confrontation? Raise your hand. Okay. Most agents hate confrontation. Most buyers and sellers hate confrontation. And when they bring you this thing and you just simply answer their question very professionally, they move on because they don't want the confrontation either. And so be respectful, answer their question, explain how it is and how it's going to be, and that's it. No more issues. I promise. Don't overthink this and don't be afraid of it. 2021 report. American higher wage earners by percent. The percentage of Americans who earn more than $175,000, 10% of America earns $175,000. 5% earns $350,000 a year. Your 1%ers right now are making $825,000 a year. 1/10 of 1% right now are earning $3.2 million. By the way, in 2010, 1/10 of 1% was earning $1 million. The difference between 2010 and 2025 is 3.2 million is what used to be $1 million percent. The top 1% of the top 10%, was $1 million, but now it's 3.2 million. That's how much things have changed. So that 1/10 of 1%ers, that's not $1 million anymore. It's 3.2. What's scary about that particular number is what's happening to the middle class, and that you have a decision to make as a person, as a business owner, as an independent contractor. By 2035, which is basically here, I mean, we're 10, 9, almost. By the way, just as a side note, does anybody know what happened yesterday? What was really notable about yesterday? And Lisa, I even want you to hear this. What was notable about yesterday? Anybody know? What was the date of yesterday?
June 3rd.
What's notable about June 3rd? June 3rd is one day past the halfway point of 2025, which means that we are now closer to 2050 than we are the year 2000. We are closer to 2050 than we are in the year 2000. That happened yesterday. We are now more than halfway through 2025. So just be noticeable, just be cognizant of how fast time flies. In 1971, the middle class made up 61% of America. By 2020, that number decreased by 11%. In 1971, the poverty class made up 25% of Americans. In 2020, that number increased by 4%. In 1971, the wealthy class made up 14% of Americans. That number has increased by 7%. So we're talking about the middle class has decreased by 11%. The poverty class has increased by 4%, and the wealthy has increased. And so we're being squeezed by both sides. The poor are getting poorer, and the richer are getting richer in a very fast, in a very quick way. Over the next 10 to 15 years, it's estimated that the current 29% of people living in poverty will double to 60%. And the ultra rich will double from 21% to 40% with a complete loss of the middle class completely. Change is coming for the middle class wage earners. That means they're going to go in one of two directions, isn't it? If the middle class is going away, what are the two options?
Poverty or wealth.
Get rich or get broke.
That's right. And is it a choice?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Whose choice is it?
My choice.
That's
Sorry.
right. It is your choice. At this point, it is absolutely a choice, and it's going to depend on how you spend your time and how you focus your energy. Both groups will double in size. One thing is absolutely certain at this point. There will be a guaranteed transition from middle class to poverty for those who do not have a plan, and a transition from middle class to the ultra rich will require a plan. Do you have a plan? Because if you currently don't have a plan, guess what's going to which direction that means? That's right, Andy. The wrong direction for all of you. Does anyone want that for yourself? You need a plan today, right now. And that means your power hour literally is going to be the definition of you in the future of poverty or extreme wealth. That's it, plain and simple. That is where it's headed. So here's what it looks like on a chart. Lower income from 25 to 29%. The upper income 14% to 21%. We're going from 61% middle income to 50 in 2021, and we have seen a massive change since after 2021. The top 1% overtook the middle class in collective wealth in 2020. It was the biggest transfer of wealth that we had up to that point in the history. And the answer is real estate, plain and simple. The upper 1% controls 12.9% of real estate wealth in 2023, up from 8.1% in the start of 1990. Those people who are getting rich because of real estate. This is Fed data that's just hard-coded in the Fed data. The average home price has more than tripled in that span from what the USA Today is reporting. So here's what we look at. The top 1% of US earners now have more wealth than the middle class. So here's wealth and the middle class wealth of where they were back in 1992. That red line has been the reduction of the middle class. The blue line is the increase of the upper class. That transition happened in the last couple of years where that crisscrossed, and it's actually exploding in growth right now for the top 1%. Knowing the middle class is shrinking and the only remaining option is poverty or ultra rich, which option do you choose for you and your family? Poverty or ultra rich? It might sound a little crazy for me to ask that question, but it is that much of a choice. And we have to figure out that plan today and put ourselves in a trajectory that is going to get us where we want to be as a professional, as a wage earner. How do we want to live? What legacy do we want to leave behind? Is it generational wealth or letting the kids fend for themselves? That is the end of the financial update of where we're headed, because that's kind of a mic drop for you to determine, really help you understand the importance of this power hour, building your pipelines, creating a community and a sphere, claiming your client base, contacting them and telling them how important it is that they help you with finding your clients so you can close as many transactions as you can to build your database as quickly as you can so that you can be closing 50 to 75 homes a year and make as much money as you can over the next 15 years. Simple as that. And there are agents who are in the business less than 2 years already making $1 million. If they can do it, so can you. You're in a great market. Rates are not scary. Nothing bad is going on in our market. We've got lots of businesses and people moving here. Lots of homes are selling. Hundreds of millions of dollars of commissions are being had. This is your opportunity right now. You just have to seize it and focus on income producing tasks and not administrative tasks. You already got your license. You're here. We're ready to go. Now, when you meet a client for the first time, the way you get hired is through a representation agreement, and we have to get really good at explaining agency with our clients. The IABS has a couple of sections: type of license, the minimum services, seller representation, buyer representation, intermediary, sub-agency, and contact information. So the buyer representation agreement, we're going to go over the period, the market area, and compensation. I have a video right here that has, by the way, does this video look familiar to anyone? Eric says yes.
I saw it and ready, set, set.
Okay, good. It's also in your app. If you go to your Realty Texas app and you click on your text messages, like you're going to send someone a text message, you're actually in the typing field of the text message. There's a little paper clip where you can send them a PDF document or send them an image from your phone. When you click the paper click, a screen opens up and there's a link to this video where you can send this video to the client, which is a video of me walking them through. It's not with me, it's the Realty Texas avatar that we've chosen, walking them through the importance of the information about brokerage services and the rep agreement so that you can send it to them and say, hey, by the way, when I show you the property today, there are some documents that you're going to need to sign. Here is some information about those documents so that they can hear it before you even get there. I'm going to put you guys in groups right now. And what I would really like is for you to, your group captain, to share this in the group.
Jack, roll is misspelled.
What's that?
Roll is misspelled. Roll is misspelled.
Yeah, it is. Okay. In your chat, there's a link. Would someone grab that link for me? Because I'm going to put you in groups and you're going to have to give that link to whoever is in your group breakout session. The problem is if you don't grab it right now, when you get there, this link will be gone because the chat goes away when you go into a breakout session. So I really want you guys to hear this together and then talk about it. This video is 4 minutes long. I'm going to put you in a great breakout session for 8 minutes. 4 minutes to watch it, 9 minutes. 4 minutes to watch it, 5 minutes to talk about it, and then come back. Look who's back. All right, welcome back, everyone, from your breakout session. Why do you think I put that together?
To make it consistent, communication and ability to transact timely each and every time as needed, even on whichever process we get a lead on.
Make sure you're following the law as a broker.
Mm-hmm.
So the way so the way we also own it, so that way we can also walk them through it, and we own that and let them know that, hey, this is the process, and that we're showing them the right way about going about this.
Mm-hmm. So I did it for 3 reasons, and all of those reasons are true. I did it, 1, for consistency. 2, I did it to have you a guide so you can show how it's supposed to be done. So then you can mirror that yourself and do that in person if you can mirror it. That after you watch it 5 or 6 times, maybe you can do exactly what they did in the video. But if you're really afraid to have the conversation, you can lean on the video until you get good at doing it yourself. For all of those reasons, but to give you an idea of how that presentation really is supposed to happen, I actually recorded myself doing the presentation and then went back and then digitized my recording, and that was actually how I truly presented it to someone. Okay, we have one more. I know that we are at 5 o'clock, but there's one more video that I would like for you guys to do together. It's one more. It's a 5-minute video, so I'm gonna put you right back in the same groups to do the exact same thing, to watch this video that I've just now put in the chat again. The one that ends in FO, if you could grab that one. And then same person who was sharing, let's watch this one. This one is 6 minutes and 47 seconds. This is a role play. This is actually doing the whole thing from beginning to end. I'd really like you guys to watch that too and see what this looks like to meet somebody in front of a property and actually get the representation agreement signed, because it's so important that we know how to do this and do it well. All right, back in your breakout sessions. You should have the invitation now. You're going to be in there for 1 more minute this time. Okay, I'll see you back. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are winding down our day. We have pretty much completed our day. This is the last 2 slides we have. So that was the last project that we had. So we're just going to wind up and have this last conversation. What were your thoughts about this role play and this IABS presentation? What are your thoughts? Anyone got some thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think it's really good to understand that the IABS isn't a contract, that it's just more or less the information, and that we're acknowledging and showing them what the agency is, and that with the contract and with the actual representation, that it is a contract, and it's letting them know that we're not necessarily getting paid, that the money's actually going towards you or whatever brokerage it is, and that you guys will take care of us on that back end.
Exactly right. Thank you. Rosny and Iris.
Okay. My takeout is I'm gonna be listening to it for the next few nights before I go to sleep, so I can remember everything. I have no problem talking about it, but I really like the way you make that video. For both of them, I'm gonna make sure I memorize everything just like that.
It's a great guide to follow. Thank you. Iris.
Jack, you need to share the ones that you created, the one that you show us in class, because that's is so personable. I just absolutely love it. The one that you did. I love it. We have clients from all over the world, especially here in Texas. Every state does real estate differently. And if you have an investor or somebody that is not familiar with the process, this is a good and simple way to explain our responsibilities, and I think more importantly, all the protection that the client is going to have. Plus, one thing that we were discussing is that we have a lot of liability. If there's no representation, we can be in a lot of trouble in many, many ways. So it's all around. It's a good way to start a relationship, and even to establish that trust. I'm not the person that I'm interested in opening a door for you. That's not what we do. We are providing representation, which is a very important job. So I just absolutely appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So, how can I give you something that you can take away you can understand how to perfectly explain the IABS and a role play scenario, both of them. So I've given both of you these tools, one that goes to the consumer, another one is specifically for you so that you can see the role play side of it, and that you can play that as often as you need or want until you get really good and natural at explaining these documents, because it's a regulatory requirement. TREC absolutely requires it. It's not supposed to be blindsiding them on how to do it. And then when we get into Friday's class, we're going to show you how to send out the representation agreement using the app for the one-page buyer rep, which we call the 3-second buyer rep. So my recommendation is that, or my ask is that one of your homework assignments be to listen to these videos and then explain the information about brokerage services to someone in your family, and go back and listen to it again until you've gotten really good at this. So there is an exam. I am going to send it out to you right now. I've already recorded the video. I did that before class, so I will send that out to you now so that you have a copy of the Class 2 exam. But we are officially done for the day. We were able to get caught up, which is really good. I was just noticing an email that came through that I wanted to share with you guys right here at the end of the class, which, always a little good news. Despite all the headwinds and everything that's going on, sales will pick up this year. We should see the number of transactions increase even more. That's a study from both NAR as well as Realtor.com. So we are excited to know that even though sales are good right now, we're going to have a very, very strong summer selling season. So I want you guys just to go out there and prepare yourself for selling the heck out of real estate this summer and get yourselves, get your pipelines filled. So make some calls. I'm going to send out the roll-up email, which has got all your homework assignments and all the things that we're asking you to do. Please, tomorrow, start your day off with success with a little bit of yoga if you can do that. Make your way into our morning huddle. And then Lisa is very excited to see you guys tomorrow in the Mega Mini, where you guys are going to be doing your goal boards and then hearing from Amy McAllister about getting all of your contacts into CXM, which is going to be the point in which the system now is going to start helping you manage who you've called and reminding you who that you need to call. Lisa, do you have anything for them before tomorrow? You've got their mega meeting starting at noon.
Correct. And hopefully we will still have Amy there to help with the CXM training. That's a big one. So, and then we're going to work on our vision boards. But regardless, make sure you really pay attention to the recap emails that Jack sends out. So he sent one on Monday, and he's going to send one today, and that's going to guide you on your homework. So watch for those Easter egg nuggets, because that's where you're going to start to get those extra credits for those of you who are tracking for being valedictorian for this classroom.
Email has already been sent.
And there you go. So what I always print them off and have them in front of me and highlight what I need. You can do whatever it is that works for you.
And Lisa, it looks like you got a couple of hands raised.
Oh, is that for me? Okay, Rosny.
Thank you. Actually, it was for Jack. Can you repeat where the video is on the app that we have to send to the clients?
Yes.
Again?
Absolutely. So go into your app where you'll send someone a text message. So click the messages and go into the message and then click the paperclip.
All right, let me do an example. Okay, paperclip. Okay.
And then you'll see the IABS presentation right there. You click that and it'll dump it into the text message. You click send and you can send it to the clients.
Thank you. And then the other one, you say to put the number of how much we wanted to make on the
.me.
So I was trying to do it, I'm not tech savvy.
It's okay. Get with Katie. She's standing by to help. She will show you exactly how to.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosny. Gabriel, I see your hand up. And I guess Gabriel's hand down. Oh.
Sorry. I was talking. I'm sorry. I unmuted the wrong thing. You had mentioned 3 things in terms of why you put the IBS. I don't know, one of them was consistency. I just forgot, just for notes purposes. What were the other 2?
Say that again.
You had mentioned that there were 3 main reasons. One of them was consistency. I just missed the last 2.
Yeah, so it was for consistency, number 1. Number 2, so you can see how it should be expertly presented, so you see an example of how to explain that to the consumer, and then a guide that you can follow to memorize it yourself. So this is what a good presentation looks like. Here's a guide for you to memorize it, and then this, for those people who have not yet feel confident in doing it themselves, they can at least send it to the consumer, so at least I can know and sleep at night that the consumer is getting this information. Because if you can't, then I need you to send it to them.
Gotcha.
Because
Awesome.
we
Thank you. And
can't
then
not do it. Good.
And the second, sorry, appreciate you, Jack. Second question for Lisa was, we do bring a poster board tomorrow, our own poster board for the vision board.
Yes, if you have that, and it can be, you know, different sizes, doesn't have to be really big. It just needs to be effective so you can get everything on there. That is your why for what you're doing with your life.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So we should also bring like magazines and items, or we would find that at the office.
I have some of that here actually, but you can bring your own, and you can print things off the internet. You can bring photos of people you love if you want to add those. You can do 3-dimensional things that you want to glue on. Be as creative as you want.
What time?
It is our normal Mega Mini time.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tina.
I went to the answers for the MEGA-16 answers for the test we have to take, and it said that the blob is not found. I tried to pull it on my computer and my laptop or in my phone, and it's not pulling up. I don't know if it's just me.
Let me go check.
I'm having the
Thank
same
you.
issue. It says this XLM file does not appear.
Yep, just give me a second while I go and look to make sure that I actually uploaded it to the blob storage.
Thank you.
And then Iris.
Oh, sorry.
And then Kelly.
And Lisa, can I post a picture of the vision board? I already
Yes.
completed it. So
Yes.
would that be okay?
Love it. Put it in the post for MEGA-16. And yeah, that's going to be inspiring for everyone. So thank you.
Lisa,
Kelly.
Question. Oh,
And then Isa.
If we can't be there in person, we can do this via Zoom.
Absolutely. You can do it from home. You can do it with us because I'll still have it, you know, I'll be participating on camera with y'all, or you can just do it on your own time like Iris did.
Okay, I'm very excited because I found the poster board with the glitter border yesterday. I was so excited.
Yay, I love it. A glitter girl after my own heart.
So we have
Brandon.
to.
Oh, sorry, Isa.
sorry.
Yes.
About
Isa first, and then Brandon, and then Aki. If you guys put your hands up, it's a lot easier.
yes,
Okay,
I need
Isa.
to start doing that. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I was just wondering if I went to my media and I need I have the open house A-frame, I think it's called. And I'm trying to get a sign to put it on there, but all the open house signs have like arrows. Is there anything that's just open house with like an image of us and Realty Texas, phone number, etc.?
Everything that we've created is in the media, and I think there should be one in there. I'll have to ask Deandra, and I can
messaged her and
Teams you back.
She said that it has to be approved by Jack, and they closed today at 5:30 for the signs, and I was trying to put in the order so I can have it for tomorrow.
So if you have them with the arrow that just points straight ahead, you can just use that, because that's what I do. I put those on the property, that one on the property where I'm doing the open house. So it's pointing right to the house, basically.
Okay. So would you get that one in the big, like for the A-frame?
The metal, yeah, well, yeah, I would do the same. Yeah. I don't use the metal frames for my open houses. I use
No,
the
it's a plastic one that opens.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
For sure.
Thank you so much. I'll be
Yeah.
on my phone, my things about tonight. Thank you guys.
You're welcome.
Hey guys,
Brandon.
Jack just sent it out in our chat. So if you're trying to look for the blob, he actually sent it in our chats. And if you open it up, it works in your whatever internet browser it is you use, whether it's phone or computer.
And I also posted it to the chat to the team's wall.
Teams. Yeah.
And if you're
Okay.
looking for credit, make sure that you pay the class. We're going to be doing that tonight. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Yeah, so remember, if you guys are wanting credit, you need to go. Each class has its own link, its own sign up. So make sure that you're signing up on all of the different classes because this is 12 standalone classes. You can search for Mega and you can click them all and click pay and pay for them all at once, or you can pay them each individual class. But we are submitting the hours per class. And so you can pick some classes and get credit. You can get credit for all of them, or you can decide not to get credit for any of them. But if you want credit, you got to pay for it. Then Miguel will export the information for those people who paid, submit it to TREC, and you have to pay for it before the end of the day that the class is taught, because we're not going to go back and try to get credit. And I'll tell you, people get to the end of Mega and they come back to us and say, "Can I have credit, please? Please." We've already submitted the credit. We can't submit it again. So if you want credit, it's a forethought, not an afterthought. So you still have time to get credit for these two classes, but you're going to have to get with Miguel. Brandon, Aki, and let's start with Brandon.
Okay, fine.
Brandon, you have a question for Lisa or for Jack?
Yes, sir. Either one. So I've been doing the yoga. I just want to know how we can get the points. I know it was answered. Do I just post a picture to that Mega group chat for
Yes.
Teams? Perfect. Thanks, Lisa.
Yep.
Thanks, Jack.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Aki.
Okay, about the poster board,
Mhm.
do I have to put it on the paper, the board paper, you know, hard,
Yeah.
or
I mean, you
or
can put it on
can-
any type of paper. If you have something else, I don't care. It just needs to be something that is going to be a visual that you can post next to your computer so you can look at it every day. Like I have mine to remind me of all the reasons that I stay
so it
excited
doesn't
about
matter.
being in
It
real
doesn't
estate.
matter the size. It doesn't
No.
matter size of board. Okay. Okay.
Not really, no. I mean, 5 by 7, that's a little small. I expect it to be a little larger than that.
Yeah, board. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, you're welcome. Andre.
I think my question is more for Miguel. I think somebody else had a question. I think it might have been Jeff, that I show a double invoice. So I didn't raise the question yesterday or the other day. So it looks like I got charged for the first Mega maybe twice. I thought it might have been for this one and the other one. So I'm showing 2 invoices for the second.
Okay, I'll
I actually,
Teams him.
I say Lisa,
Oh, here it is.
I actually got with Miguel, Andre.
Yeah.
And if you get with Miguel, he actually can fix it to where if you wanted to pay for this class for today, as opposed to paying for that first one twice, he can set that up for you.
There you
Because I
go.
actually had that same problem. Went up there Tuesday to get it handled.
I knew I talked to one of you about this already.
Yeah, it was Jeff,
So
not me.
it was Jeff.
Jeff was causing problems, not me.
Yeah, Jeff, the troublemaker. Okay.
I
Just
do what I
kidding, Jeff.
can. You know, I do what I
We
can.
love you. Tasha.
Yes, ma'am. When we had spoke, you said that you could possibly help me with my listing I have currently. Should I get with you? I need some help with the CMA on that. It's a new build and it's been on the market for a minute. And I need to see what we can do to try to get that moved. Should I get with Michael on that?
Yeah, get with Michael on that and he'll step you through on how to properly do that CMA for sure.
And Tasha, I'll give you a call here shortly after class.
Oh, look at that.
Who is that?
That was Michael.
That was Michael. I don't know what kind of Houdini trick that was.
Okay. Hello.
See, monitoring in the background.
There you are. Thanks, Michael.
You're welcome.
Alicia.
Hi, I've got 2 things. Actually, one for Michael. I'll be reaching out to you, Michael, on a listing as well that I need a CMA. Board of Realtors for San Antonio hasn't, they have my application and I just can't get into the MLS yet. So I need some help. I'll reach out to you though. The other thing, Lisa, is that same scenario. I sent out the email last night. It's showing that I didn't pay for the class, but I do have the invoice that showed that I paid for today.
Yeah,
And
just
then-
get with Miguel on that because he's the one who does all the billing. So I don't know. I can't fix it, but he can.
Okay, then I'll let him know then. Thank
I'm
you.
gonna text him right now and tell him to also
Okay.
talk to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Been like over 6 months. She's very
If-
judgmental.
If that's it, I guess we'll see you all tomorrow in Mega Minis.
I have a question. I guess you didn't see my hand. I have a question.
Andy, nope, we don't see
Yeah.
a hand.
Oh, I raised it up. I know Jack monitors everybody's view. I have the thing is about getting credit. I mean, I've had a broker's license before. I was able to use college and graduate credit for whatever 900 used to be 900 credit hours.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, would this course help with my renewal or continuing education? I know I need legal
Yes.
and it would.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
for
see.
sure.
Okay. Then I better start paying that. Okay. And then the second question is how long is morning huddle? I have something to do between morning huddle and our meeting tomorrow. I mean, our gathering.
It's literally 15 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
And you can pop in and pop out. That's just for you to get going right at 8:30. And then if you have to leave, no problem.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and tomorrow the topic will be resistance versus persistence.
Ooh. I
Oh,
like
great.
it.
Andrew, and you do that, right? Is that right, sir?
Yep, that's me.
Okay, fantastic. And I could do it in my shorts here in the morning, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, just don't put your camera,
I
Yeah.
got you. Don't worry. Not to
I
worry,
mean, you
sir.
can dress from the waist up, but don't stand up during the
Yes,
video.
I'm aware of that one. Okay,
Yes.
thank you much, everybody.
All
Thank
right,
you.
guys.
Another great day.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, Andrew, where's the outro music? He just bounced out. Never mind.